you have evidence, and if you have evidence, feel free to send it in the Discord. Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. I appreciate you for joining the 330th episode of the Dean Withers Show. If you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters to try to change their minds because Trump is the worst president of my life, your life, and the lives of everybody watching. However, it's become increasingly difficult to find Trump supporters to debate because the American people are starting to wake up and swing a little to the left. I mean, I'm even watching, historically pro-MAGA, pro-Trump content creators all across the internet switching up on him, changing their opinion and dropping Trump, dropping MAGA, dropping the GOP. Which is awesome to see. In fact, it took us 20 minutes to find one Trump supporter to talk to out of a crowd of now close to 17,000 over on that TikTok stream, who we now have loaded in waiting for us to hop into that debate. Now, every day we also like to go over the breaking news, so let's do that real quick. If you were watching the stream yesterday, then you'll remember us going over how a great journalist by the name of Roger unearthed a very credible accusation against Donald Trump. For those that aren't familiar, I'll go ahead and sum it up to you. There was an unidentified woman, unknown to us because her name is private, confidential information, that had a sit-down interview with the FBI in 2019, days before Jeffrey Epstein died, accusing Jeffrey Epstein and his quote-unquote rich and powerful friends of raping them, and as a child. And this woman was labeled as a credible accuser by the government following this interview, and she actually went on to then sue Epstein's estate 2 years later for that sexual abuse, and she won a settlement of millions of dollars. So in my opinion, and hopefully in yours, this is an undisputed victim, this is an undisputed survivor. However, if you remember a couple months ago, in one of the batches of the Epstein files release made by the DOJ, we got a hold of a slideshow that was 21 pages long, compiled by the FBI, organizing the official accusations made against different public figures, including Trump. And one of those accusations was an unknown woman telling the FBI that in 1984 to 1986, when she was a child, she was introduced to Trump by Epstein, then forced to suck on his male member, and when she refused, she was then kicked and beat by Trump. Now, the thing is, according to the journalism done by a man of the name of Roger Sollenberger, the woman that accused Trump and this woman that was labeled as a credible accuser of Epstein's that then won millions of dollars in a lawsuit against his estate are the same person, okay? That was the summation of everything that we went over yesterday. They had identical biological markers. These two women, really one woman, both have criminal records in South Carolina. They were both relocated from South Carolina to Vancouver, Washington, and a couple other things, leading me to reasonably conclude, alongside many others, that they're not two different women. They're the same person. In summation, this concludes and therefore means that a very credible accuser that won millions of dollars in a settlement from Epstein's estate because he sexually abused her, also privately and confidently in confidence accused Trump of very similar crimes to the FBI. Now, what's the takeaway? Well, today's breaking news is that Pam Bondi lied under oath to defend Trump. And if everything that we just went over is true, which it is, it's also therefore true that Pam Bondi lied under oath to protect him, because when she was doing her sit down with Congress on Capitol Hill not just a handful of days ago, she was asked by one of the congressmen or women, I forget, if there was any credible accusations against Donald Trump, and in response she said no. But if this woman that said she was forced to suck his male member, then beat and kicked, is the same woman that credibly accused Epstein and then was labeled as a credible accuser by our government, then there was a credible accusation made against Trump, and Pam Bondi perjured herself to conceal that fact. And that's where we're at today. Every single day, we are learning more and more incredibly damning information about Donald Trump, about the Epstein files, and about his administration. And that is why we are now witnessing millions of Americans all across this country, even in deep red districts, deep red states, changing their mind, switching up on Trump, and rejecting him for the terrible, tyrannical POS he truly is. And that's also why these live streams are becoming significantly harder, because it is now damn near impossible to find even just a handful of people that support Trump who are willing to come up here and debate me. Like I said when the stream first started, we spent 20 minutes trying to locate our first Trump supporter. So I'll say this one time for all the viewers over on TikTok, which is where we manage our guest requests. Please leave that queue if you're a troll. Please leave that queue if you're a liberal. Please leave that queue if you're a child. To leave that queue specifically for the very small, minute amount of American adults that still support Trump. If we could all work on that together, I think it's something that we'd all appreciate it, I'd appreciate it, so then we could keep it to debates. And you'd appreciate it regardless if you're on the left or right, so you could either learn more to form your own opinions, or maybe figure out why you should stop supporting Trump, or to hear out, if you're MAGA, the opinions of your fellow MAGA men and MAGA women and how they stand up against the opinion or argument of a liberal. So I think that's something we could all agree on. Please stay out of that queue unless you're MAGA so we don't struggle to find guests today. Now, we already, like I said, have our first guest loaded in. Josh, if you want to go ahead and unmute that mic and take that mic away to tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president, I'd really appreciate it, especially after, what we've seen in the last 48 hours of there being a very credible accusation being made against Trump with there seemingly being a cover-up of that credible accusation being made by Trump's DOJ, with Pam Bondi likely perjuring herself in the furtherment of said cover-up.
Yeah, I haven't seen much about that yet. One thing is I'm not as much pro-Trump as I am anti-Democrat. Are you a Democrat? I don't know.
Yeah, I am, but you could be Republican and still not support Trump. A good example of that would be Thomas Massie. I'm not Thomas Massie's biggest fan. I think that there's a lot of really gross shit he's done and said. But, the difference between him and a lot of the other Republicans in Congress is he fucking hates Trump because he hates B3DOs. And he's been one of the drivers behind this cause of ousting those guilty and incriminated in the Epstein files. So, the whole I support Trump because I hate Democrats doesn't follow, not to mention that you should hate Trump much more than you hate Democrats.
Yeah, and I understand that. And that leads to my second point. I think Trump has the balls to do a lot of stuff politicians just don't nowadays, which it's pretty obvious by how he acts. But I'm very against an open border. The Democrats pretty much had an open border for 4 years during the whole Biden administration. Would you say Biden did a good job, or how do you feel about Joe Biden?
I give Biden a B- on border policy. Now you said that there's an open border under the totality of their term. Okay, that doesn't make sense because we actually had less border crossings in the last year of Biden's term than we did the last year of Trump's term in his first term. So, if you'd argue that that border was wide open at the end of Biden's term, then you'd also have to argue that the border was wide open at the end of Trump's first term. But I first want to start by asking you a question.
But you can't deny.
Because in all reality, I believe that the only reason you think the border is wide on open is because that's what the TV's told you, that's what Fox News has told you, that's what your parents have told you, not because you have any good evidence. So what's the good evidence that the border was just wide on open under the Biden-Harris administration outside of Trump's word of mouth?
There was visual evidence. There was immigrants crossing every day. Like, there was news outlets showing immigrants just walking through the border. I've seen it.
Probably through the legal ports of entry, my guy.
No, just like literally walking through the bars. Like, I've seen.
Oh, just walk it every day. Just millions of them just walking through the open border. Can you show me
one
of these videos?
And they would. I don't have a link on. I could find one, but.
Well, I think that would be worthwhile. I think that'd be good.
Well, we're in a whole debate right now, but I'm just saying, like, there was. They willingly went back on border control. They
did. What border control did they relinquish that you thought opened the border?
I didn't look into it, but
okay, if you didn't look into it, then how do you know that's something they did?
Because there was millions of immigrants coming in. They don't come out of nowhere.
Okay, but then your evidence for that was like the videos of them like literally just walking over
where did the immigrants
come from? But then when I asked you for that video, then you said, I don't know where it is.
Where did the immigrants come from if they didn't come from over the border, Dean?
Well, actually, a lot of the undocumented immigrants that are in this country have been here for years on expired visas and came in through planes or ships. But
that's what you
all
want
that's relevant
to
here
think.
is
Most immigrants
that's what the Department of Homeland Security reports. One moment, sir. That's what the Department of Homeland Security reports, even under Trump. Just because it doesn't agree with your narrative doesn't mean it's wrong. Let's learn to use our brains. Second point here, you can't make baseless claims. You cannot baselessly state that you know with certainty that the Biden-Harris administration repealed some border legislation and then allowed immigrants just to flood in because there was higher levels of undocumented immigration under their 4 years.
No, because
okay, if you possess a brain at all and you critically think even just to the smallest degree, well then you'd be able to figure out the reason why we had so much undocumented entry into the Biden-Harris administration was because there was the most incentive for it ever in modern American history. Not only were the legal means of entry into this country backlogged to hell and back because of Title 42 being implemented, shutting all legal immigration down for a year and a half before his administration started due to the pandemic, but there's also the most incentive for immigration in the last 70 years because of the destructive effect that the pandemic had on the socioeconomic standings of many countries south of our own. So those are the two reasons why we saw a whole lot of undocumented immigration into the country. The very obvious fix to this issue was to expedite the fuck out of the legal means of entry to clear that backlog, to give them a legal means of entry if they want to come here. Okay, and in accordance with that goal, the Biden-Harris administration pushed for the bipartisan border bill to pass under their admin, which would have spent billions of dollars on hiring more judges to run more courts to expedite more claims. But I mean, then Donald Trump told the Republicans in Congress to shoot it down because he didn't want them to fix the issue. So then the issue would persist. So then he could run on that issue and blame it all on them, and then get your vote in ignorance of his terrible character, his absolute authoritarianism, his disrespect and disregard of the law, human rights, and the moral fabric of this country.
I mean, you can say what you want, but the Joe Biden administration had millions of immigrants coming through, and that's undeniable. You can see it in Minnesota. They all flooded there when Tim Walz became governor.
Honestly, that's really annoying of you. I just gave such a good explanation for why there was more undocumented immigration, and if anything, there's a lot of blame that rests on Trump for that, and you just completely ignored it all. Can you actually respond to what I said, please?
Restate it.
So were you not listening the first time?
Nah, because I really don't care.
Okay, then why did you join the live? If you don't care, wait, one second. If you're just like an absolute moron, and you're just droning around. One moment. If you're an absolute moron that's just droning around like a drooly fucking toddler watching Cocomelon on their mom's sticky iPad saying, "Oh, I love Trump no matter what." Okay, and you just like don't care about any evidence to indicate that he's somehow a bad president, or your false suppositions and beliefs about what happened under the Biden-Harris administration aren't true. Okay, and you're just gonna ignore me whenever I prove you wrong, and then you're just gonna say that you don't care. I don't know if like this live is the right place for you to be. I think that a third grade classroom might be much more advantageous.
Well, can you just let me get my opinions across without muting me?
Well, I thought that we were in the middle of me trying to give or reiterate my opinion to use.
Well, see, but this isn't a classroom. You're not my teacher. This is called a debate. So you got to let people talk a little bit to debate. You know that, Dean.
Well, I mean, I haven't cut you off. I've let you speak. In fact, I just simply asked you to respond to the counter argument to your position, in which you responded by telling me you weren't listening.
Okay.
So how about I try to repeat that counter argument?
You're speaking a whole lot.
Here's the counter-argument, my friend. Sydney, thank you for the blooming heart. Once again, you said that there was a whole lot of immigration under Biden. You think that we could baselessly attribute that to their terrible leadership. I said, no, that's not true. Listen very closely, please. The reason why there was more undocumented immigration under the Biden-Harris administration is because there's the most incentive for undocumented immigration that we've seen in modern American history. First thing that caused that to happen was the fact that the legal means of entry into this country were shut down for a year and a half by Title 42 in the pandemic, backlogging them, which then meant if you wanted to come into this country at all, you had to come in with the use of undocumented means. Okay? The second fact here is that there was so much incentive for immigration in the first place because of how terribly COVID destroyed the economies of countries south of America. And then the third incentive here is that Donald Trump was jumping from Newsmax to Fox News to social media every day for 4 years saying that the border is wide open and you could come right on through. Because of these three reasons, we had the most undocumented immigration into this country in years. So then what was the Biden-Harris administration's response? Well, they acknowledged that the way that they could fix this is by making the legal means of entry into this country more attainable and by attempting to reduce incentive for immigration in the first place. Biden attempted to make the legal means of entry into this country more attainable by pushing for the bipartisan border bill in Congress to hire more judges to run more courts. That would have really helped. Trump shot it down by telling Republicans in Congress to vote against it. Kamala tried to help reduce undocumented immigration by reducing the incentive for immigration in the first place, by diplomatically working with southern Latin American countries to fix their own economies to disincentivize immigration into ours. She was able to reduce immigration from Guatemala upwards of 50% because of that. So do we now understand how that's a little bit more nuanced than you first thought, and it's not as easy as just saying that we had all this immigration because the Biden-Harris administration dropped the ball?
You know, you're muting me when I let you speak. Like, I'm not even speaking and you're just muting me. But that's besides the point. So you're saying that because Trump, or you just gave me a whole lot of points. I gotta figure out which one I'm even on. So you're saying because Trump said the border was open, and because of COVID and all the fun stuff that happened in a country that's not even ours, it's okay for a bunch of immigrants just to come through our border illegally.
So I said that because Donald Trump went and said that on the TV, that was one of the things that incentivized more undocumented immigration.
So that still doesn't make it okay to come into the country illegally.
But we weren't talking about if it was okay or not okay. We're talking about what caused it in the first place.
That they're still illegal. It doesn't matter what caused it. They're illegal, so they
yes,
should
it
be
does
sent
matter
back
what
to their
caused it,
country of
because you were
origin.
saying that you support Trump because Biden caused all this undocumented immigration. So what I'm doing is I'm disputing that claim that Biden caused all this undocumented immigration.
Biden let the undocumented immigration happen. He willingly let it happen. He saw it happening, and he let it happen.
So my first and second point refute that and prove it false.
So how prove it false again? Cause
dude, you've already asked me to repeat it. I've already said it twice.
So then you won't bother saying it a third time. Say it.
Oh, listen. Okay, yeah. Because Trump shot down their border bill, which would have significantly reduced undocumented immigration, and because Kamala Harris worked diplomatically with southern Latin American countries to fix their own economies to reduce incentive for immigration in the first place.
So Trump shot down a bill that shut down illegal immigration.
Yeah,
is that what
he
you're
shot
saying?
down a bill that would have significantly reduced undocumented entry. Yes.
Do you know what bill that is?
Yes. The bipartisan border bill proposed to Congress by Republican Representative James Langford.
All right. I'll do some looking into that. But that still doesn't like defend the fact that they just let all this immigration happen.
It actually does refute the fact that they let it happen, because what those 2 points demonstrate is that they were actively working to solve the issue, and Trump stopped them.
So they were actively trying to solve the issue, but
Right.
didn't let Border Control do their job.
That claim is false. They did let Border Patrol do their job.
If they let Border Control do their job, Tom Homan would have had all those immigrants kicked out of the country.
Tom Homan wasn't employed by the Department of Homeland Security under the Biden-Harris administration.
Exactly, because they didn't want the immigration services to do the job.
Not hiring Tom Homan doesn't mean that they didn't want them to do their job. What the fuck are you saying?
He's the only one that does his job. That's obvious by the current administration and how much immigrants that he's sent back.
Well, I mean, he's done his job terribly.
I mean, if they're just going to hire some fat
he's
dildo
absolutely
off the fucking street,
he's absolutely
then yeah.
done his one moment. He's absolutely done his job terribly. But we could talk about that next, because I don't know why you're pivoting to Tom Homan.
All right, then tell me how he's done his job terribly.
What?
Tell me how he's done his job terribly, though.
Okay, once we finish the point about how you were wrong when you said that Biden let a lot of undocumented immigrants in, I don't mind doing that.
All right. Yeah, he let a lot of undocumented immigrants in because they wanted their vote.
Undocumented immigrants can't vote, dumbass.
They used to be able to until the Trump administration used voter IDs to vote.
No.
They were
wrong,
actively
dumbass.
fighting for that. They were actively fighting for that, dumbass.
Listen, you're a kid, so I don't expect you to know this, but I'll happily hold your hand here and I'll educate you. So in order to vote, you have to be registered to vote. And in order to register to vote, you have to provide a social security number and a street address, and which is then checked by the state registrar for current citizenship. And if your registration application is checked by the state registrar and you do not possess current citizenship, then your application is denied and you can't vote. And then when you go to vote, okay, in many states already you have to show an ID to prove registration, okay, but in the states that don't require an ID to prove registration, what happens is that you give your name, you give your address, you give your birthday, and you give other personally identifying information about yourself, okay, which when your vote is being processed is then checked against your registration to ensure your citizenship. Dumbass.
All right, dumbass. We don't got to get into all the insults. I know you love insulting motherfuckers, but I'm here to learn, all right? And I don't know if that's not obvious. All these bitch-ass motherfuckers in the comments are too scared to come up here and calling me dumb. Like, I'm here to learn as much as I can. And
okay, if you're here to learn, then I won't call you a dumbass.
Thank you. And I've seen it, like the Democrats want the undocumented immigrants to be able to vote. Like they've passed like
I'm a Democrat. I do not think that undocumented immigrants should have the right to vote, which is why undocumented immigrants should be offered.
I mean, I'm not talking about all Democrats. The administration, like Kamala Harris,
okay,
Tim
so
Walz,
when did Kamala Harris say that she wants undocumented immigrants to have the right to vote?
I mean, they were against voter or IDs to vote. Is that not enough proof?
Being against the SAVE Act does not mean that you are against undocumented immigrants having not having the right to vote. So I've already described to you how without the SAVE Act, okay, undocumented immigrants can't vote because of A, the registration process, and then B, the voting process, where your vote is then checked against your registration to ensure your citizenship. The reason why a lot of people are against the SAVE Act is because it would limit many Americans from voting, particularly married women whose last name does not match the last name on their birth certificate in many circumstances. But that doesn't mean that therefore they want undocumented immigrants to have the right to vote.
I mean, they still weren't on this, so they had to be against the ID policy. To, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Why do they have to be against what Republicans want 24/7?
So they're against the SAVE Act once again because it limits a lot of Americans from voting in many scenarios, and we shouldn't limit Americans from voting in many scenarios.
What American doesn't have an ID to vote?
Well, I've already tried to clarify this for you. First and foremost, many Americans don't have an ID. I agree that Americans should have an ID. I think that we should offer free IDs on every street corner. But
if you're over 18 and you don't have an ID.
But most notably here, the people who are affected are going to be women whose last name does not align with that on their birth certificate that don't have an ID. All right, that's gonna be the main group of people that are impacted. All right, because even when you don't have an ID, and by the way, it has to be a real ID. And in many states, many people don't currently possess real IDs.
All right, we're talking about the 0.1%.
The FAA has been like trying to impose this regulation to require. Savvy, I appreciate you for that pink star gun. Thank you so much for that love. Show some love to Savvy down below. Like a little bit of background.
Money somewhere else.
Oh, you're really mad with people donating to me. Well, that's quite rude of you. Are you jealous?
Yeah, give me some money, bro.
Oh, okay. You know what? I've actually like held off on thanking like a handful of people that have donated to me while you've been up here. But I think now is a great time to thank them all. First and foremost, Serpent, I'd like to thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says not so long ago this dumbass said that he didn't care. I believe he said he just came here to learn just to save face. Absolutely. Thank you for the $10. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love. Daily donation to remind people to stop treating politics like a sports team. Awesome, awesome. Truth Nuke. And then Minnesota Vets, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for that love. That is so much money. That with a $50 says when ICE releases people from custody, they do so in the middle of the night and cold without appropriate clothing and not even a phone call. Haven Watch waits outside ICE facilities to help. Please support these great people. I saw a video on Haven Watch. I think that is great. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love, okay, to Minnesota Vet down below in that comment comment section. Seriously. And oh my God. Holy fuck. Beatrice!
Maria, you're a bitch and I'll spit on you.
Beatrice! What did you just say?
Some bitch named Maria wanted to talk shit.
He's just over here crashing out. One moment. You just said he's gonna spit on people. You fucking gross asshole. What a gross little kid. But one moment. Beatrice, thank you so much for the $300 donation over on PayPal.
You're lying.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for that love, Beatrice. I want to see 3,000 Beatrice W's down below in that comment section while we try to find that next guest to bring up here for a debate. That is Beatriz. Show some love to Beatrice down below in that comment section. Seriously and genuinely, thank you so much for your kindness. Beatrice with the $300 says, keep yourself safe. I myself get threats and I'm not even famous. I don't know if I'd consider myself to be famous. I do get a bit of threats, but don't worry. I do keep myself safe. Beatrice, that is like so insanely kind of you. There's not a bone in my body that deserves that much love. Like, dude, I'm like constantly flabbergasted by y'all's kindness. So once again, just one last time, thank you so much for the $300 donation, Beatrice. I would really appreciate it if everybody watching on TikTok and YT could please just take a moment to drop a quick W Beatrice down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Uh-oh.
Pam, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how do you?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, sorry, you're lagging, but it's okay. So, I support, my dad's a very, business,
just quickly,
in a way,
before we
I'm
hop into the
Republican.
debate, how old are you? Could you repeat that, please?
And I am registered to vote. I am 18,
Okay, what year were you born in?
and I'm registered to vote.
There's lag, by the way, guys. What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, here, what I'm going to do here, Pam, I'm going to thank a couple...
2007.
What I'm going to do here, Pam, I'm going to thank a couple donors. But to try to fix this lag, if you are currently on Wi-Fi, turn your Wi-Fi off. And if you're currently on cellular, then turn your Wi-Fi on. Let's just try to do something to fix that lag. But I'm just going to take a moment to thank a couple people, then we'll hop into that debate. So once again, show some love to Beatrice down below. That is insane. And then Sasha, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, more on Cocomelon Baby got me. Appreciate you for the $10, Sasha. Same thing to Caroline. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, I really admire your patience.
It's
I can't
my
just...
Wi-Fi, I know, bro.
Then she's still lagging really bad. Try to fix it while I'm thanking my donors. I appreciate you so much for that love, Caroline. Let's get 100 Caroline W's. And I try to be patient, but I'm not going to lie. I fail very frequently. I would also like to quickly thank Rami for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Rami. I want to see 500 Rami W's down below in that comment section who says, guess, shut up. Dude, send $50 just to tell that last guest to shut up. Not you, don't worry. Thank you so much for that love, Rami. It is so good to see you today. And I hope that you've been doing well, bro. You've been watching like for a year now. I love you. You know that. Let's get 500 Rami W's down below. Same thing with Lely. That is Lelii. Thank you for the $20. He says, I read that real ID won't be accepted, but you'll need your passport. And the funny thing is that the most Republicans don't have a passport. Yeah, I've heard that too, Lely. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you.
I have a passport.
Anna Sophia. Thank you for the $20. Who says, love you, Dean. Love you too, Anna Sophia. Thank you for the $20. I'm almost done. Just give me one moment, please. Joseph, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo to annoy that little dumbass. Once again, referring to the last guys. Thank you for that love, Joseph. Heather, thank you for the $20. Who says, this guy's not here to learn anything so dumb. Yeah, the last guest just came up here, trying to make a point, got proven wrong, and then crashed the fuck out. I appreciate you for the $20 donation, Heather. Show some love to Heather down below, and show some love to Buy Axelot. Thank you so much for the $20. And I'm not even going to read that message out loud because of how insane that is. Buy Axelot, please block that person. Thank you for the $20. So same thing to Jennifer. Thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for working to save our democracy, from Jen. Oh, Jen, I love you. Thank you for the $20. And I appreciate you for working to save our democracy as well, by just being tuned in, engaged in your local community and staying involved. Thank you so much for the $20, Jen. And then this one came in 42 minutes ago. I really hope you're still here. Ian, thank you so much for the $50 $50 donation on Venmo for the second day in the row. I remember you and your girlfriend from yesterday. That is Ian spelled E-A-N. I want to see 500 Ian W's down below. Ian with the 50 says, hey, Dean, it's Ian again. Can you say hi to my girlfriend, Jasmine, again? We love watching your clips, and I think that you're doing a very good job equipping people with the knowledge that they need to better educate those around them. Well, yes, Ian and Jasmine, I appreciate y'all for being here again today. I remember y'all's names by heart now. I think that's like the third time you've had me do that. So huge shout out to Ian and Jasmine. And I appreciate y'all for the love. Let's go ahead and hop into that debate. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over that YT stream. The handle is right there at the top of the phone screen. Thank you for your patience. Pam, go ahead and take it away and tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president. The mic and the floor is yours.
I still support Trump because I have parents that came into the United States. They were born and raised in Mexico, and my dad came here with a working visa, and then my mom got married to my dad with a visa, and my dad has citizenship and residency here. And I support Trump because I have had family members who were somewhat involved with the cartel and came here illegally, and I do not love that at all, because you're just coming in here, so just more or less like illegal immigrants should not be into this country. And I feel like Trump has done an amazing part of running that organization, as in Chrissy has not. She just kind of abused with the fundings, and she has abused her sense of power. Trump, as an executive branch, hasn't overseen that side of that policy. And actually Trump has abused his executive area. But I just want to debate with you more or less like the regulations that you don't agree that Trump has supported, without bringing in Epstein, because I think it's just horrendous, especially with the Pam Bondi hearing. If you heard that, and with the victims behind her, I've watched that as well.
Okay, first and foremost, I never get why people say, debate me without bringing in this very bad thing that Trump has done. Because it's a fact that he's done it, it's going to be relevant towards why his administration is bad. Like, this debate isn't like a game. Okay, we're not playing chess here. You can't just tell me to, kick a couple pawns off the board to give you an advantage.
Correct.
Okay, this is a discussion about reality and why Trump is harmful, and we can't exclude facts in that evaluation. But I will respond to your question nonetheless. Please just give me a moment. Okay? Because you said that you support Trump's mass deportation. So usually, I approach these conversations by describing why and how mass deportation is bad and what a better relevant alternative would be, like mass amnesty. But I feel like anymore, I don't have to do that. Because you could think that undocumented immigrants should be deported and still disagree with what the Trump administration is doing, because their mass deportation has necessitated a breach of the Constitution, an illegal reclassification of citizens as undocumented immigrants, an attack on legal immigrants, an attack on children like 5-year-old Liam Ramos, okay, the murder of citizens like Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, an attack on federal law in the Fifth Amendment by allowing their agents to arrest people with no judicial warrants, allowing agents to barge into houses with no judicial warrants, and just such a negligent environment where they've cut their training down to 47 days, barbers are trained longer, and have basically permitted them to do whatever the hell they want in response to the murder of Renee Good. J.D. Vance said that she was a domestic terrorist and they have absolute immunity and can do whatever they want. And in consideration of these facts, even if like on that rudimentary fundamental level, you're like, I support getting undocumented immigrants out of the country, you could still yet disagree because the operation has been compromised to the extent of infringing on human rights, infringing on the Constitution multiple times, and infringing on federal law.
The Fifth Amendment is due process, and I totally agree with that argument, but it's just, I feel like in 2026, the due process, like the right of being accused should be moved on quicker. With the amount of immigrants that are moving onto the land of the free, moving into here, should be a lot quicker. It shouldn't take a long civil, like Supreme Court case, And the way you bring up Liam, it's just immigrants talk about how they want their family to be together and stuff like that, but the dad ran away in that in that scenario. Multiple articles, Fox News, CNN, have came out saying that the dad had tried running away because he knew he was undocumented. What do you want to do? Like, of course he's gonna leave his kid.
You're lying. Not only did his father not try to run away, but his father wasn't an undocumented immigrant. He was a legal asylum seeker. Wrong.
He was undocumented.
No. He came into this country legally. He's a legal immigrant. That's why a judge.
What source?
The fact that a judge ordered him and his father to be released because they were being unjustly detained because he was a legal immigrant.
Yeah.
ICE had absolutely zero jurisdiction over them, nor any reason to detain or deport them because they were not undocumented immigrants.
But then why do you bring up the case of Liam if they've been released? And
because that's an example of a 5-year-old child being used as bait to catch their father when their father is a legal immigrant, and then being held in a nice detention center for 3 weeks, and then the child became very sickly, started throwing up, and refused to eat because, according to their attorney, was being served meals with maggots in them. Meanwhile, this whole time, Liam Ramos was a citizen, and his father was a legal immigrant. The Huffington Post. The family's attorney did an interview with the Huffington Post.
Right.
Why are you saying right like that? I'm right. Fucking fact check me.
Because I was just competing in We the People, and like this, we did the Huntington Post review. We brought that up. It's just funny. No, continue. I still support you no matter what. Like, I'm not pure left or pure right. It's just, I just have to support our president because he's our president. We can't.
Yeah, we just need to support. Doesn't matter if he's raped a woman. It doesn't matter if he's tried to play authoritarian.
We have to understand in 2026, people in this world are going to be corrupted no matter what.
Oh, yeah, so true. We were going to have a rapist as president no matter what. It doesn't matter if you voted for Jeffrey Epstein's best friend or, the attorney woman with not as much as a parking ticket on your record. We would have had a rapist no matter what, right?
Just why are they all coming out now, as in the files coming out now, when nothing came up in not Jeffrey Epstein's, in Joe Biden's term?
Oh, wow. Okay, so complete deflection to the files, which you said earlier you didn't want to talk about.
That's funny. Earlier, I said it, you are.
That's funny.
Able to bring it up.
That's really funny. We didn't even bring up the files. I brought up a civil rape case that determined he raped Eugene Carroll 2 years ago.
You brought up Jeffrey Epstein, which brings up to the
Jeffrey
case.
Epstein's best friend. Yeah, Donald Trump.
Yes.
That's what they both said.
Hello. Okay. Continue.
Oh, no, I was done with that statement. Because let me just reiterate here. You said that people are corrupt in this world, and we are going to have corrupt people no matter what. Okay?
Yeah, because we're all imperfect. We're not going to even...
Oh, okay, but now you're trying to equate being a rapist to merely being imperfect. We're not all rapists, ma'am.
We all are not, yeah, but we all have somewhat imperfect in us.
Are you saying that everybody possesses imperfections that are as bad as rape?
No. Incorrect.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then the point just falls flat on its head.
Then that argument drops.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so then I want to bring up the point. It's just Trump has done a lot of other good things than just bringing up the Epstein.
Right. So what has he done?
I mean, we have Venezuela now.
Yeah, colonialism is actually a bad thing.
Okay, but but the president of Venezuela was not okay. I have family, friends in Venezuela. And
he was a dictator, right?
Happy. Yes.
Because he wasn't voted for by the people?
Yes.
Right. And right now their president was that dictator's vice president, who also wasn't voted for by the people, who's being controlled by Trump, who's also not voted for by the people. They still have a dictatorship. Not to mention, that overthrowing authoritarian regimes historically has not generated good outcomes. When we killed Saddam Hussein in the early 2000s, the Iraqi citizens celebrated. They were chanting in the streets saying, "We love America. They freed us. They liberated us. They killed our oppressor." But then we saw a 20-year endless war that resulted in the death of over 1 million Iraqi citizens, Iranian citizens, and Afghanistan citizens. Historically speaking, every time we do this thing where we overthrow the authoritarian regime, it's because we have special interests, and there's some way that we could profit. And because our incentive structure is for the personal profit of our country and not the people of the country, it ends up producing bad outcomes for the people of the country.
That's the whole point of a Republican Party. But do you not want the economy to grow or the country to grow? We're in 2026. We have electric cars. Venezuela has not started their oil production in so long. We could get that. If we get our hands on that, we could start production so much faster and bring more money towards the United States.
So it's okay to steal from them because it benefits us.
But
ma'am, that's the underlying thesis. One moment. That's the underlying thesis of all theft ever. All theft ever, okay, is done to take something from somebody else because it would personally benefit you.
But it was... It was still liable with the presidency.
That statement, quote unquote, it was still liable with the presidency. I don't even know what that means.
It's still like happened. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it.
It happened. Okay, so now your argument is, well, it happened, therefore it good.
Yeah.
Nice. It happened, therefore it good. Did you just say yeah?
Because
Did you just say yeah? So you're wait. Are you unironically arguing because Trump did it, therefore it's good?
We could agree with that.
Dude, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. Do I need to explain to you why that's insane?
No, because then you're gonna bring up anything that Trump does is just morally good, but it's not.
Okay, all right. So that's not a good offense. So we've kind of dropped that Venezuela point. What's next?
I think my case is clear.
Well, can I actually ask you a couple questions then?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, if Trump wanted and called for the execution of his political opponents, Democrats in Congress, would you still support him?
Yeah. Well, can you...
Okay, this person's insane. Next question. If Donald Trump pardoned domestic patriots and then domestic terrorists and then called them patriots, would you still support him?
Can you repeat that? Sorry. Lag.
If Donald Trump gave full and complete presidential pardons to legitimate domestic terrorists and then called them patriots, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, then you don't support Trump because that's what he did his first day in office when he gave full and complete presidential pardons to the 174 domestic terrorists that attempted to insurrect the American Capitol on January 6, 2021, and in the process were found guilty of violent crimes because they assaulted cops, like DJ Rodriguez, who drove a taser / a stun gun into the neck of Officer Fanone, who was attempting to guard the Capitol, who then gave Officer Fanone a heart attack. And then Officer Fanone was about to die before he was rushed off to the hospital and his life was saved. He pled guilty to everything I just described. He was sentenced to 10 years in jail. Donald Trump let him out of jail and labeled him as a patriot.
2021? Okay. I'll look into that. Thank you.
Okay, so you don't... If that were true, would you still support Trump?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so if I could prove to you that Donald Trump pardoned DJ Rodriguez, game over?
Yeah, if he pled guilty.
Okay, perfect.
Did he? Well, because he's president, he can't really... Well, he's been impeached. Or attempted to be impeached. That makes sense.
Give me one moment.
Go for it.
All right, here we go. Take a look at the phone screen.
I am.
So this is from the DOJ website.
Yeah.
We're almost there. Like I said, from the DOJ website, press release, California man sentenced to prison for felony charges, including conspiracy and assaulting police officers during Capitol breach. Washington, a California man who used an electroshock device on a Metropolitan Police Department officer during the breach of the U.S. Capitol on J6 2021, was sentenced today for the assault of other charges. His actions and the actions of the other disrupted a joint session of the U.S. Congress, yada, yada, yada. Daniel Joseph DJ Rodriguez, 40 of Fontana, California, was sentenced to 10 years or 151 months in prison for conspiracy and obstruction of an official proceeding. Okay, so have I proven to you that...
Who was in charge of the DOJ at this time in 2021?
In 2021, I'd assume that he was prosecuted under Biden. Yeah, this was 2023.
2023.
So whoever Biden made the attorney general. Okay, so now do you agree that, this guy, DJ Rodriguez, was guilty?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now if I could prove to you that Trump pardoned him, you'll stop supporting Trump. I'm just going to go take that screen share off, go back to Google, Trump pardoned, don't know what the hell happened there, sorry guys. Pardoned DJ Rodriguez. Okay. Everyone, just give me one moment here. Give me a moment. All right, do be patient. Trump defends pardons of violent rioters. Okay. Well, I need a subscription to access that. Super unfortunate. What about this New York Times piece? Oh my God, I also need a subscription to access this New York Piece piece. Wow. All right, so we're just gonna have to read from the metadata of this.
Wait. I have the New York
Times.
Wait. If you could just send me the link of the New York Times.
If you just go,
I have the subscription.
So if you just go on Google and you type in J6 rioters pardoned by Trump attacked police, President Trump pardoned men who violently attacked police officers on J6 along with nearly 1,600 people who had been charged. When you click on it, the very first thing that you'll see, the very first name that you'll see mentioned down here is literally Daniel Rodriguez. Okay. Right there. Daniel Rodriguez. You see that?
I see it. I saw
it. Okay.
But...
So then I've proven to you that Daniel Rodriguez tried to insurrect the Capitol, attempted to kill Officer Fenner in the process, was sentenced to 10 years in jail after pleading guilty, and then Donald Trump pardoned him. So you're no longer a Trump supporter since I've been able to prove that to you, right?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay, so you're no longer MAGA.
No.
Do you mean it?
Yeah, I do. It's because I'm part of student exec on my team, and we do a lot of political stuff. I'm actually a USU student who's doing poli-sci studying, and I'm in like a group of full of MAGA, and I think I just got brainwashed, you know?
Okay.
So just
good. Well, I'm happy to hear. I'm happy to hear that we've been able to change your mind, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Okay.
Thank you. You too.
You take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And Sebi! I appreciate you so much for that pink star gun. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for that love, Sebi. Thank you. Show some love to Sebi down below. Now there's a couple other people that I want to quickly thank. Then we'll hop back into those debates, everyone. Lars, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, sorry, excuse for a Latina woman being against your own people is wild. Cartel members are not very common over here. Didn't Trump bring cartels members over here as a part of the deal? Right. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $20, Lars. Let's get 200 Lars W's. Same thing with you from you, W. Thank you so much for the $10. Just some love to Lars and W. And it looks like we're caught up over on Venmo. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the 12 euros. Luna, who says, I feel like MAGA women come mostly in two versions. The first one would be full yelling insane Karen or like this color. Second, don't strain my feelings with the truth because I don't want to acknowledge that I'm enabling evil. I appreciate you for the 12 euros. Over on PayPal, Nikolai, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, Dean, debate me on TikTok. My handle is Nico Serves. I'm a supporter of Trump. I voted for him. Okay, Nico, I'll have you up. Then Benita, thank you so much for the $10. Who says a small donation from a Swedish viewer. Thank you for being awesome and enduring all the crazy. Well, I try my best, Benita. I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Thank you so much for the love. Then same thing from you, Catherine. Thank you so much for the $10. Who didn't attach a message with her donation, just the love. Thank you so much. Sammy, thank you for the money gun. And then Grace, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, please get a New York Times subscription. Even if you don't, still have much respect for you. Thank you for all of your hard work. Well, thank you for the $10, Grace. Let's get 100 W's for Grace. Once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, big message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Into the next debate, Josh, welcome back.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So this is now our third day in a row.
Third day.
Of debating, because the last 2 days we start the debate, then you have something to do.
I mean, on the first one, I was up for like an hour and a half. Like, come on, I was working. Second one, I'll give you though. Second one, I'll give you. I did dip out. What was that, like 15 minutes, and then I left.
Yeah, and I want to hear the continuation of your argument from yesterday. So
no, we're not going into the 14th Amendment. I want to talk about either Liam Ramos or E. Jean Carroll's accusations. Well, because I was sitting here listening to what you had to say. And
we're going to be talking about the 14th Amendment because,
No, we are not.
Oh, then I'm going to
disagree.
Move on to the next guest. Okay? But here's the thing. Let me give my side without you interrupting me, okay?
Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Josh. Here's the thing. Because yesterday, joined up, we start a conversation about the 14th Amendment, okay? I think that you posit that the 14th Amendment doesn't give birthright citizenship to the children born of undocumented immigrants. Okay. I respond by telling you that you're clearly wrong, and here's why. Irrefutably, it's true that the 14th Amendment does extend birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants. And then I gotcha with your own point that you made. At that point, the next natural step would have been for you to concede to me. But then you said, Dean, I have to leave. So the reason why I've brought you back up is to concede to me about the 14th Amendment.
Is that what you think's about to happen?
You were wrong when you said that the 14th Amendment does not give birthright citizenship to the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil.
Okay, well, so both of the SCOTUS court cases that you brought up, neither of them actually give a legitimate right to birthright citizenship. I will concede that Plyer versus, I don't know how to pronounce that, versus Doe does state that the children of illegal immigrants under the jurisdiction thereof are allowed K through 12 free education.
All right. So
that's what I'm conceding to. I'm not agreeing that it still says, it doesn't say that birthright citizenship is an absolute fact under the 14th Amendment, Dean. It doesn't say that. The wording in it isn't real. And then the other SCOTUS case was literally about a Chinese immigrant that had parents that did technically, what's the word I'm looking for? Come on, assimilate to the United States. So that's different. That's different than an illegal alien crossing the border and popping out a baby.
I'm going to catch everyone up to speed that's watching, and then I'm going to refute your point. So, the first section of the 14th Amendment, for everybody who doesn't know, is what gives you birthright citizenship. What's birthright citizenship? It's the notion that the Constitution protects your right to citizenship if you're born here. Pretty self-explanatory. And the 14th Amendment is clear. In order for you to qualify for birthright citizenship and constitutional protections of such, A, you need to be born here, and then B, you need to be within the jurisdiction of the U.S. If you are born here and within the jurisdiction of the U.S., then you have a claim to birthright citizenship. That's something that me and this guest agreed on yesterday because that's literally what it says. All right? Now, yesterday, I used a very compelling argument to demonstrate that the children born to undocumented immigrants in America are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. because we already know that they're born here. Therefore, if they are within the jurisdiction of the U.S., therefore, they do have a claim to birthright citizenship. And in fact, you just repeated it, Mr. Josh. You just said, yes, this Plyer v. Doe court case does state that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. And because they're within the jurisdiction of the U.S., and that is the official interpretation of the Supreme Court, therefore, they have birthright citizenship since they have met the two necessary criteria in order to get birthright citizenship.
Oh, we still disagree. Is it okay for me to talk?
Yeah, but when you tell me that you disagree, you got to be really specific about why.
I got you, bro. So when we're talking about in the jurisdiction thereof, isn't that supposed to signify that individuals are subject to U.S. laws and owe allegiance to the United States?
Not legally. That's not what it means legally.
So, I mean, what's your point against that argument? Because that's generally what a lot of people think of when they're talking about in the jurisdiction thereof.
Well, that's actually not true. So the argument that being within
Can you
the
give me somebody
jurisdiction-
that doesn't take it that way, but without using Plier veto? Because
Well,
again,
yeah,
that was
yeah,
just
well,
K
yeah,
through 12
if the thing
education
is,
systems,
if
right?
but if the thing here is the example of somebody who doesn't take it that way, given that it's true that undocumented immigrants don't have allegiance to the United States, which is very arbitrary and mumbo jumbo, the example would be the Supreme Court. But the argument that in order to be within the jurisdiction of the U.S., you must owe allegiance to the U.S. came from not a court, but
That's
rather
actually not what I was
a
hinting
Yale
on.
law
The U.S.
professor
laws part
from the
is
19th century.
problem.
Oh,
No, the
oh.
U.S. laws part is the problem.
Oh,
for me.
that's not the problem. Undocumented immigrants
That's
are
the
obviously
problem for
subject to our
me,
laws.
because when you're in the jurisdiction of the United States, you have to follow the United States laws. When you enter the country illegally, you haven't followed the United States laws. have you?
No. What it means is that you are subject to the laws of the country.
The laws of the
so you
United
could-
States.
so
Being
like, for
an
instance,
illegal immigrant,
check this out.
you're not.
Check this out.
You've
If
already broken
my
the law.
parents, but if my two parents are criminals, and they committed those crimes and they're found guilty of those crimes before they had me, would I still have a legitimate claim to birthright citizenship?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that your parents have committed a crime? You're a United States citizen.
Yeah. Like
What?
if my two parents were found guilty of felonies,
Well,
in the
no
court of
shit.
law,
They're
and then they had me on
bro,
American
they're
soil.
United States citizens.
okay, so they would still be within the jurisdiction thereof, even though they committed a
But
crime.
they're already in the jurisdiction thereof
But that's not
of
that,
the United
all,
States. They're
all that
already
matters.
legitimate citizens.
But all that matters here is that they are still within the jurisdiction of the United States of America, even though they're guilty of crimes. Okay? Because being within the jurisdiction of the
didn't
United
mute
States of
me.
America, just one moment.
I'm not gonna-
being
Okay,
within the
but don't look at
jurisdiction.
me. Come on now.
Being within the jurisdiction of the United States of America doesn't mean that you haven't broken the law. It just means that if you were to break the law, you could be prosecuted for it. Okay? Because
No,
our
you're
country
pivoting
can
now.
only prosecute people for breaking the law when that person is within their jurisdiction. You know, that makes sense. Like, for instance, if you commit a crime in
I like
Ohio,
how you told yourself that
you
made
can't be
sense.
prosecuted by my local police force in Grand Junction, Colorado. And this is not really a matter of our own subjective opinion. This is the official interpretation of the Constitution. Plier v. Doe concludes that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. Yes or no?
That is not what that. No, that's not what Plier v. Doe concludes.
That's what you told me earlier. You said that Plier
No,
v.
I
Doe concluded
said
that the
that
children
they
born
use-
to undocumented
No,
immigrants
let me
can
say
access
what I
K through
said.
12
Let me say what I
education
said.
under the third qualification of the 14th Amendment, which would be the Equal Protections Clause. Yet, in order to qualify for the Equal Protections Clause, you must be within the jurisdiction of the U.S.
Okay, so what I said is that Plier v. Doe does use in the jurisdiction thereof to allow illegal aliens' children to have free education K through 12. That is what I have conceded to.
Right, exactly.
You're really
Therefore,
bringing
undocumented
back
immigrants
up. Come on,
are
don't
within the
bring
jurisdiction
back
thereof.
up, Dean.
Oh,
Don't bring
dude.
backup, bro.
Oh, buddy, trust me. I
Come
don't
on.
need. Trust me, buddy. I do not need backup on
Apparently
the
you do.
one
You
moment.
brought him up.
Oh, because just because I brought him up doesn't mean that I necessarily need to bring him up. Sometimes I do things for fun, and I'll actually get into that right now. You know, like for instance, sometimes I'll go watch a movie for fun. If I go and choose to watch a fun movie, I'm not doing that because I need to watch the movie. I'm doing that because I want to watch the movie. And I think that watching that movie would give me a lot of gratification. So when I'm having a conversation with you about the merits of the 14th Amendment and the protections that undocumented immigrants have under the 14th Amendment, and then I bring a literal lawyer up into the live stream, that's not because I need to bring the lawyer up into the live stream. I've already demonstrated that I'm significantly educated as it stands with the 14th Amendment. And I'm just simply bringing the lawyer up for pleasure because it'll be fun watching like a literal lawyer who knows even more than I do, like absolutely roast your ass. But once again, this is very simple. You told me that Plier
Is
v.
that
Doe
the goal?
concluded...
Trying to roast me?
One moment. You told me that Plier v. Doe concluded that the children born to undocumented immigrants do have a legitimate claim through public K through 12 education because undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the United States of America, which in other words is conceding your position because all of a sudden you just conceded that once again, undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the United States of America. I don't know where you're getting confused. I don't know where you're getting it wrong. like you're literally saying that what I'm saying is false, and then I'm asking you to repeat what you said about the Plyer v. SCOTUS case. And then when you repeat what you said about the Plyer v. SCOTUS case, you affirm that I'm telling the truth. Oh, like let me break it down, make it even more simple for you. Dean is saying that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. Josh says, Dean, you're wrong. But then Josh also says that according to the SCOTUS case, undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S.
So anyhow, look, I clearly see what you're talking about, Dean, because I've already kind of conceded to the fact that Plyer v. Doe does use in the jurisdiction thereof as like a legality point of undocumented children. I am there with you. Yes, no, and I've already said that, right? I've already said that.
What SCOTUS says is what goes.
I'm just saying
speaking.
that the end result of Plyer v. Doe isn't a blanket term for birthright citizenship is okay. It's not a blanket term for a pregnant woman to cross our southern border and then pop out a baby, and that baby's suddenly a United States citizen.
It actually is. It actually is. Listen. It actually is.
It's explicitly not in there.
It is. Listen. No. Just check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Okay, so we can agree that undocumented immigrants, legally speaking, are within the jurisdiction of the U.S., right?
To receive K through 12 education for free.
No, not to receive anything.
That's what the case is about, bro.
No, but that's the conclusion based on the predicate fact. Okay, the predicate fact that led to that conclusion. No, Josh, stop interrupting me. The conclusion is that they're allowed free K through 12 education, but SCOTUS yielded that conclusion because of the predicate fact that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. Can you agree that SCOTUS yielded the conclusion that children of undocumented immigrants should have access to free education because this predicate fact that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. is true?
Okay, Dean, how about, can I make a deal with you?
No, can you respond to my question?
I'm going to respond to the question as long as I can make a deal with you.
What deal do you want to make?
Okay, well, what did I want to come up and talk about before we started this again?
I don't know. I think you said E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll and Liam Ramos. Can you talk to me about that if I concede to your interpretation of the 14th Amendment?
As long as you concede that it's like actually true.
Sure, it is true, and we should probably bring up another court case so that it is not. But as it is right now, you are correct, Dean.
First concession ever. Law of the Wild, I know that you were hopping in the queue. I know that he just conceded. But like, how silly was it for him to argue that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. when they're here?
Fairly silly. You know, when you look back at the Senate debates surrounding the passage of the 14th Amendment, there were two persons that were talked about that were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. They talked about Native Americans because they were sovereign within their own tribal lands. The U.S. did not prosecute crimes involving natives on their sovereign lands, so they were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And the other were diplomats who had immunity, because if you have diplomatic immunity, you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. They did specifically bring up, what was his name? I forget. He's a senator from Pennsylvania, but he had brought Senator Cohen from Pennsylvania brought up, well, hey, we don't want Chinamen, Mongols, and Gypsies, forgive the language, it's the 19th century, to have citizenship when we don't want their children to have citizenship. Otherwise, their population is going to explode and we won't be able to control them. And then John Conness from California said, no, literally, all he wanted was a simple declaration that being born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of it means that you're an American citizen. And this was affirmed in Wong Kim Ark, which is a case that Josh was talking about a little bit earlier. But he said that they were somehow
essentially,
living here or something like that. So it was different.
I said that.
Also,
I
I just want to quickly clarify. I'm sorry, I gotta hop in here. Just to clarify, Law of the Wild was just quoting and reading the debate from the floor of Congress in 1864 through 1868 for the ratification of the 14th Amendment. And law, just in the future, I would highly recommend that you make it clear that you're literally quoting what one of the congressmen said on the floor, and try to like censor those words to like your ability. Just because.
Wait, I thought you did make that clear.
They're just.
I tried to afterwards, but for anybody listening, I was using the words that Senator Cohen used, not any words that I would use. So I apologize to that. But yeah, I did try to qualify that this was the terms they used in the 19th century, but they are literally the words that he used in the debates. So I apologize if I didn't make that
Law,
clear.
real quick question to you. What, I may be incorrect on this one. All right. What was Bingham's follow-up on the 14th Amendment? I swear he's said something about it before. Attaining to birthright citizenship.
I don't recall that specifically. I would have to look into that. But I mean, it was Cohen was pretty much on an island there. You had Senator Turnbull, Senator Johnson, all reaffirming that. Yeah. And to get
Dean's
a little bit more to get a little bit more law nerdy about this, all of this comes rooted in the Old English concept of jus soli, Jussoli, which basically was the English principle that anybody born on the king's land was a subject of the king, unless they were, a foreign diplomat who was here. And so we carried that over into the American tradition. But to go back to Wong Kim Ark real quick, the only prerequisites that were there were that you were domiciled and not in any diplomatic capacity. They said that if you're a child of an immigrant who is domiciled here, which doesn't mean citizenship, green card, residency. It just means that you like physically live here, and you're a child of them, and they aren't diplomats, that you're entitled to citizenship.
Oh, one other category that you're missing in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case. They also said another excluded third category would be like members of like foreign militant invading forces.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, if there's like a military occupation,
that's the not allowed side. So.
That's kind of that's an extension of you're still owing allegiance to a foreign power because you're there attempting to extend that foreign power's interests.
So
what
Bingham,
the hell's going on with the chat?
Can I read this? I don't know. Your followers go absolutely apeshit sometimes. But
no. 1 second. Like there's not too many people commenting, so then I typed a message inside of the chat and I said, Lamau, why is no one in chat? And then it like didn't send. I feel like there's some very serious like censors on like what can or can't be said. Also, calm the fuck down. Don't be attacking my followers, okay? Like you're the one that's making the absurdly.
They come in and say some stuff in my DMs.
You can't go from saying that they go ape shit to saying that they're also chill, dude. Just be quiet.
I'm just saying.
We understand that you're getting pressed. We understand that you're getting absolutely pressed, bro. We understand that you're getting so totally pressed. I think it'd be very beneficial for you to calm down. I think it'd be very beneficial for you just to take a breath.
Bingham, you know who Bingham is, right?
He was a representative, right?
John A. Bingham?
Yeah, so I was talking about the Senate debates, but he's a representative?
No, he's the primary author of the 14th Amendment, sir.
For the House, not the Senate.
Yes. He's the primary author of the 14th Amendment, and he was a congressman from Ohio.
All right.
Okay, so the primary author of the 14th Amendment, first off, do you want me to skip to the good part, or do you want me to say the whole thing?
Sure, go for it.
Which one?
Hey, skip. I mean, whatever you want. I don't care.
Listen. I'm just gonna hop in here for a second. None of this actually cares. None of this actually matters.
Because Dean knows exactly what's about to.
No. I'll just
you guys are wrong.
None of this conversation.
We could have moved on.
Oh my God. 1 second, Josh. None of this matters. I'll tell you why. It's because SCOTUS has ruled that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Dean knows exactly what I'm about to say.
1 second. Why are you not listening to what I'm saying? SCOTUS has ruled that undocumented immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. You agreed to this.
Yeah, and
you agreed to this.
We agreed to this.
Yeah. So therefore, undocumented immigrants, and well, more so, their children born on American soil, have a legitimate claim to birthright citizenship.
Let me read it.
Nothing that you could read will change that fact unless it's a SCOTUS ruling redacting prior veto in U.S. versus Womkamar.
Let me read what the writer of this constitutional amendment said. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna try to create a shitty. You're gonna try to create a shitty original argument. Whatever.
Dean knows.
Yeah, waste my time, Josh. Waste my time.
I'm sorry. He says, I find no fault with the introductory clause, which is simply declaratory of what is written in the Constitution, that every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty is, in the language of our Constitution itself, a natural-born citizen. But, sir, I may be allowed to say further that I deny that the Congress of the United States ever had the power or color of the power to say that any man born within the jurisdiction of the United States not owing a foreign allegiance is not and shall not be a citizen of the United States. That is the primary author of the 14th Amendment stating that if somebody is owing an allegiance to another country, that their children that come over here are not legal citizens.
Yes, and that statement is what led to SCOTUS interpreting that if you are a member of a foreign militant invading force in this country, then you will not have birthright citizenship.
Plier veto, you're right. Let's move on to Eugene Carroll.
That wasn't Plier veto. That was U.S. versus Womkamar. Okay, I said, waste our time.
This was the writer. This was the writer of it.
I know.
Sorry.
That's what I'm talking about. Just gotta give me a moment.
Cool.
And because, the person that sponsored the 14th Amendment in the House said that you can't be eligible for birthright citizenship if the parents owe allegiance to a foreign country, that is exactly why, less than 40 years later, the Supreme Court, in an 8-0 decision, ruled in the U.S. versus Womkamar case that if your parents are literally members of foreign militant invading forces that owe that foreign allegiance, that you are not a birthright citizen. However, they explicitly clarified that this does not apply to immigrants, most specifically undocumented immigrants.
And just to clarify this too, Senator Turnbull responded to this allegiance clarification because allegiance means that you are...
Who? Senator Turnbull?
Senator Turnbull, yeah. So this was back when it was in the Senate debates. He was the chair of the judiciary, and during the debates, they asked, and he talked about that it only applied to political allegiance. So that I'd have to find the exact quote, but it's basically saying that you are tied to complete jurisdiction when the government has the authority to prosecute you, to take legal actions against you. Owing allegiance to another state was just an extension, another country is an extension of the diplomacy, because if you're owing allegiance to them, you're acting on their behalf.
Right.
So I don't think if somebody's living here, if they've migrated here, there's no indication that they owe any allegiance back to their home country.
No indication that they owe allegiance to us.
But that's not the threshold. It doesn't say.
But if we're going to work off of, if we're going to work off of that, we can't. That's
Josh,
a bad argument.
You're being disingenuous. That is a good argument that he just made. You made the claim that in order to qualify for birthright citizenship, you must not owe allegiance to any other country. Law of the Order responded to that claim by pointing out that they're specifically talking about political allegiance, where there'd be because, dude, I have to talk to you like a fucking robot in order for you to get anything. Like, dude, I've literally repeated this like a billion times, and I think that your small fucking pea brain.
We'll move on. Move on.
Can we I'm going to finish my sentence.
Okay, finish it.
You just said that Law of the Wild had a bad argument when he pointed out that you are wrong in stating, that undocumented immigrants have an allegiance to the country in which they come from, because he clarified that the other senators responded to this allegiance argument by pointing out that it is specifically and only political allegiance, meaning that they would be acting on behalf of that country like members of their military invading our country, not immigration. Thank you. And that is exactly why in the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case, they ruled that even though his parents were Chinese immigrants and still Chinese citizens, dual citizens, okay, well, actually, they didn't possess citizenship. It was like a type of permanent residency. I digress. That Wong Kim Ark still yet had a birthright citizenship, and the only people that wouldn't have a claim to birthright citizenship under this allegiance argument would be members of foreign military forces from other countries.
Or diplomats.
Yeah. Yeah, we've already been there.
Okay, but then you made another claim after we went there, saying that
I didn't make
you
a
have to own
claim.
this type of
I
allegiance.
made a statement.
Well, can you concede that the statement was false when you said that they have to, quote unquote, owe allegiance to a
I'm
country?
not going to say
or
that
they, quote, unquote,
statement
have
from
allegiance
the
to other
father of the
countries?
14th Amendment is false. That is not false. So you
No,
can't
it
tell
was
me
your
to say
interpretation.
something that somebody
It
said
was
is
your
false.
interpretation
Okay?
of a statement that
The
was false.
father, it's not my interpretation. I read it out loud.
Yes, your interpretation
I
of
didn't
the
even
statement.
put an opinion on that.
Listen, your interpretation of the statement was that undocumented immigrants have an allegiance to the country that they came from. And we clarified that that's wrong.
Okay,
Legally, that's
that
wrong.
is my opinion, yes.
Okay, but
Now, how
legally,
is
that
that
opinion
wrong?
is wrong. Okay, because of the other senators.
I don't think you can put a
response
legal
to the father-
opinion on somebody else's opinion.
Yes, no, legally, your opinion is incorrect because of.
But you
US
don't
versus-
know what the illegal alien's thinking.
Oh my God! Legally, undocumented immigrants do not have this type of allegiance to the country in which they came from, or else, okay, the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case would have accounted for that, or else the Playa Vido case would have accounted for that, or else, okay, we wouldn't have heard that response from Senator.
I mean, yeah,
Toronto
there's only two
that
cases, so
specified
that's about
that
it.
That kind of allegiance, okay, is only political allegiance where they'd have influence over you.
Oh, okay, Dean. I was just saying, let me state this.
Can you concede that your interpretation of the statement was legally wrong?
Don't you remember I conceded?
But can you
Do you
concede
remember
that
that? We
your
can play it back.
interpretation of a statement?
Play it back.
You said this after you conceded. This was a follow-up statement, Josh. You are so lost. So many tracking errors. But can you concede that your interpretation, okay, of that guy's opinion is legally not true?
It's SCOTUS ruling legally not true. Sure, go.
Good boy. All right. Well, there's a summation of the conversation with Josh. I think that we're done with him. Law of the Wild. Appreciate you so much for coming up and clarifying on that, man. I feel like the conversation of the 14th Amendment is one that I like to have until it just gets beat to shit by people like him, man. It's like, it's just so clear that MAGA's opinion on the subject matter is incorrect with just the smallest amount of information surrounding where the 14th Amendment comes from and the case law on the subject matter. And they just want to like beat it to shit, dude.
What really fascinated me, I caught his argument yesterday. I don't know if it was clipped or if I watched it live, but he was talking about, well, you know, we have new modern problems now that, you know, that didn't exist then. And I was hoping to get from him, does he think that that same logic applies to the Second Amendment? Because I doubt that same logic would apply, that we get to reinterpret what Supreme Court decisions and what constitutional amendments mean based off of new modern problems. I'm very curious if they would hold that same energy. But thanks for having me up. I will be listening.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day, man. Or even like the First Amendment, right? Like when they drafted the First Amendment, they'd like speaking to people in person and then like pin on parchment. So I guess like there's no free speech unless you're speaking to somebody in person or pin on parchment. Welcome in, Hammy. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, then banned. In accordance with his argument, you can be legally prosecuted if you say something on Facebook because you don't have free speech on Facebook. You could be thrown in jail for saying that you don't like Trump as long as you say that you don't like Trump on Facebook because the First Amendment does not apply because they were not accounting for Facebook when passing the First Amendment of the American Constitution. What's up? Do you support Trump?
What happened?
Sorry, like a billion kids, man. I'm gonna go down to say that you got other things to focus on. Folks, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really like to keep it to Trump supporters and Trump supporters only. Thank you all so much for respecting and upholding my rules here. We're just here to have some debates. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Unique lady, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Follow our rules, or you're going to get banned. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. This person's not even loaded in yet. I'm automatically kicking them because I'm looking at their profile picture and they're like 13. Moving on to the next guest. Right now we have Tim loading up into the box. Follow the rules. They're in the middle of the phone screen right now. Never mind. right now. There we go. Take a good look. Take a good look. By the way, there's like nearly 17,000 people in here, but no one is in the chat. Literally no one's in the chat. Like, what's going on, y'all? What's up, Buck? What's going on, S? I think that there's some like very like strict and clear like things that I need to fix on the back end with the moderation rules for the comments, because there's like so many block keywords that I have that's like likely like preventing like a lot of messages from going through. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jessica's also not here. Okay. Holy fuck, we're trying so hard to find somebody to come up here and debate me. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I think I'm 34.
Okay, sounds good, man. I trust you. Give me just one moment here to thank a couple people. Abby, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Abby down below. I'd also like to thank Adrian. Thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Says, I watch daily and love your stream. Keep doing what you're doing for Maddie B. Maddie, thank you so much for the kind words and the $15 donation. Show some love to Maddie down below. Alexa, thank you for the $10. Who says, I really like how you say pink. Every time you say it, it makes me smile and laugh. Am I saying pink wrong? I don't know. Thank you for the $10. I'd also then like to thank Mandy. Oh my God. Mandy, thank you so much for the $75 donation over on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for your love. I want to see 750 massive W's for Mandy down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for supporting me. Same thing with you, Ali. Thank you so much for the baby dragon over on TikTok. Mandy with the $75 donation on Venmo says, Dean, my God, I can't with MAGA. They literally do not give two shits about their president and the fact that he's a rapist. They do not care. It's disturbing. As always, thank you for trying to educate the uneducated. Yeah, man. The point of these live streams is to try to make them give a shit, but we often fail in achieving that goal. I'd also like to thank Christopher. Thank you so much for the $14 donation over on PayPal. He says, great work dismantling that clown's dumb 14th Amendment argument. Oh my God, it is too easy, honestly. I love talking about the 14th Amendment. Thank you so much for the $14. Same thing to you, Harold. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Harold and Christopher. Thomas, thank you for the $5. And then Lucas, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, and I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate y'all for the love. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the pin message over on that YT stream. Link in the bio on my TikTok account, and the handle's right there at the top of the phone screen. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Tyrannical Authoritarian Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, I've been listening for a little bit. I just want to go back to the 14th Amendment thing. I just have one comment on it, okay? And I think it's, we'll see what you think, I guess, right? I kind of wish the lawyer was still on here. That'd be cool.
Don't worry. I actually, it seems that my wealth of knowledge on the 14th Amendment isn't as high as his, but it's
no, yours
it's
is
up
good.
there. So I got you covered.
Explains it in a
worry.
more lawyerly way, though, which, he's a lawyer. You're not. That's cool. But
Don't
my
worry,
question
I
is,
gotcha.
the way the 14th Amendment is worded when it says that, when it's talking about people being domiciled here, does that include people that, let's say, take a vacation here and pop a baby out and now that baby's a citizen?
Okay, so first and foremost,
I think the wording matters, right?
So there's no being domiciled here. It's not a part of the 14th Amendment. That was only a part of the debate on the floor of Congress during the ratification of the 14th Amendment. So legally speaking,
part of the wording. That could be my problem.
Yeah, no, he was very confused. That last guy was saying things that were just out of line and whack. But no, in accordance with the 14th Amendment, you just need to be born here and be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And when we attempt to articulate what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, sure, we might look at the congressional debate records, but in all reality, because we have two SCOTUS cases on the matter that are either directly related or indirectly related, I just kind of look at what SCOTUS says. SCOTUS just says that being subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America means being within the jurisdiction of the United States of America. And something else I'd like to point out here is that, yes, if like you are traveling here as a tourist, you are temporarily domiciled here. But what's the argument? Why do you support Trump?
Oh, that was really all I came here to say. So.
No, but so you didn't come up here to debate me? Why do you think that Trump supporters don't want to debate me?
Why do I think what?
Trump supporters don't want to debate me?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think a lot of them, like myself, probably voted for Trump. And at this point, there's no leg to stand on.
True. All right. Well, have a good one. Welcome in. What's going on? Gavin, do you support Trump?
Well, no, I don't, but I was just kind of watching your stream.
I appreciate you for coming up, Gavin. Right now, we are just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to support Trump. Make sure that you're following the rules of the live, y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. What is going on, Tim? Do you support Trump?
Thank you, Dean. It is such a distinguished honor and privilege.
6 out of 10. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. We have James Johnson loading up, but it doesn't look like he connected. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Please follow our rules. I'd really appreciate it if you do your very, very best. We are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. I want to clarify that. We are only looking to talk to MAGA everyone. Cinda, this came through 4 minutes ago over on Venmo. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you. Cinda, thank you so much for that $25 donation. Who says here, thanks for being here and sharing your knowledge with us. Well, thank you so much for that love, Cinda. I want to see 250 Cinda W's down below in that comment section. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us in the stream for the day. I hope that you're taking something positive away. And then AJ, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Who says, yo, Dean, by the way, I'm just literally reading off AJ's donation here. AJ with the $5 says, quote unquote, yo, Dean, it took my black ass about 6 months to convince my white ma that Trump is racist. She still supports him, and I was wondering if you could somehow try to change her mind. Yes, dude, please hop inside of that queue when you happen to be with your mom. I would love to debate your mom. Let's see if we can help change her mind. Just let me know. Let me know. I'll happily debate her. Welcome into Sport Trump. Edits, you have 5 seconds to respond.
Yes.
Gay. You're like 3 years old. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's try to get the next guest loaded up in here. Holy fucking cow, bro. Unreal. Unreal. Guys, just looking for Trump supporters. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. We got Jeffrey Flock loaded up into the queue. Hello. Hello.
Yo,
Welcome to
what's
Trump.
going on, Dean? Yeah, I do. Yeah.
How old are you?
19, brother.
What year were you born in?
2006, March the 3rd.
Okay. And why do you happen to support the worst president of your life?
I mean, many reasons. First of all, since he has became president, crime rate has gone down massively. Because of his installation of ICE, getting all the illegals out of here. They caused a lot of problems, man. You know it and I know it. All right. What else do I support about Trump? Oh, yeah, he's got these tariffs going on, making us a lot of money, making other countries pay. Okay, they deserve to pay, bro.
Yeah,
you realize China was literally making everything for us, bro. We were literally almost it was so bad, man. It was so bad. He's brought life back to the country. He's his own man. He doesn't have people in his ear like Biden did or Obama did. He's got better healthcare systems from Obama. Obamacare was the biggest disaster I've seen since my existence of being alive. And what else? I mean, yeah, that's really that on first topics. But yeah, what you got to say about all that?
I mean, you were wrong with everything you said. The first thing that you said is that he's significantly reduced crime rates and mass deportation has had a massive effect on the reduction of crime rates. So first and foremost, yeah, crime rates have gone down. For instance, violent crime, specifically murder, is down 20% compared to 2024. However, when we also consider the fact that murder was down 15.6% from 2023 until 24, and then 10% from 22 until 23, we could recognize that this is actually just the continuation of a trend. Nothing new that we've just seen.
Yeah, you can say it's a continuation, but you can't go against the numbers,
you said that deportation is going to have some type of positive effect on crime rates. That's actually not true. So mass deportation has
it is
a
true.
negative
You gotta look
effect
it up.
on crime rates because undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes. So when you remove a populace of people from the country who are less likely to commit crimes, you would in fact have an upward pressure on crime rates. This is, of course, not discounting the fact that we've seen crime rates go down and the furtherance and continuation of a trend set forth under the Biden-Harris administration. The second claim you made
can say
is
that, but
China
you
just makes
haven't-
everything for us and that you really do support Trump's tariffs. Well, that's actually not true. China's only our third largest importer. On top of China, we also see Mexico and Canada And you just saying that we need more money from these other countries and we need to impose tariffs on them now. That's not an economic argument. That's an argument rooted within your feelings. But just to make it clear for the record, I don't really care about your feelings. I'm going to want some type of economic position to justify the imposition of these tariffs. Okay, not just they need to pay. And then the third argument that you brought up is that he has a better healthcare
so
system
you're
than
saying
Obama.
that
He
we
actually
should make
doesn't
no money.
have a healthcare system. He has not.
Wait, hold on,
implemented-
Dean.
Okay.
Dean. So you're saying we should make no money from other countries?
I'm saying that I don't really think that tariffs are a good thing in all instances.
I mean,
I don't know how you got there.
I guess you can say that. But let's be honest, they've helped us out.
I don't think that you could say they've helped us out. In fact, I think that we've seen really negative economic outcomes since the imposition of the tariffs.
I mean,
for
there's
instance,
been
one thing that I look
There's
at
been negatives,
would be
but there's
like
been more
manufacturing
positives.
jobs in the reduction of manufacturing jobs. So before July of 2024, we either had massive increases in manufacturing jobs or just kind of like stagnation. But immediately after the imposition of his tariffs in July of 24, we have ever since then seen monthly reductions in the amount of manufacturing jobs that are being offered. And overall, last year in 2025, we actually saw the most manufacturing bankruptcies since the peak of the Great Recession in 2009.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying we're seeing bankruptcies?
Now, a lot of manufacturing bankruptcies and less manufacturing jobs, and this only started the month he imposed the tariffs.
Yeah, that's going to happen when you got the left being so violent.
What?
Can you stand by this? The left is very violent and deadly individuals.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the only adjudicated rapist holding a public office right now would be the president that you support. So I'd pipe down if I were you. But second of all,
I mean,
I
listen,
gotta feel
Trump
like
was not in the Epstein flight log.
well, he is in the Epstein files. In fact, yesterday.
But he's not in the flight log. He's not in it.
He actually is in the flight logs 8 times.
He's not in the
1996
flight
and
logs.
1998. Yes,
Where are you getting this? Where are you getting this?
From the flight logs? But I'll be transparent.
No, dude, he's not in the flight logs. I've looked at the flight logs.
So he is in the flight logs. He's just not in the flight logs going to the island. And honestly,
so how'd he get to the island?
So my position is that I don't really think he did go to the island.
Oh, so he's not a rapist. Excellent.
No, I don't think that's what that means. I think that the internet has oversimplified the reach of Epstein's child sex trafficking ring. Okay? Because we've heard this for years now. It all happened on the island. And if you went to the island, you're guilty. If you didn't go to the island, then you're not guilty. But I think this narrative kind of falls apart when you recognize that Mar-a-Lago is actually mentioned more times in the Epstein files than Epstein's island. And I mean, we have now 8 accusations against Trump that have been public, okay, from the 3 million Epstein files.
There's always going to be accusations.
Can I finish speaking?
You have accusations. I have accusations. Everyone has accusations, brother.
I do not have accusations.
I've heard many accusations that people say you used to be racist. I've heard many accusations
one second. We're talking about accusations of violent sex crimes. Okay?
But are you saying racism is not important? Are you saying racism is not important, brother?
I'm saying that racism is not a violent sex crime.
I think racism is pretty violent if you look back in the day.
But it's not a violent sex crime.
I mean, it can be. It can be. It can be. You know it and I know it. Racism can be a violent sex crime.
I'd say that racism can lead to violent sex crimes, but racism is not a violent sex crime.
I mean, but listen, you can't deny the accusations. We all have them. Everyone in the world has had accusations.
No, not everyone in the world has had accusations of violent sex crimes. Not true.
Well, I mean, but I mean, listen, you do realize sometimes people can be lying, and Trump has never been seen on the island. He was only seen with Epstein. He didn't know about Epstein. You can have friends and not know what they're doing behind the scenes.
He did know about Epstein, and he's actually been lying about that narrative that you just peddled for the last 11 years. So, he's always upheld the narrative that he was friends with Epstein in the 90s, but never knew what he was doing. Well, as a part of the most recent release of the Epstein files, We actually unearthed this report from the police saying that Trump called them after Epstein was arrested for trafficking a minor in 2006 and told them, "Thank God you got him. We've all known what he's been doing all along."
I mean, yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Trump, he has some, some left type activities sometimes, but that's all accusations. I mean,
Wait, that
let's
wasn't
be
an
honest.
accusation. That was like recorded from the police.
Yeah, but
department
listen,
in
listen.
Florida.
AI is a thing these days, brother.
But it was a release from the Department of Justice ran by the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Why would the Department of
but
Justice
listen,
ran by the Trump
police
administration
and the department
create
system can also
AI
have
documents, okay, in an attempt to defame Donald Trump?
Okay, I mean, yeah. I mean, I know you hate Trump so much, bro, but let's be honest.
We're saying
They-
that there'd be
y'all
no
tried to-
incentive for them to do so. Because not only would it be breaking the law, of course, but I guess they do have incentive to break the law. They've been doing
What,
it
you
quite a
trying to
bit.
say Biden didn't break the law?
But it would be in defamation of their president, like of Trump, who they love, who they're loyalists to. Like, they'd have no incentive to defame Trump.
Yeah, I mean, you used to be a Trump supporter as well, didn't you?
Yeah, when I was 14 and had the same mental acuity as you at 19.
I mean, so what made you change? Your girlfriend?
Okay, I could talk to you about what made me change my mind after you address, like, literally even like one of my counter arguments. So just to clarify, to catch you up to speed.
I did.
You've made the argument that mass deportation reduces crime rates. You've made the argument that Trump has reduced crime rates. You've made the argument that China was making everything for us. You made the argument that tariffs are good. You made the argument that Trump has a better healthcare system than Obama. You made the argument that because we don't have evidence that he ever went to the island, therefore he never engaged in a sex crime. And you've made the argument that everyone has these serious allegations of these violent sexual crimes. I've responded to all 8 of these positions, and you have not responded to one of my counter refutations. What happens every single time that I'm able to debunk you and I'm able to prove you wrong? You just create and literally, like, on the spot, generate a new claim, pivoting away from the other ones. You know, like, for instance, I just listed off
you can
8
say
of the different claims that you've made insofar as why you support Trump or claims against me. But remember, we only started with 3, and we somehow got from 3 claims to 8 claims because you just spawned in 5 new claims right after I debunked your first 3. You didn't actually address my counter responses. So I'll ask you to do that at this point in time.
I mean, yeah. Listen, listen, brother.
No, I mean,
I mean-
I'm listening.
Yeah, listen,
Yeah.
I literally have been pivoting because you won't answer my first question.
Nah.
I mean, yeah, you literally have
nah.
been doing that the entire time. You've been
I
doing
mean,
that
nah.
the
What have I?
entire time.
I mean, nah. What question
you
did
didn't
you ask me
answer
that I
it.
didn't
You didn't
respond
answer it.
to?
You didn't answer it. You
I mean,
didn't
nah.
answer it.
Nah. What question did you ask me that I didn't respond to?
You have yet to show me. I said that Trump is not on the Epstein flight log, and you said he is.
Oh,
and you
I mean,
had showed
yeah,
no
he
proof of
is
that.
on the Epstein flight logs. I mean, yeah.
No,
we
I have
actually,
looked at it. I have looked at it, brother.
Well,
I
I
have
mean-
looked at it with my eyes. It is
I mean,
on the
nah.
news.
Can you stop interrupting me?
I mean, listen, I'm not trying to interrupt you, man. I'm just trying to get my point
yeah,
across.
you are trying to interrupt me, or else you probably
Oh
want to
my
do it.
God, bro. Listen, brother.
Oh my! I mean,
know
nah. I want you to listen to me, which would require you allowing me to speak instead of interrupting me when I'm about to
I mean, yeah,
prove
bro.
you wrong.
Just do it. Just do it, man. Just speak then.
Okay. Thank you. Donald Trump was on the flight logs. He was recorded on the flight logs 8 times in between 1984 and 1987. And yeah, that's a fact. This fact comes from one of the documents released with the second batch of Epstein files from the DOJ around a month and a half ago, where there's actually U.S. district attorneys talking about it.
I mean, yeah, you can say that, but that is an article that was not published on the news like the one I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was actually published about on the news. Yeah.
Wait, that was published on the news?
Yeah.
What news? What news?
Well, I know I published it. That video has like 10 million views on my account.
You
Let's see if there's
published
any.
it? Where
Let's
did
see if
you
there's-
publish it at?
It was a TikTok video. It has like 10 million views right now. I posted it when it came out. I'm sure that the major publications.
You
also picked it
posted
up.
Trump on the fly log?
Yeah, I actually did. Yeah.
What? Play the video. Play the video, dude. There's no way. There's no way.
It's probably a good thing for me to do. It's actually a really easy way to prove it. I just go to my account. Good call out. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Yeah.
If that is true, where did you get that
Epstein
from?
files are continuing from the Epstein files. And here are the 5 main findings involving Donald Trump so far. Firstly, we received a letter that Epstein sent days before he died to Larry Nassar. This letter, the test was current 15 years old. The third takeaway is an email sent by an assistant U.S. attorney describing that Donald Trump flew on Epstein's private jet much more than previously known, totaling 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. On 4 of those flights, Ghislaine Maxwell... 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. And I mean, yeah, if we actually just pause it and read this email, it says, for your situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously reported, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. In particular, he's listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights in between 1993 and 1996, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present.
I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, yeah, he was on the flight logs, but I mean, you know, that's not. I mean, that's really not that bad. I mean, just flew with him.
Dude, you're literally saying that he wasn't on the flight logs, and that's why you know he didn't do anything bad. But now I've proven to you that he was on the flight logs, so now you're saying, well, even though he's on the flight logs, he still didn't do anything bad.
Okay, so you're telling me that Trump's a bad guy because he rode on a jet with Epstein? Come on now.
Well, I would definitely say that there's a connection between being a really bad guy and flying on Jeffrey Epstein's jet a whole lot. So, yeah.
But do you think he knew that Epstein was a bad guy?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what Trump said in 2006.
Yeah, he said it, but that wasn't when he was on the plane.
Well, yeah, he was on the plane 10 years prior.
Yeah, so
he figured out somewhere in between 1996 and 2006.
He had no clue.
Yeah.
He had no clue. He had no clue.
Can I tell you some crazy shit?
What?
So 2 months ago, the DOJ released this document compiled by the FBI. It was a slideshow that was 21 pages long, formally categorizing and organizing the accusations made against a bunch of different public figures. Of course, one of those figures included Trump. And that slideshow included this allegation from this anonymous woman that we don't know. Her name was redacted, saying that Donald Trump forced her to suck his male member, and then when she bit it, she was then kicked and beat by him after being introduced to Trump by Epstein. And it actually came out yesterday that this same woman sat down with the FBI in 2019 for an interview, accused Epstein of trafficking her and raping her. The government then deemed her as a credible accuser, and then she went on to sue Jeffrey Epstein's estate in 2021 and won a settlement of millions of dollars. So, in other words, this woman, who the government labels as a credible accuser, who we know was taken advantage of by Epstein, also said she was taken advantage of by Trump after being introduced to Trump by Epstein.
I mean, yeah, but listen, I mean, that's probably, that could be true. That could be true. I mean, she probably could have got, abused by Trump. But, I mean, if Trump really did do that, I feel like he would have got, under more heat. Why did she wait so long to come out with this? If she would have came out with this at the start, it would have been a little bit easier for me to jump on board. But I don't know if I'm going to jump to conclusions on Trump yet because she waited so long. She waited till Trump got to president and all this. Where was this when it happened? Why was she so silent when this was going on?
Are you trying to victim blame? Whoa.
I'm just saying it's a little bit suspicious.
Are you trying to victim blame a survivor of Epstein's?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about Epstein. I'm talking about the Trump situation, brother.
Wait, 1 second. First and foremost, okay, the reason why a lot of these survivors gave their testimony to the FBI in 2019 is because that's when the FBI really ramped up their investigation of Epstein because, he was then later arrested in 2019. And she actually never came out about it. These are things that she told in confidence privately to the FBI that we now
So the
only
FBI
know
leaked it.
because Congress passed a law forcing them to release the files. And keep in mind here, we keep on calling her she. We're not addressing her by her name because we don't know her name because it never came out.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but listen, how are we supposed to do anything about it if we don't know her and it was publicly leaked under a private conversation?
Because no, it wasn't publicly leaked of a private conversation. Okay, the Congress forced the DOJ to release all files relevant to Jeffrey Epstein, with explicit redactions to be made to conceal the identities of victims and survivors.
Oh, so you're saying Congress is the one that forced this to be public knowledge?
The only reason why we even know this is because Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Yeah.
Congress is cracking down on Epstein, but that doesn't mean that Trump is what you say he is.
Well, I mean, I'd actually argue that because he was accused by a credible accuser that won a settlement of millions of dollars because Epstein did the same thing to her, that he actually is, and I believe her. Especially when we consider the character priors of Trump's. One moment, bud. Especially when we consider the character priors of Trump's, like having a court determine that he raped a woman in 2023, saying that he, and admitting to the fact that he sexually exploited naked women and girls in a 2005 interview, calling his own daughter a hot piece of ass, okay, hitting on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, sending Jeffrey Epstein that letter depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," on top of like about a billion other things. Like I feel like we just have so much corroborating evidence from his character and the statements that he's made and in the findings of courts. Now that we have this credible accuser of Epstein's that won a settlement and a lawsuit against him for hurting her, okay, that in private, in confidence, told the FBI that Trump did something very similar, that it is like infinitely likely to be true.
Yeah, but listen, Epstein files are not proof of actions. It's just a bunch of words.
Okay, like I just feel like this isn't even a serious debate and I'm not talking to a real person because you're not legitimately responding to the argument. Hold on. You're not legitimately responding to the argument that I'm purporting, right? Instead of like responding to the argument surrounding his character priors, indicating a higher likelihood of this being true. Instead of responding to the fact that we know that this is a credible accuser because that's what the government said and she won a settlement against Epstein, considering the fact that because we don't know her name, because she never like went against Trump in a civil court, this increases the likelihood of it being true because we can't identify any clear like motive or reason why she'd lie, like wanting fame, publicity, money, so on and so forth. And the only reason why we know this isn't even because the FBI released it, but rather because Congress forced it to be released with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, that it's very likely to be true, right? Like you were just like, I feel like you're rage baiting me. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this isn't like a real debate. I feel like you're like probably a troll or just like really stupid.
And also, there's another thing that you're forgetting. You're bringing up 1993, 1995. That was a different time. People can change, brother.
You're so fucking gross.
Like you said, you were 14.
You're
you were lost.
Like so fucking
you
gross.
were lost. You were lost.
This is just like such a gross.
No. I'm just saying you were lost. Remember 14 Dean?
Yeah. So let me make this clear.
Dean?
The comparison that you're trying to draw right now is from I was 14 and I called my white friend the N-word because he sent me a Fortnite edit, and then I responded by saying the edit is hella goated my N-word. Okay, and then me. I don't know, growing up and learning the fact, right, that we have these racist systems within society, right, that justify the notion that white people shouldn't be using racial slurs like the N-word under any context, and then doing these live streams in an attempt to change the minds of others while also holding myself accountable to like grown men raping children.
Yeah, I know.
Right, and then you're also saying there was just a different time back then. You know, like all men in the 90s raped children, and child rape was just really cool and completely fine back then. Like, I think that you should just like lose your rights. if that makes any sense. Like, the moment people start speaking down on something just like so fucking insidious, trying to permiss something so fucking insidious is insane. Like, why are we trying to downplay the wrongness of what is likely the worst thing a human can do? Like, I legitimately think that child rape is among, if not the worst thing that a human can do, bro. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? American Heroes not here. Guys, only up inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. I'd really appreciate it if y'all could do your very best to follow the rules of the live stream, please. The rules of the live stream are clear. We're very specifically and only looking to talk to Trump supporters in an attempt to change their minds. Please mind those rules. Rebecca, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, I just have a couple minutes. So I
Do you
just
support
want
Trump?
to touch. I just have a quick question.
Rebecca, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm sorry, I'm not, but I do have things to.
Well, Rebecca, I really appreciate you so much for going up. If you have questions or want to have discourse on relevant matters, I'd highly implore you to join my Discord. Join code is Dean. Bunch of great people to talk to in there. But for the moment, being on live, we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters and only Trump supporters. And I'd really appreciate it if you'd follow those rules. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We were leaving, I see one beside the truck parked right next to us, but I didn't.
Christine's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Scott, a couple people to thank you. First and foremost, Luna. Thank you so much for the 12 euros over on Super Chat, calling that last guest a troll. Yeah, he could have been trolling, dude. And then 80 Waffles. Thank you so much for the 20 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, this guy's got to be a paid actor. Ain't no way. Dude, yeah, honestly, in retrospect, he was probably trolling. I appreciate you for the 20 Australian dollars. Same thing with you, Jaded Eagle. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo, just saying, yeah. Thank you so much for the $25, Jaded. I want to see 300 Jaded W's for the yeah. Thank you so much for the $25. Welcome in, Scott. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, and I just got caught lying again, bro.
Lying again! Quite frankly, lying again. I'm just such a big lying DNC shill, right, Scott?
Yeah. So you said you had a couple people to thank, and that you thanked 4 people, which is not a couple. A couple is 2.
So fucking true. Oh my god, bro. So true. And honestly, on top of that, I have more than 4 people to thank.
Sorry.
Can you disconnect your phone from any like Bluetooth device, please?
Yeah.
Good. Anina, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, saying, yeah, appreciate you so much. Nick, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for that love, Nick. Nick with the $30 says, yeah, thank you so much for the $30, Nick. Vanessa, thank you for the $20 who says, I mean, yeah, thank you so much for that love, Vanessa. Gene, thank you for the $10 who says, I mean, yeah, thank you so much for the $10, Gene. And then Kennedy, thank you so much for the $33 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Kennedy. I want to see 300 Kennedy W's. And I just read your message, and I absolutely agree with you. Thank you so much for the kindness, Kennedy. That is so incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Kennedy. Show some love to Jaded. Show some love to Nick, Vanessa, Jean, and Morgan. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. It looks like we're all caught up on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Thank you for the $10, Sarah, who says, I wish that you could debate my sister and her boyfriend. Dude, next time you're with them, get them on stream. I will debate them. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to Crystal. Thank you for the $25. Who says, been a loyal friend since 23. Being an American is embarrassing right now. Watching you use your abilities to educate others has been a source of cathartic relief. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $25, Crystal. That is so cool that you've been watching since 23. You've been watching for a very long time, my friend. And thank you so much for the $25. Same thing goes to you, Denisha. Thank you so much for the $50. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, Denisha. It is so good to see you again today. Denisha with the 50 says, do you think that it's a test to see how far the elite can go to test Americans, to see if there will be repercussions? I just don't think that enough people care about pushing testing these issues to propel forward actual prosecution. No, I don't think that they're testing anything because they already think they could get away with it. Appreciate you for the $50, Tanisha. That is seriously incredibly kind of you. Same thing from you. Ellie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying, I mean, yeah. Megan, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. And as of right now, we are all caught up with 2 more people on Super Chat to thank. Let's see here. I'm going to call you F. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal saying, yeah, keep it up, Dean. Well, I appreciate you so much for your kindness. I'll continue to keep it up. We do this 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, and honestly, I love it. Appreciate you so much for the $20, F. Same thing to you, Emerald Master. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, at Dabsy, shut your bitch ass up. Looks like someone's getting in trouble down below in that YouTube chat. Appreciate you for the 10. And Mr. Scott, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you still support this authoritarian piece of shit, total asshole, Mr. Trump is president.
Yeah. So before we get into that, I have a little advice for you, Dean. So with TikTok Studio, I've noticed that like when you've tried to bring up like images and stuff, you'll frequently bring up the wrong image. So what you could do is you could label the images on your little like sources bar as like one could be like say Liam Ramos, and the other could be like I don't know Renee Good, and then you can do that so you won't have to constantly randomly flip through images and kind of like scare your chat.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We just change our images out so frequently that I haven't done it yet. Now tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, I support Trump because he doesn't have an open border like Biden did. Oh shit, that's an electric. Sorry, continue. Anyways.
Okay, so would you argue that Trump has like closed the border in the last year?
Yeah, he
How
has.
so?
Yeah, so he's re-implemented Remain in Mexico policy. He has been deporting illegal immigrants at a much higher rate than Biden, sending a message that, if you come here illegally, you will be deported, and you will not be allowed to just claim asylum and then simply just fucking disappear from your court date, not do anything, just kind of fucking work here illegally.
Okay, so first and foremost, the first thing that you said was the Remain in Mexico policy. That's going to be a policy for legal immigrants, asylum seekers, not undocumented immigrants. So I don't understand why you'd argue that has closed the border from undocumented immigrants. And then the second thing that you brought up was just this deportations. Yeah, sure, deportations is immigration policy, but it's not border policy. That doesn't like materially change anything at the border. Outside of what you mentioned of like disincentivizing more undocumented entry. And I'd actually say that's one of the really big reasons why I don't support Trump, because he's violating the constitutional and human rights of undocumented immigrants and citizens and legal immigrants in this country, which is therefore scaring away and disincentivizing new undocumented entry. But I don't think that the means justify the end simply because of how abrasively immoral they are.
Yeah, okay. So you mentioned that that the asylum that the Remain in Mexico policy didn't affect illegal immigration. It actually did, right? So what we saw under Biden is that hundreds of thousands of these illegal immigrants would claim asylum, and they would come to this country and then simply not appear for their court dates. Like for example, in 2021, 600,000 people claimed asylum and then just disappeared into the country, never showed up for their court date. That's coming from DHS, by the way, under Biden, right? And then in 2022, it was around 250,000, right? And then in 2023, it was about 159,000. And what we see is that these people, they would claim asylum and then simply just not show up for their court date, disappear into the country, and become illegal immigrants, right? Because an asylum seeker that fails to appear for their scheduled immigration court hearing, typically what they will do, they'll face an automatically absentee removal or deportation order, making their continued presence in the United States unauthorized. So they would be illegal.
Okay, you didn't address the points that I made about why it's a bad thing for Donald Trump to be disincentivizing undocumented entry with the use of abuse of human rights and the Constitution, but I hope that you'll get to that next. In response to your previous statements about asylum seekers, the main reason why a lot of people don't show up to their court dates when they are an asylum seeker is because they don't know their court dates, which is exactly why the Dems push the CBP One app to give them a reminder of where and when their court dates are. But of course, the right has villainized the CBP One app, and I said that it's bullshit, that we shouldn't have it, even though it would materially reduce CBP One. Even though it would materially reduce the amount of asylum seekers that don't show up to their court dates. The second thing here that would really help more people show up to their court dates or disincentivize individuals is using that as a loophole for undocumented entry would be to reduce the time that the asylum process takes. So then instead of saying, oh, if you don't show up to your court date in a year from now, you'll be considered an undocumented immigrant. If you don't show up to your court date tomorrow, you'll be considered an undocumented immigrant, which is exactly what the Biden-Harris administration tried to do through the bipartisan border bill, was to hire more judges to run more courts along the southern border to expedite the legal system of asylum, okay, which would have therefore disincentivized more people from abusing the processes of asylum for undocumented entry into America. Now, at this point in time, I would really like to hear you address why it's a bad thing that Donald Trump has disincentivized more entry, because the means in which he has used to disincentivize that entry is literal human rights abuse, constitutional violations, authoritarianism, and bigoted, racist, xenophobic rhetoric.
Yeah, I'll address those perfectly, right? But I noticed there's so many people in your chat that continuously spam the guest follows minors, even when there's constantly no evidence that they do. And I think it's like a really good representation of the left, just calling anyone that they disagree with, oh, hi kitty. Anyways, anyone that they disagree with a pedophile, right? And it's just very, very common that I see in your chat. They'll just say that the guest follows minors when he's purporting an argument that like they disagree with. Anyways, I'll get to
the first thing I want to say there real quick is point number one. If there is any proof that this guy's following minors, please send it in a Discord ticket, folks. Point number two, if the guests aren't following minors, don't say that they are following minors in the chat. But point number three to you, I don't really think that's a response of you being on the right and them disagreeing with what you're saying. But that's rather the response of like one person saying it in chat and then like everybody else just believing them. Okay? Which is a big fucking issue, folks. Only spam that. Only spam that inside of the chat if the guest actually is following minors. Now, please go ahead and respond to the statements that I made.
Yeah, so the bipartisan border bill that you mentioned, right? Do you know how many illegal immigrants that would allow to travel across the southern border per day?
0.
Well, it was actually 5,000, right?
Wrong.
It allowed for 5,000 before the border would be shut down.
Yeah, before, right? You missed that. You missed that part. So the border bill allows 0 undocumented immigrants to travel into this country today. However, it gave the president a special authority to shut the whole border down if there was a rolling average of 3,500 to 5,000 daily entries of undocumented immigrants. And that is a step in the right direction because, by the way, still yet, because that bill failed, it doesn't matter if there's 5,000 undocumented immigrants coming into the country every day or 5 million. The president has no special authority to shut it down on their own. Now, A, you didn't address any of the claims that I made, and B, like I'm saying for the 4th time now, please do address the claims that I made surrounding the abrasive, immoral, and illegal and abusive means that the Trump administration has used to disincentivize undocumented entry, like violating the Constitution, violating human rights, violating the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants and citizens, and the use of like Hitler-esque rhetoric, saying that they're poisoning the blood of our country, identifying them as an enemy baselessly, saying that they're all coming from prisons, gangs, mental asylums, so on and so forth, and why that's such a bad thing.
Yeah, so about the Trump administration using like the quote unquote inhumane means to remove these people. If these people weren't here,
unconstitutional and illegal.
Okay, perfect, nice. So unconstitutional. I can totally disagree with any unconstitutional removal of an illegal or legal immigrant. I disagree with the violation of any legal or illegal immigrant's constitutional rights. And yet we have simply only seen, I believe, 3 or 4 cases of this happening where they have been deported, like, say, illegally or without any due process. And about, like, the quote-unquote inhumaneness of ICE, right? If you don't enter here illegally and if you don't mess with ICE when they're doing their job, you won't be harmed.
Are you serious? Is that, like, actually your response?
Yeah.
The cat's standing in the way of the fucking of the monitor, so I can't line it back up. There we go. Okay, so in response to your first point, you said that you disagree with things that are being done that are unconstitutional, but that it's only happened in a couple limited circumstances. So you're attempting to paint it as like the 1, 2, or 3 or 4 bad apples out of the bunch of ripe apples. However, that's just simply not true, because one, when there has been violations of the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants in singular circumstances, it is then defended by the Trump administration, which makes it a systemic issue. And then B, like, for the most part, the constitutional violations that I'm talking about aren't the individual circumstances of people having their constitutional rights violated by ICE agents negligently, but rather the system as a whole propping up unconstitutional policies. like when Donald Trump passed Executive Order number 14160 and tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil to then line them up for deportation. That is systemic lack of a regard for the Constitution and law. Or when DHS, oh my God, Kat, you're in the way, changed their policies to allow for ICE agents to arrest people without a judicial warrant under typical circumstances, that is systemically disregarding the Fifth Amendment. Or when ICE quietly changed their policies to allow for, barging in to people's houses with no judicial warrants, that is systemically in disregard of the Fifth Amendment. Or, when they're allowing their ICE agents to use one's race or one's accent that they speak English in as a signifier of being an undocumented immigrant, that is also systemically in disregard of the Fifth Amendment. And then in response to your second point, saying that, well, we wouldn't see these things happen if you just mind your business and stay away. First and foremost, that's false. Okay. Like all of the citizens who are born to parents that are undocumented immigrants, they're minding their business. They're staying away. Yet they're having their constitutional rights infringed upon by the Trump administration. All of the black and brown people that have been unjustly detained because of the color of their skin, including many cops from around this country, LEOs. Okay, they're minding their business. They're staying away. And yet they're having their rights violated on. And point number 3 here, even when you don't mind your business and you don't stay away, let's maybe just think of Alex Preddy here, lawfully recording the ICE agents while lawfully carrying his sidearm. Okay, he was killed, he was executed, he was murdered. And I just hate to hear this victim blaming rhetoric where you're saying that it was his fault that the officer engaged in the use of illegal excessive force and murdered him merely because he was practicing his constitutional rights by being in the area and recording them. No, obviously the burden of responsibility here is going to fall on the LEO for unlawfully murdering him.
All right, so yeah, your initial argument about one of the arguments that you've purported about ICE not needing a warrant, which violates Fifth Amendment, it actually doesn't, right? So generally, they don't need a judicial warrant signed by a judge to arrest an illegal immigrant, right? According to section, I may be wrong on this, 287 of the Immigration Nationality Act, maybe 289. I'm not 100% sure, but it allows them to actually arrest an illegal immigrant without a judicial warrant, so it would be constitutional. That's been upheld by several courts throughout the land.
Okay, so first and foremost, we've actually already had courts rule that they can't arrest people without judicial warrants. As it stands, that's the status quo. More specifically, a court that ruled this in Colorado less than a month ago because they attempted to arrest somebody here without a judicial warrant. And B, when you're looking at the Immigration Nationality Act, they're going to be describing exigent scenarios. Okay, in exigent scenarios, you can arrest people without warrants, given that they're fleeing. But what's being argued here is that they're arresting undocumented immigrants without a judicial warrant under typical scenarios.
Under typical scenarios, okay. I mean, could you give me a circumstance of them arresting one under typical scenarios and that being ruled as illegal by a judge?
Yes, this happened in Colorado in Mesa County a month ago. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, you could search up CPR News. ICE is violating court order against warrantless arrests in Colorado, lawyer says. The Denver Post, Colorado lawyers accuse ICE of violating court arrests. ACLU of Colorado, federal judge prohibits ICE from making warrantless arrests in Colorado.
All right, so I look up Mesa County, Mesa. Why the fuck is my T not working?
So what I typed into Google was Colorado ICE agent, ICE arrest with no judicial warrant. And then the forceful results kind of go over everything. On my screen, I see one here from CPR, Colorado Public Radio, ACLU of Colorado, then the Denver Post, which goes over Colorado accusing them of illegally arresting people because they have no warrant, and then a federal judge then making a ruling on the subject matter prohibiting them from doing so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Colorado Attorney General sued Mesa County. Okay, Colorado Sun, Colorado. All right. I mean, I could totally look more into those. I'm open to a discussion on that matter.
Well, I mean, I'll just read it off for you. So this was a class action lawsuit filed by the ACLU of Colorado against the Department of Homeland Security. Quote unquote, this class action lawsuit was filed in October of 2025 on behalf of 4 plaintiffs, including 19-year-old University of Utah student dreamer Caroline Diaz-G, 43-year-old father and lawful permanent resident Ramirez Ovando, and then 36-year-old asylum seeker JST, and then 32-year-old father and business owner GRR by the ACLU of Colorado, the Mayor Law Office, and the Olson Grimsley LLC. And this lawsuit alleges that ICE agents are arresting and detaining people without warrants to fulfill arbitrary arrest quota set by Trump administration officials, and that it is in violation of the Fourth Amendment. And in response to this lawsuit, a judge issued an order prohibiting ICE from making warrantless arrests in Colorado's unless the arresting officer has probable cause to believe that they're an undocumented immigrant and is likely to escape before a warrant can be obtained, which of course would fall under the exigent scenario of a fleeing person. And I've already restated that we're talking about typical scenarios such as these cases.
Okay. I mean, so what would be your solution to these problems that we're having with the deportations and ICE?
Yeah, to get fucking Trump out of office. He doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about what judges rule. He doesn't care about what judges order. He doesn't care about the Constitution. We've seen this trend continue. We've seen federal judges rule that he's removed people with no due process. He says, fucking hell, I don't care. We're not going to turn this planes around. We've seen ICE agents literally murder, people like Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, and Renee Good. He says, well, they're domestic terrorists. I don't care. We've seen this judge order that ICE has to have warrants to arrest people under typical circumstances. Once again, the response from him, Kristi Noem, and DHS says, I don't care. At this point, the only solution to stop this lawless practice is to literally get him out of office. That is the only way.
Yeah, so then what would be your solution in the long term for this border crisis that we've had the past 5 years?
Well, I think we're already really arbitrating this conversation out pretty far and muddying the waters, because we went from talking about why you support Trump and why I disagree with you to you asking me what you think the solution would be right now, in which I responded getting Trump out of office. I just want to kind of keep things within this container of you responding to the articulated counter responses I've given to your positions. I'd really appreciate that.
All right, yeah. I mean, so to the argument that you purported on the illegal deportation and detaining of these immigrants, right? I mean, I can totally again disagree with those things, and I can condemn those ICE officers that have done those deportations and detainals. Or I don't know how the fuck you say it. Anyways. And detaining the illegal immigrants illegally, right? But I don't think that would justify us totally stopping the deportations and stopping ICE as a whole, right? Just because
I would argue
a few
that
police officers have done something.
I would argue that it does if it reflects on ICE as a whole. If it's a couple bad apples, I get your position, but it's not just a couple bad apples, because ICE as a whole has defended these actions, as well as the Trump administration as a whole and the Department of Homeland Security as a whole has implemented illegal and unconstitutional provisions for their ICE agents to execute upon. And I brought this up earlier. I really like your response. Like Donald Trump trying to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to be deported, or like ICE setting forth memorandums that they could arrest people with no judicial warrants.
I mean, my response, I've given you my response that I disagree with anything that he's done that's unconstitutional and anything that ICE has done that's unconstitutional.
Which is exactly why we need to stop what's going on that is unconstitutional, because we disagree with it. But in order to stop what's going on that is unconstitutional, we have to stop the Trump administration as a whole, because it's not just that one bad apple. It is the administration as a whole that is engaging in these clearly unconstitutional actions that are passing down these clearly illegal orders. And I think that is the only thing we could do. If there's any other way, whatsoever, I'd say that we should do it right now, because although I don't want Trump to be president, I want the illegal bullshit to end as soon as possible. So if there's some way to end the illegal bullshit with him still being president, I would happily hop on board with that, then continue to advocate for him to be removed on top of that. But there's just simply not. They don't care about the courts. They don't care about the checks and balances. They don't care about the separations of power. They don't care about Congress. They don't care about SCOTUS. All that they care about is furthering the MAGA narrative, furthering the MAGA agenda, and they're willing to do anything that it takes to achieve that goal. And this is, by the way, exactly what we should expect from somebody like Trump. Okay? When he raped Eugene Carroll, he didn't care about the law saying it was wrong, or morality, saying that it was illegal, or morality saying it was wrong. He wanted to do it, so he did, in disregard of those aspects. Okay? When he wanted to sexually exploit women and girls at Miss Teen USA, he didn't care about the fact that it's morally wrong to barge into a woman or girl's dressing room to then look at the naked people inside. He did it anyway. okay, when releasing the Epstein files. He didn't care that it would be defying Congress to not release them all or to follow the law or breaking the law. Okay, he did it anyway. Like, Pam Bondi just said that there's another 3 million files that they could release, but they're not going to. That is clearly in violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Okay, same thing with the violations that we've seen from the Trump administration with their illegal redactions. They don't care that it's illegal. They're going to do it anyways. And that's exactly why you shouldn't support Trump. And I feel like that's a very compelling argument that you could get.
I mean, I can understand the argument, right? But the problem is that I believe if Trump didn't actually care about the courts and his administration didn't care about the courts, we would see simply the removal of all of these people, and they wouldn't be returned, right? They wouldn't apologize for any wrongdoing, like Kilmar Brigham Garcia. He wouldn't have been returned. None of these people would be returned that have been done. Like, nothing would be done legally if they didn't actually care about the courts or about the law, right?
Okay, well, I think what's being balanced here is not caring about the law while trying to maintain some level of public support and cohesion within the admin. And I feel like every single time that we could look at an incident of them abiding by a court ruling, it's because either if they didn't abide by that court ruling, there would be a division within the administration or a complete upset amongst the public. Think about Abrego Garcia. Okay, they actually said that he's never coming home, even after SCOTUS ruled that he had to come home. But then what followed that? Okay, every Democrat ever going to El Salvador, interviewing Abrego Garcia, and pretty much every fucking American that's politically involved, either on the left was talking about how bad and illegal this is, or on the right saying that they don't care either. Okay? But ultimately, if they never brought him home in accordance with that ruling months later, okay, it would have caused complete social uproar. They would have lost the support of all people, and there would have been very stark division within their administration. But then when we look at other situations where they're very clearly ignoring the law, yesterday having Pam Bondi say that we are done releasing the Epstein files, we don't care that the law compels us to release more, it's because they've already flooded the zone with that subject matter, and you just don't see this uproar from everybody on the left saying you can't do that, it's illegal, and you don't see this response from many people on the right saying, I don't care if Donald Trump breaks that law. In fact, we're now witnessing we don't see that response from the right saying, with everyone on the right talking about it too. I mean, there's just not enough people talking about it for them to be forced to abide by the law.
Well, I mean, I feel like that whole argument that you just gave is just kind of another support for the fact that he does care about the judges, right? If he didn't care about the judges, then what the judges thought, at least, right? The judges would rule these things as illegal. The citizens would go uproar, right? So the reason why he returned these people is because there would have been citizen uproar at the fact that the judges ruled this as illegal, and then the Trump administration would not have brought him back. So they do care about the rulings from the judges.
That's not even it. No, that's not even it. Because in circumstances where a judge has ruled something as illegal, but there hasn't been this massive uproar from the public, they haven't abided by the ruling. Okay? We could even just talk about strictly immigration. They deported 3 planes worth of Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador. Judge ruled that they did so without honoring those immigrants' Fifth Amendment right to due process. The judge ruled that they had to turn the planes around. But because there just simply wasn't a similar level of social uproar to what we saw to be true of Abrego Garcia, the Trump administration completely disregarded that court ruling, and those Venezuelan immigrants have yet to return to America.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
They have yet to return. Has the Trump administration specifically stated whether they will be returned, and has the Supreme Court made a ruling on it?
They've just completely ignored it, and the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on it because it's a case with precedent. They only really rule on unprecedented cases.
I hope Clarence Thomas gets that figured out. Anyways,
that's just kind of the function of SCOTUS, is to rule on cases with unclear precedent.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
was precedent that undocumented immigrants have Fifth Amendment rights from the ruling in 2021.
Yeah, and was there not a SCOTUS ruling on Abrego Garcia since he was deported illegally without due process, right? So
it was because they violated the withholding order. There was something inside of that case where there was unclear precedent. I don't know what it was, but there was.
Yeah,
because we just know that there had to be, because that's just the way that SCOTUS works. SCOTUS is very selective with their cases and only rules in situations where there's unclear precedent. I think that you, alongside many other Trump supporters, need to get this idea out of your head that the only court in America that can check the Trump administration is the Supreme Court. That's not true. Okay? All courts have jurisdiction over the Trump administration, given that the Trump administration is engaged in illegal behaviors.
Yeah, so one thing that's always kind of like gotten me a little confused about the Abrego Garcia case that we were just kind of talking about is that the SCOTUS has never actually produced the withholding order to El Salvador. They produced the one that was to Guatemala, but I don't believe that they've ever really produced the one that oh my god.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see why this is relevant.
Sorry, that was just like a little thought that I had. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So do you see how here it's just like clearly true that you shouldn't support Trump because of their lawlessness, their authoritarianism, because of their bullshit, their nonsense, okay? Their moral proclivities to violate human rights, defend the murder of citizens in the streets of this country. Like the biggest example, truly the biggest example in my mind of the Trump administration ignoring the law is the murder of Alex Preddy. Yes.
Oh,
I mean, you said it before I did. That's it. That's it. Unarmed man, on all four, in the middle of the road, shot in the back. Automatically labeled as a domestic terrorist by the Trump administration. Automatically labeled his murderers as good, strong agents acting in accordance with DHS policy. He was automatically labeled as a trained assassin there to do maximum damage. Okay, that situation on its own, even when we're not talking about, his attack on the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 22nd Amendment, his attack on federal law, Article 1, Article 2, separation of powers, Congress, states' rights, so on and so forth, proves that they do not care about the law.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally agree that the murder of Alex Preddy was absolutely unjustified, and I think that we should fire Kristi Noem and some of these other people in the Trump administration.
You want to know why she's not fired?
Because she hasn't been fired.
It's because Trump agrees with her. It's because Trump doesn't see an issue with the behavior. It's like, you understand that he selected her for that behavior. Like I've been saying this since before Donald Trump selected his cabinet for the second administration. One of the biggest things that limited Trump from doing what he wanted during his first admin was selecting a cabinet that had some respect for law and order. Okay? Right? And that led to Mike Pence abiding by the Constitution and refusing to install Trump for a second term in 2020. Okay, then that's when all the supporters started screaming, hang Mike Pence. So going into the second administration, he specifically selected a cabinet that has no respect for law and order, and they're just absolute loyalists to him. So whatever he says is what goes. This is why we see Kristi Noem saying fuck law and order. This is why we see Pam Bondi saying fuck law and order. This is why we see JD Vance saying fuck law and order. This is why we see Kash Patel saying fuck law and order. This is why we see Pete Hegseth saying fuck law and order. They all just go fuck law and order when law and order conflicts with what Trump wants. Okay? We've seen it from all of them.
Did Donald Trump not apologize for the actions of his administration in the wake of Alex Preddy, the fallout from Alex Preddy?
He's been inconsistent with his response to the murder of Alex Preddy because he's an inconsistent, mentally deteriorated, senile old man. Okay? One day he's like, Alex Preddy was a gunman. Ooh. And then JD Vance is reposting Stephen Miller calling him an assassin. Then the next day he's like, I mean, actually, it doesn't look too good. But then the next day he's like, well, actually, we need to stand by the ICE agents. And that's where we're at right now. Okay? Where we're at right now, his most recent comments on the subject matter is that we need to stand by the ICE agents. And by the way, has Trump ever apologized for anything? Like, he never apologized for raping E.G. Carroll, never apologized for J6. He actually just pardoned the people that try to kill cops. He never apologized for the sexual exploitation of women and girls. He never apologized for, his 34 felonies. He never apologized for not abiding by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. He never apologized for, refusing to abide by the court order to feed out food stamp benefits during the last 12 days of the government shutdown. He never apologizes for shit. Because that's just not a part of the flood the zone propaganda manipulation technique. Okay.
I mean, I think one of the reasons why he's not like very into apology is it's very difficult for like a man like of his age to say that he was wrong in something, right? No matter what it is. Like I'm sure that it took you a very long time to at least like reflect on what you did, even when you said the N-word as like a young boy, right? I'm sure it took you a little bit to reflect on that and realize that was terrible and that was wrong and that you should become a better person from that, right?
Oh, so you're saying that I have a greater ability to hold myself accountable than the President of the United States of America?
Yeah.
Which is exactly why you shouldn't support the President of the United States of America, considering the fact I'm a random 21-year-old white boy on a fucking TikTok, on a fucking phone app.
I mean, well, I don't think you're very random. I mean, you're like one of the largest political debaters, like I think in the world. I don't think you're.
One moment. Just because I have a large platform doesn't mean I'm a random fucking person. Okay, I'm a random fucking person. Spawned in Colorado. Grew up, went to school, started debates because I found them enjoyable.
Wait, you live in Colorado?
Yeah. So completely like,
Where?
like, dude, West Slope.
What? Westlow?
Yeah, Western Slope.
Seriously? You live in Grand Junction?
Yeah, why?
Yeah, same.
You're in Junction?
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Name one big gym in the area.
Gym? I have a
Yeah,
home gym, dude.
Okay. Name the university.
It's GCU, right?
You
Is it
don't.
to most people?
You don't live in Junction.
Yes, I do.
Then you would know the university.
I mean, I lived in West Virginia for like 5 years. I don't know the fucking university there.
Name one road in Grand Junction.
One road, right? I mean, let's see here. Fuck, the road I live on is Tepco Street.
One major road in Grand Junction. That should be easy.
Major road, Grand Junction Road.
Yeah, you lied about being in Grand Junction. That's weird.
Grand Junction, Tepco Street. Do you not know where Tepco Street is? Grand Junction.
There's no such thing as Grand Junction Road.
In Grand Junction, Colorado. You're telling me that I can hold on? I can look this up right now.
Yes. There's no thing as Grand Junction Road in Grand Junction, Colorado.
Yeah, there actually is. Here, give me a sec. Do I have a camera?
There's no major road in town called Grand Junction Road.
I have one. Look up Grand Junction Road, Colorado. There's a Grand Junction Road in Grand Junction, Colorado.
There's no major road in Grand Junction, Colorado called Grand Junction Road.
Dude, look it up right now.
I don't need to look it up because I live here.
I live here too.
Okay, if you live here, what's Mount Garfield?
Everyone in the chat.
Wait. If you live here, if you live here, what's Mount Garfield?
Mount Garfield? I don't know.
As you're typing it in. Okay, yeah. If you live here, what's the Mesa?
The Mesa? The Mesa's in it's up north, right? It's near Boulder, I think.
No, that's fucking not near Boulder. Dude, it takes 10 minutes to drive to the Mesa from Grand Junction. It takes 4 hours and 30 minutes to drive to Boulder from Grand Junction. Boulder and Grand Junction are on opposite sides, okay, of the state. You're absolutely lying. Okay,
Yeah,
next
sorry.
question.
I was just pivoting because I was losing the debate.
Right, yeah. So you lied about being in Grand Junction. That was weird.
I'm sorry.
Dude, get out of my live stream. Get out of my live stream. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Dude just said that he lied about living in Junction so he could pivot because he was losing the debate.
20% off for new customers at visitgroup.com.
James, hello. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, honestly, I thought that this was a troll account. I'm like crazy to hear that it's
Really?
you're a
You
real
thought I
person.
was a troll?
Yeah. Do you mind if I just take a moment here to thank a couple people?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Abigail, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Don't read out loud. Okay, that was funny as fuck. That was so fucking funny, dude. Kat, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, in the words of our Lord and Savior Bad Bunny, ice out. Appreciate you for the $10, Kat. Mackenzie, thank you for the $5 and happy birthday. Then Tess, thank you for the $15 for more paper bags for a moment to play. And thank you so much for the love, Tess. Show some love to Tess. And then Jules, thank you for the $10. Who says, get that cute cat a new toy. I'll have to do that. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. And then Sam, thank you for the $10. I appreciate the two of you. And then Ben, thank you for the $10 as well. It looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. If you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on my TikTok TikTok account, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Over on PayPal, Caroline, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Who says, thank you for your work, and I'll go ahead and read the rest of that message to myself, but just know that I appreciate you, Caroline. Let's get 150 Caroline W's and 150 Nicholas W's. Thank you for the $15. Who says, did you see the mass emails that Trump sent out wishing E. Jean Carroll and saying that he thought that they were... I'm a what?
A drifter.
Do you mean grifter?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're collecting money by hating Trump.
Okay, I'm collecting money because I'm working my job.
Is that your job, hating on someone?
So my job is, yes, to try to change the minds of the American people when it matters. How does that make me a grifter? Like I make money, okay? Okay, just because you make money doesn't mean that you're a grifter?
No, because you're hating on someone and you're making money by hating someone.
Okay, I'm making money by hating somebody. So first and foremost, listen.
Let me ask you a question, okay?
If all I did was I came on here every day and I said, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I hate Trump, I wouldn't make $1. Okay, people choose out of the kindness of their heart to support me because I'm able to say, I hate Trump and here's fucking why. It's the here's why that matters. Okay, it's the here's why that incentivizes some people to support me over the Venmo and PayPal link tree in bio.
I have a quick question, okay? Can I ask you a question?
Before you ask the question, do you mind if I finished, hitting that Tokyo grift? Is that okay with you? I have a couple more people to thank. Okay, I was really interrupted. Thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, Nicholas. I did see that email. I didn't know if that was like the mass email sent out to everybody or just happened to be sent to somebody named E. Jean. I'd like to look into that, Nicholas. Thank you for the $15. And then same thing goes to you, Becky. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Thank you. Becky with the $20 says, thank you for educating the uneducated Trump voters. I'm a 53-year-old Gen Xer who loves watching you debate so many clueless 18 to 21-year-olds from Becky. Oh, Becky, thank you so much for the $20. And I'm really happy that you enjoy this stream. Same thing for you, Jory. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. That is Jori. And then Laura, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Holy fuck, y'all are so kind today. Thank you so much for the $30, Laura. Laura says, why have your past few guests sounded like misogynists doing an impression of what they think teen girls would sound like? Well, I appreciate for the $30, Laura. Please show some love to Laura down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much for the $30. If you want to support the grift, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, Linktree bio everywhere, including pin message on YouTube, handles at the top of the phone screen, and in the bio on my TikTok account. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you think after the Epstein files, do you have less people that supports Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and also everybody's saying I'm the fetus's mom. So that fetus that comes ice cream in your life. He's actually my son, and he's your biggest fan. He watches your lives in 2 phones. He has an iPad and he has his iPhone. He was telling me in my ear, tell him you're a drifter. I don't know what he was saying. He was just telling me to say that. So I don't know what he was talking about. But he's your huge fan. He makes multiple accounts and then just to come up here and he calls you a cutie patootie. He watches you 24/7. Every chance he gets, he has he has an iPad and this phone. He's watches you all day. I'm really tired of him watching you 24/7. What? No, not him. He's no, I am.
No,
he's always in your life. And he's waiting for you to pick him up with different accounts, and he makes multiple accounts during the day.
I'm very familiar with your son. I am. So on the live stream we have a strict no fetus rule, which basically means if you're under the age of 18, you can't join the live. But your son has been able to evade that rule many times to get up here to mess with me, and he's kind of become a little bit of a infamous symbol that is liked by many people in the community who find him quite funny. But
he loves you. He loves you. He actually has an account that he records your live all day, and then he posts your content.
Well, what I'll say here is, I'm sure that your son has a bright future. Okay, I mean,
I'm not a Trump supporter, by the way. So
I would assume so. I'd assume.
He was telling me in my ear to tell him you're a drifter, or I don't know what he was saying, because he says a drifter, or I don't know what he was telling me. He was just telling me something in my ear.
But anyways, listen, I appreciate you for coming up. I think that your
I'm
son's
proud
pretty
of
funny.
you. Make your money and keep on hating Trump. Away. He's such a good
We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. You know, listen, guys, I would be honest. I mean, I think that it's probably not a good idea for any child, including him, to be so tuned into these political live streams. I think that I think that children, you know, deserve that innocence before they get super politically involved, especially in that young age. And you know, maybe that makes me less effective than, you know, people like Charlie Kirk, who would, you know, like roam around like trying to talk to like a bunch of like 5-year-olds, you know what I mean? But that is my position. You know, I think that kids deserve a life. I don't think that kids deserve to be prosecuted and feel the stress of the world collapsing in on them. But you know, I think that kid's really funny. I could tell he's doing it for fun, and I don't really care. I don't take an issue. I think it's funny.
I'm in.
Welcome in, Kirsten. Do you support Trump?
Hi, I do.
How old are you?
I'm almost 42.
Okay, I hear it now. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure. Well, I'd love to have a conversation with you about why.
Well, I've been listening to you for a long time, and while I do love you, even though I still support Trump, I still think that our country really needs a strong leader, and I believe that our country should have a strong border, and I believe that we definitely need to have a way to have all of its citizens like prove that they're citizens when they go to vote.
Okay. They already do that, but I mean, hey.
So do you think when you go to vote that you need to prove that you're a citizen?
Yeah.
Like with an ID?
In order for that vote to count, your citizenship has to be proven, yes.
So what's the whole thing? Why are people saying that? Why are they voting against the SAVE Act?
Well, people are voting against the SAVE Act because it excludes a lot of people and reduces the amount of citizens that can vote, particularly like women who are married who have a different last name on their birth certificate than they might have on their like as their current last name after marrying. As well as in a lot of states, the push is for only accepting real IDs. Many people don't have real IDs. A lot of people don't have real IDs. The FAA has been trying to get TSA to change their regulatory guidelines to only accept real IDs when going through security at airports. The first deadline that they set was like 2017. They said, okay, by like July 2017, we will only accept real IDs when you're entering into the airport. Okay. And then they realized that not everyone had a real ID. So then they were like, okay, by 2020. So then 2020 came along. They said by 2020, we will only accept real IDs when you're coming into the airport. They realized not everyone had real IDs. So then they said, okay, 2023. So then they said, okay, at 2023, you're going to need a real ID when you come to the airport. 2023 comes around. They realize that not everyone has a real ID. So then they say 2025. So
I don't understand how they get from 2017 to 2025. What's the problem in not being able to get an ID? I don't understand. I just don't understand.
It's not getting an ID. It's getting the real ID. And the real ID is something that DMVs across the country only started to do like a handful of years ago. And A, they're more expensive. And B, not everyone has one because most people still have their licenses from before this real ID thing started. And they don't get a new one because it costs money. And so because of this real ID thing, you know, the other options are going to be your birth certificate or passport. Passports take like a month to get. They're like $100. Not everyone has one of those. But, you know, most people obviously have a birth certificate. But most people also don't really know where their birth certificate is. Like, I don't know where the hell my birth certificate is. It's probably in my dad's like filing cabinet, you know, 150 miles away, right? But even if you all do have your birth certificate, then we will run into the issue. If you're a married woman, well, you have a different last name, likely, than what shows on your birth certificate. So then all of a sudden, if you're a married woman without a passport or a real ID, you can't fucking vote if the SAVE Act passes.
So
don't you? I mean, my daughter just turned 15. I tried calling you the other day and she was driving, but we went to the DMV and one of the requirements for her to get her driver's license was to have a birth certificate. And then I'm pretty sure, I mean, I got married 22 years ago, but
we'd hope that
you just bring your...
We'd hope that your daughter's not married for 14.
No, me.
You know?
I'm just saying, I don't recall it being a big deal to just bring in my marriage certificate, whatever was on the... I mean, I don't think that it was like extremely difficult to get that information, whatever I needed. I don't think it was like...
The issue is it makes it significantly like harder because it's now imposing all of these new barriers to entry. All right? When we already have a system that we know is safe, right? Like the system that we have right now is you got to register to vote. And when you register to vote, you got to prove your citizenship by giving your social security number and your street address. Okay. And then when you go to vote in many states, there's already any form of ID required. Okay. In other states, they then check your vote against your registration to ensure that it's you via giving your proper information. To ensure that you're a citizen, to ensure that is a real vote. Now, the SAVE Act is just imposing all these unnecessary guidelines on, having to be carrying around your birth certificate, and if you're married and last name changed, also, your fucking marriage license or your $100 passport that takes 4 months to get. It makes it harder for citizens
to vote. Are they saying
and will inevitably
is having
exclude a lot of citizens?
So is a passport included in the SAVE Act?
Yeah, so you could vote with a passport.
No, but is that required?
Because
I would agree
I'd be hesitant to say that it's required, but I'll also be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It bothers me why they're fighting to say that you don't need, an ID with your birth. I mean, I just feel like that should be required to just prove who you say you are. And maybe there should be some more reform movements to where you can call or look it up wherever you were born to get it for free. I would
so
totally...
in other words, are you just saying that you support Trump because you think that he's good for election safety?
No, that's just one of the many reasons of what he, like his policies that he supports. I mean, I guess another thing...
if you care about like safe elections, you would never support Trump in a billion years. Like right now, he's saying that he wants to nationalize the midterms in Democratic states. So then he's controlling it all. Okay, first and foremost, that is unconstitutional. The articles of our Constitution expressly give the right to the states in order to manage those elections. And the reason why it does it is to separate powers to prevent a dictatorial takeover with one man at the top saying, this was the outcome of the vote in that state that I'm running. Okay, that's already compromised. And then the second point that I make here is he told the New York Times like a month ago that he regrets not seizing the voting machines following the 2020 election so then he could take them back to the White House and count them himself. Okay, and that was on top of him trying to install himself for a second term by telling Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the DOJ, to just falsely announce widespread voter fraud when he had no evidence. Okay, and then telling Mike Pence to certify these fake ballots that were apparently to become true if the DOJ were to announce voter fraud. Like, oh my God, if you care about our elections, okay, fuck this conversation about the SAVE Act. We need to get Trump the hell out of there because he's been the largest threat to American elections ever.
Right. I feel like that whole election thing, and when he was saying they cheated and the whole thing with Pence, I mean, yeah, there that was problematic for sure. I don't really have it.
Yeah, how's that for unsafe elections? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
how's that for unsafe elections?
I think that was messed up, and I think that just caused the country to be more divided, which isn't good. But
which is actually when I stopped supporting Trump. I was a Trump supporter until J6 because I recognized that would divide the country to a level never seen.
Did it bother you? Wasn't it around that time where there was a whole bunch of looters and people were setting things on fire, and it just seems like they were just getting away with it? There was nothing happened. Like they could just do that. Did that bother you?
Under the Trump administration?
I don't remember actually. I just remember seeing in Democratic states,
like the BLM riots in
Democratic
2020
cities.
under
It was
Trump?
like it happened in Democratic cities where they were like looting and rioting.
Like under
and I feel
Trump,
like,
though, right?
I mean, I don't remember either.
I
remember.
do.
I guess
2020
it must have been.
BLM riots under
Sure.
Trump.
Right, but it was in a Democratic run like city.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has been deploying the National Guard to democratically run cities. Seems like he had that ability in 2020 and refused to. Why?
Well, I don't know. I could ask the same thing. Why?
Well, do you think
what
it was
her
maybe
name?
to
Nancy
give him
Pelosi?
more like political advantage to do what he did on J6? The Democrats are unhinged. They're burning our cities down. They're rioting and looting our stores. Extreme, problems call for extreme fixes, and our extreme fix is going to be to literally fix the election.
No,
and
I mean, I don't
there was not
agree
a
with
single
that.
Democrat in any public of office anywhere during the BLM riots that turned around and said that, the people burning the buildings down and raiding the targets, are patriots that deserve to be let free. Not a single one. But every Republican following 2020 looked at those domestic terrorist thugs, that tried to kill cops, that raided the Capitol to try to kill the congressmen and women like Ashley Babbitt. What a fucking thug, Or the other people that tried to smear their shit on the walls, literally flew the Confederate flag, caused, tens of millions of dollars in property damage. Every single one of them was given a full and complete presidential pardon by nobody other than Trump himself, and they were all labeled patriots. Every single one of those domestic terrorists.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Right. It is. But the reason he didn't care is because they were furthering his agenda of this unilateral totalitarian takeover of the country. And we know that he doesn't care about, trying to kill cops because he's been trying to kill Democrats in Congress. Isn't that a crazy statement? Donald Trump has been trying to kill Democrats in Congress because they disagree with his agenda. But it's true. He called for 7 Democrats in Congress to be publicly executed via means of hanging because they reminded the military that if Trump gives them an illegal order, they're not lawfully bound to follow it.
Wow. That's messed up too.
I think it's an act of domestic terrorism. I think it's an act of treason.
Right. I mean, I can't say that I agree with that either.
I know, but I feel like these things are like very obvious red lines. Imagine that Biden did any of those things. Imagine that Biden caused 1,600 liberals to raid the Capitol, try to kill cops, and gave them pardons. Imagine that Biden said that he wants a bunch of Republicans in Congress executed. Imagine that Biden had a court find that he raped a woman. Imagine that Biden did all this shit. He'd be fucking toast. I mean, oh my God, he'd be done.
Right. Okay. Well, let's talk about things that bothered me during Biden when he was president.
True. Tell me, what in 5 sentences or less, why did you not support Biden as president? And before you do that, I'm going to thank a couple people. First and foremost, Mary, I appreciate you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love. Same thing to you, James. Thank you for the $5. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. She says, thank you for what you do. I've only been watching for a couple days, but you've changed my views. Keep spreading positivity. That's awesome, Jocelyn. Thank you. And then, excuse me. Kiana, thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal. Who says, you are awesome, Dean. Thank you so much for that love, Kiana. That is so kind of you. I really hope that you're enjoying this stream. Huge shout out to you, Kiana. As well as Tess, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Tess. Then Jalen, thank you for the $10. She says, worked at a DMV in California for nearly a decade. During the rush for Real ID, the rules for acquiring changed several times and made it difficult for older women to get one. Keep it up, dude. Appreciate you for the $10 and the absolute truth, Nuke. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're all caught up. Go ahead.
Okay, so during the Biden administration, was it not Democrats that typically push for trans women to go into the locker rooms to be able to just be welcomed if you change your identity, even kids?
Locker rooms? Usually the conversation surrounding locker rooms is unisex individual stalls. Okay? When we're talking about locker rooms, I listen, I understand, okay, if, you know, there would be a cis woman that would be uncomfortable with a trans woman in the locker room, the same way I would be uncomfortable with a cis man in my locker room, even though I'm also a cis man. I just don't like seeing people naked. I'd be uncomfortable with like I don't know. I just get uncomfortable when I see other people naked, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, I get it.
So like on the locker room topic, I just like kind of I'm kind of pushing for this unisex individual stall view, right? The bathroom topic, yeah, there's a lot of more progressive voices, including myself, that thinks that trans women should be able to use a women's restroom.
You do think so?
Yes.
But so where do you draw the line? Because you go into a gym, right? And it's labeled like restroom, but then it's also like attached to some locker room. Like, so how are you going to punish that? Like, or where would you draw that line?
So, I mean, I think that we should have unisex individual like changing rooms in public places like gyms. But the reason why I think that trans women should be able to go into the women's restroom is because it's safer for everyone inside, including the cis women. It is just ultimately the best way to do it. Ultimately the best way to do it. Because we have two different options here. Okay, the first option is to segregate restrooms on the basis of gender identity. And then the second way is to segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex. When we segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex, you're saying that trans men should be going into the women's restroom because they're biologically female. But the effect that testosterone has on anybody, including the body of a female, is insane. Okay, there are many trans men out there that look more masculine than the average cis man. So you're saying people that look more masculine than the average cis man should be able to go into the women's restroom, which only opens the door wider to cis men going inside of that space and taking advantage of the women inside. But when we segregate restrooms on the basis of gender identity, which is the only other option, okay, we're saying that trans women should be going into that space. Obviously, trans women are significantly less masculine presenting on average compared to trans men, meaning that on average, we'd be having less masculine individuals going into that space. Okay, therefore, the door wouldn't be open as wide to cis men entering into the women's restroom to take advantage of the people inside. See, ultimately, the evaluation that we're doing here is what would be safest for the women, not because of trans men or trans women, but because of cis men taking advantage of the rules. All right? But if you're concerned with people who you think are men going inside of private women's only spaces, okay? So I'm very concerned with cis men going in women's restrooms, for instance.
I'm sorry,
right?
when you say
Let me ask you
cis
a question.
men, when you say
okay, yeah, go ahead.
what I'm not understand. I'm not sure I understand what you refer to when you say a cis men.
Me. So I'm a cis man. Trump's a cis man. Your gender identity aligns with your phenotypical sex traits. We'll just use the word man from here on out.
Okay.
So you're not as confused. We'll just use the word man to refer to cis men. I try to do that. You know, I want to be able to debate you on the substance here, but you know, I don't expect you to be able to pick up on the way that I use language immediately. So I'll just use the word man to refer to cis men. Okay. How would you feel if a man were to go into a woman's dressing room? How would that make you feel? Uncomfortable. And what if a man went into a woman's restroom, like unconsensually, specifically to take advantage of the women and girls inside? How would that make you feel?
Uncomfortable.
Okay. So if a man were to barge into a woman's dressing room to then look at the naked women and girls inside, what should happen to them? Should they go to jail?
I'm pretty sure you're referring to when Trump went into the dressing room of the pageants, right?
No, my cover's been
I'm
blown.
not.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah, the president, Mr. Trump,
I'm not
barged into the dressing rooms of women and girls to then look at them while they were naked.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Right, it is fucking disgusting. What do you think happens when we take somebody that's not just done those things, but boasted about it like they're funny, and then we put them in the most powerful ranking position available to any human alive? The only political party incentivizing more men to take advantage of women and girls in their private spaces right now is the GOP for putting a man that is taking advantage of women and girls in their private spaces in the fucking Oval Office.
So I think that what he did was wrong, for sure. Definitely. I think it was disgusting. And I don't think that there's any excuse for that. But do I think that I would rather vote for Harris? No.
Why is that not disqualifying? Why is that not disqualifying?
What year was that?
90s, early 2000s.
Okay, so if somebody did something like that 30 years ago, I would be like, yeah, you were, I mean, that's wrong. That's messed up. But that was 30 years ago. I mean, are you doing, I mean, I'm not trying to say that what he did was okay. I'm not. But at the same time, I'm, you know, a Christian. I do believe that people can change. I'm not saying that I'm not, I'm not going to look at something 30 years ago and define his whole character based on doing that. Was it
What
wrong?
if he raped a
Yes,
child
absolutely.
30 years ago? Would you define his whole character based upon that then?
Yes, I would absolutely define his whole character if he did anything.
So it
with
doesn't matter how long ago it was. It matters how wrong.
No,
the
but if it was a
action
child,
he participated in.
What did he do that to a child?
They walked into their dressing rooms. Yeah.
Well, what? How old was the child?
14 through 17, multiple.
And you've proof of that.
Yes.
Well, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Yeah. Should somebody
That's
like that be
sick.
president?
No, if they walked in on a naked child dressing, no.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, I feel like if he did that, then something should have happened. Like, was he punished for that?
98% of rapists, okay, are never held accountable to the full extent of the law. So no.
Why is
including
that?
a lot of the people inside of the Epstein files, because he's rich and powerful. Including a lot of people in the Epstein files. You know, in the Epstein files, we have pictures that were redacted, but their descriptions were not. And I want to share one with you. There's one document from the Epstein files with a photo that's redacted, but then the description of the photo describes the photo to be a naked, bloodied up 12-year-old girl being held by 5 men with bloody fingers inserting them into their private parts. Those 5 men have not gone to jail.
What?
Yes.
So
the
that's,
only two
that's
people,
what we should be talking about here.
the only 2 people that have gone to jail in connection with the Epstein files are Epstein himself and Ghislaine Maxwell.
This is making
no
me
one
very
else.
sick.
It should. Honestly, that should make everyone sick.
This is what we need to be talking. I mean, that's what I feel like we should be putting our focus on right now. They should absolutely be in prison, because I've heard that other prisoners don't take too kindly on pedophiles, and I'm very glad. I hope that they get what they deserve in prison today. They need to be thrown in there today.
Want to know another really bad thing?
I don't know.
Let me tell you another. It won't be like a heinous description of a sex crime.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly should have given you a trigger warning first. It's my bad. That is very triggering substance. My fault. I take accountability.
No, I mean,
now
if it happened, if it happened though, at the same time, as gross as it is, it should be made aware, and those people should be in jail today.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. Now here's the thing.
We shouldn't hide it. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but those people, they need to have everybody know it, and literally, like,
we realize that the DOJ is not prosecuting what's going on with Epstein. Okay? We realize that. I mean, dude, the Trump administration literally called it an act of hostility for any member of Congress to vote for a discharge petition list to vote for the release of the public Epstein files. All
wait,
right?
you have to say that again. I'm not that quick. I'm sorry. I didn't understand that.
So
Say
we
that again.
realized that there was not accountability for the other grown men that were involved in those heinous sex crimes to do with the Epstein files. So that we pushed for a law, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, to force the Department of Justice to release the files. So at the bare minimum, okay, we could see who those men were, so that we could either hold them accountable ourselves or push for very specific accountability for very specific people through organized movements. All right? As a country, as a nation of people. Not divided, but unionized as one, fighting for this accountability. In response, the Trump DOJ, didn't release all the files. Right now, we only have 50% of them, okay? And the DOJ saying that we're done releasing them. So they're actively defying Congress. They're actively defying you, me, the rest of the American people, as well as federal law, and refusing to release the Epstein files per federal law, per Congress, and per us, we the people. All right? And then for the 50% that they did release, the law only allows them to make redactions for the personally identifiable information of victims, survivors, and minors. Okay?
Wait, who passed this law?
Congress about 3 months ago. About 3 months ago.
So why did they do that?
Why did they do that? because Donald Trump ran on promising to release the Epstein files and then never did. And then told everyone that the Epstein files were a Democratic hoax that we need to stop talking about, which raised this red flag of, oh, fuck, he might be in them. Well, you know, for those that didn't already know. Okay? And then they refused to release 50% of them, said that they're done releasing them. And then for the 50% of the files that they did release, all right, they redacted them to shit, specifically redacted the names of the men involved, specifically redacted all of the co-conspirators related to Epstein, specifically redacted all of the identifiable information about the other people involved in sex crimes. Okay? We literally had emails where people were emailing Epstein saying, quote unquote, I love the torture video. Okay?
What?
And the name of the person that sent that email to Epstein was redacted by Donald Trump's Department of Justice, even though the law that forced them to release that did not allow them to make any redactions for any information surrounding anybody but the victims.
No, well, that alone, I'm not voting. I mean, shit. If now that I know that, I can't be a Trump supporter if that's really true.
You're not alone. You're not alone, by the way. You're not the only one, man. Story real quick. So there's obviously like a lot of pro-Trump like content creators, and they pop up on my For You page a lot, obviously, because I engage in political content. I see a lot of conservative stuff. I keep tabs on it. That's what I do with these debates, obviously. And there's this one guy, I forget his name, but he makes videos. He's like around my age, where he starts with his phone down here. He then brings the phone up to his face, and then he does this. And then he puts text overlaying on the screen, just oh my God, glazing Trump, saying how much he loves him, glazing the GOP, saying how much he loves the Republicans, so on and so forth. Okay? And he's been doing that for months, getting hundreds of thousands of likes, millions of views. But then yesterday, I saw a new video from him saying that he no longer supports Trump and that Mar-a-Lago is mentioned more times in the Epstein files than Jeffrey Epstein's island. Like, people are waking up at mass, okay? There are members of the GOP, there are Republicans, there's ex-MAGA people to the tunes of millions of Americans, okay, that are finally starting to see that they can't support this administration because of the cover-up to do with the Epstein files.
Wow. Yeah, I can't either. I mean, that's very disturbing, and I can't support that if he's redacting someone's name. I mean, that's just really, really, really crazy, and that I feel like this should be everybody's focus.
Yeah. Can I tell you one more thing?
Yes.
In the public release of the Epstein files, Donald Trump's name can be found 38,000 times. The Department of Justice gave access to congressmen and women to the unredacted private Epstein files in their internal system. Representative Jamie Raskin was given access to those unredacted files. He searched Trump's name, and according to him, it popped up over 1 million times.
What?
Which means at the minimum, the Trump DOJ has redacted Trump's name north of 900,050 times.
Wow. Why is his name coming up that much? Obviously.
Well, he was Epstein's best friend for years. Well, he lived less than 3 miles away down in Palm Beach, right where Mar-a-Lago is. Well, we know that Donald Trump, okay, is a little bit of a violent sexual predator. Okay, we were talking about this earlier with what he did in those dressing rooms in the 90s.
Right.
You know, we haven't even gotten around to the lawsuit in 2023 that determined he raped a woman. A lawsuit concluded that. Okay. Hit on his own daughter, calling her a hot piece of ass, hit on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s. We also know that in 2003, he sent a letter to Epstein depicting the naked body of a woman or girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. And
wait,
we
start over with this last one. What are you saying about the last one?
2003, it was Epstein's 50th birthday. For his 50th birthday in 2003, he sent Epstein a letter depicting the body of a naked girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. Do you want to see it? I bet I have it saved on my computer. This was released by Congress.
Oh my gosh.
Let me pull it up. Yeah, there it is.
Because I was about to.
So this is the letter.
Oh my, that is so. Oh my gosh.
So this is the letter that Trump sent to Epstein. This has been verified by the Epstein estate. This has been verified by Congress. In fact, it was released by Congress. Donald says to Epstein, at the top it says, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald says, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey says, nor will I, but I also know what it is. Donald says, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey.
What?
Jeffrey says, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald says, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey says, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Then Donald said, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
That is really, really, really disturbing.
Yeah,
Wow.
and then Trump responded to that by trying to discredit that letter by arguing that it's not his signature. Because now he does have a new signature. He has a different signature. But, I mean, every rational mind in America is called bullshit. Because when we compare the signature from that letter to other signatures and other things at that same time, it becomes clear that that's just how he used to sign documents. I'll show that to you now.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, see, I was prepared to talk even about the Eugene Carroll, where, you know, I was prepared to say that, you know, he was held, you know, civilly, what is it? Civilly liable for SA to Eugene Carroll. And then I was just thinking, I mean, I don't know how long ago that was. And I was I don't think it's very hard to have a jury in New York where 80% vote Democrat. And what year was that? Probably people hated Trump. I know it's not supposed to happen, but I mean, I could still look past that, knowing that, and say, I mean, I can't really necessarily prove it, because in a civil court, they don't really need absolute proof. It's just like, they say, well, okay, well, more likely than not, but still, it's like, it's not like really like hardcore, like there's no like facts or like evidence. But when you talk like this, it's just, I'm embarrassed that I even was going to say that. And another thing I was going to say, that doesn't really, it's just another reason why I thought I supported Trump. But it's something that bothered me was back in the late 1800s to early 1900s, Southern Democrat states made the legal age of consent 16, and then it was like the Republican states that made it 18. So, because I just found out actually watching one of your lives, that guy from Nevada the other day, he was 16. I think that's absolutely criminal, like disgusting. Like I've got daughters, one's in college, one's 15. I mean, that's just why is the legal age of consent 16?
You actually raise a good question. Okay. Right? Because of predators. It shouldn't be.
No, it should not be.
Nowhere should be 16. All right? And by the way, I want to let you know that in 1980, the age of consent in Georgia was 14 years old. Bro. Isn't that fucking crazy?
And I'm in Georgia. I actually live in Georgia.
Bro, when you were growing up, the age of consent was 14.
That is sick. That is so sick.
Yeah, no, it is. It's fucking insane, right? And it's just appalling. But you know, in response to your point, saying that the Democrat states in the 1800s and the 1900s was like low. Okay, well, I don't hope anyone would be a Democrat in the 1800s. Absolutely not. The Democrats were terrible.
But why isn't that changed? I don't understand why currently it's like still in actually most states, Dean. A lot of states are 16 today.
Probably for the same reasons that none of the predators in the Epstein files are being held accountable.
This is what we need to be talking about. This is so sick. It's so sick.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely not, I can't say I'm a Trump supporter anymore, but I feel like there's a lot more work that needs to be done.
No, absolutely, man. It's like, there's so much work that needs to be done. I don't even know what that work looks like. Like, I couldn't sit here and like, you know, hop on a Google Doc and like write down an actionable plan of how the fuck to fix this mess. Okay. I don't think anyone could. That's how much work needs to be done. But I know with certainty that at least one step in that plan would not be supporting Trump as president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. You definitely, after talking like that, I mean, shoot.
Well, I appreciate
I mean, like I said, I was prepared to back him up when you said something about the locker rooms, or even not back him up, but and not never defend it, but I guess look past because it was like 30 years ago. But if he's currently like trying to hide this information still, and if they were best friends, it's just, yeah. I mean, anyway, I'm not a Trump supporter, but so thank you. I appreciate that.
I really appreciate you for coming up, and I appreciate you for being honest. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. I mean, you're
thank
why I
you.
do these
You
live
too.
streams. Take
I
care.
appreciate you. Thanks. I'm going to continue to watch you.
Cool. Take care. All right, guys.
Bye.
Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. What a great conversation. What like an absolutely awesome conversation. I feel like we haven't had a conversation like that in a long time. That was probably, like the most meaningful conversation on this live stream in like months, bro. Before we hop into that next debate, I'm just going to thank a couple of people. You guys have been very, very kind of Venmo PayPal. I think that we have like maybe 5 people to thank. First and foremost, Hannah, you sent this through 20 minutes ago. Thank you so much for that $20 donation over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Hannah. Hannah with the $20 says, hey, Dean, what sources do you use for undocumented immigrant crime rates compared to citizens? PNAS. Search up PNAS, Texas, undocumented immigrants crime rates. Thank you for the $20 and the good question, Hannah. I hope I gave you a good answer. Thank you so much. Same thing to Brittany and Mason. Appreciate y'all for the 5. And then Attorney V, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, much love, Dean. I'm a prosecutor, and the reason more men haven't been prosecuted are e-files is much more complicated. Happy to come up and explain. Oh, dude, V, honestly, if we still had that last guest connected, I would have loved to have you up. I'm so sorry that I didn't see that earlier. Thank you so much for the $20, Attorney V. Let's get 200 Attorney VWs. Same thing with you, Joey. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, good job changing your mind, man. Thank you so much for the love, Joey. Amy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And then Sandra, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I'll keep that message to myself, Sandra. I'm so fucking sorry to hear that. Thank you so much. Same thing to Drew. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Drew. Show some love to Drew down below. And then Mary, thank you for the 5. And then, bro, this literally just came through, but Mr. Michael, brother, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Michael. Michael with the 150 says, Dean, you are amazing. You did it again. Michael, bro, you are the all-time GOAT, man. I say this every time, and I'll say it again. You've been so fucking kind to me, Parker and Santana. Just know that I genuinely appreciate the absolute ever-living hell out of you, bro. $150 is so much money. So much money. And I'm very grateful for you, my friend. If we could all please, in unison, show some love to Michael down below in that comment section, it would make my day. Like, it is so undeserved, bro. Fucking blow me away. Thank you so much, Michael. Let's get 1,000 Michael W's. Thank you. Same thing to Chris over on YouTube. Thank you for the $10. She says, I really hope that lady wasn't a faker. But in any case, that video needs to be clipped and shared everywhere. The realization should be the model for everyone on the right. I know that she wasn't a faker because she actually did come up here a handful of days ago when she was in the car with her daughter. And I kicked her because even though her daughter was driving, she was like on her learner's permit. And I wanted her to be able to pay attention to that. So it's like, I absolutely know that that she's real. So I mean, I think that's great. Like, wow, that was awesome, man. Hey, welcome in.
Nice to see you again, Dean.
I feel like last time I disconnected you for like saying or doing something really fucked.
Yeah, you disconnected me because I said I would put up a certain flag, and you kind of got pissed off about it.
Oh, yeah, that you'd fly the fucking Confederate flag. I see that you're back to having that in your profile picture.
Not that.
Oh, the Nazi flag!
Yeah, you kicked me for it.
Yeah?
Do you want to actually debate now?
After you tell us why you'd fly the Nazi flag.
Freedom of speech.
So you're saying because you have the right to do it, you will do it.
So why are we worrying about that? Let's actually debate.
But like, I feel like freedom of speech, giving you the right to fly the Nazi flag, kind of falls under that same category of like, technically the age of consent in Georgia's like 16. technically freedom of consent gives you the ability to scream the N-word, so on and so forth. Like, it's obviously very immoral to fly the Nazi flag, just like it is to, like, rape a 16-year-old in Georgia when you're...
Well, the thing about the flag is...
Yeah. There's a line. There's a line. I caught myself there. Because I was about to start describing to him, like why it's bad. But it's like, there's very clearly a line.
Hello.
Like, hi. How old are you?
24.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Made me smile. I appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says Dean Withers, real name David Witherberg, has been exposed as a Jewish Israeli Mossad agent. He is forming a new, more sinister Epstein model network to blackmail ordinary citizens. Unfollow him now. Dude, hop off the internet, bro. You got bigger concerns going on. Just hop off the internet. I don't think that damn phone's too helpful for you. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Oh, after I thank Audrey. Dude, I just saw this come through. Audrey, thank you so much for the $35 donation over at Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Audrey. Thank you. I appreciate you for support for what we do. Thank you so much to everybody who supported me today. Just know that y'all's contributions allow me to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so I don't have to get a real job. So just know that I really appreciate you guys. I want to see 400 huge Audrey W's down below in that comment section. I'm very grateful for you. As well as Kirsten. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. And Colleen, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you, you guys. Colleen with a 30 says, keep changing minds. Every single one matters. I could not agree more. Then Kirsten with a 15 says, hey, Dean, I really love your videos. Please keep up the great work. I'm a Missouri resident. Even though abortion rights passed on the ballot in 24, lawmakers are still trying to roll back women's reproductive rights. Hoping you keep changing minds in red states like mine. Bro, I've heard about that, Christian. It is so fucked. But thank you for the $15. And then Colleen, thank you for the 30. And Audrey, thank you for the 35. You guys are awesome. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, I support the fact that he's anti-abortion.
Okay, is that it?
Pretty much. I don't know much about politics.
Damn, bro, really embarrassing.
But I know that.
So it's like he could do anything, but as long as like abortion bad, you'll still support him?
No, how did you reach that conclusion?
I mean, because he's been doing like anything, like, you know, destroying this country, writing our checks and balances, attacking our constitution, defending murder of citizens, saying that he wants to nationalize elections, violating the second article of the Constitution, giving ICE the green light to violate the Fourth and the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, to kill people, murder citizens, execute, and they're like, well, abortion, right? So my takeaway is, seemingly, okay, Trump could do anything as long as he doesn't support abortion. Like, you're still on board with overall supporting his presidency.
I don't support everything he does.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, but still, yet you're saying that overall you still do support the administration because of that abortion.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's insane. Okay, what's one thing he could do
Why?
that would make you stop supporting his administration overall?
I don't know.
Okay, I legitimately want you to try to think of something.
What could he do? I really don't know.
Yeah, man.
Can you think of something?
I think that you're too, like, brain rotted to be on the stream.
Brain rotted? No, I'm not.
Yes, like, absolutely fucking brain rotted. Because you just said, oh, I don't know what Trump could do in order for me to stop supporting him. If your answer is I don't know, then you are experiencing mental brain rot.
Prove it.
Because that answer is indicative of mental brain rot?
How?
Because you don't acknowledge that there should be red lines to hold against the president of the most powerful country alive? On the face of planet Earth, sorry.
I'm sure there are red lines. I just can't think of one right now.
Right, yeah, and the fact that you can't think of them is like the acknowledgement of mental brain rot.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I just proved it. Funny enough.
Okay, well, why are we talking about brain rot? What?
Because you're, like, describing your brain rot?
Okay, well, do you want to talk about the abortion thing, or?
No, because of how brain rotted you are. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now, y'all. We got Dante Hill loaded into the box. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. And bro, dude, Kathy. Oh my goodness. Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. Kathy, thank you. That is fucking insane. Thank you so much for that love, Kathy. That is Kathy with a C. C-A-T-H-Y. Appreciate you so much for that love. Kathy with 100 says, back again. Kathy, it is so goddamn good to see you again today. Thank you so much for being here. You already know it. I love you. Queen Kathy is back, folks. I hope that you're having an all right day, and I hope that you're enjoying that stream. I want to see 1,000 Kathy W's down below in that comment section, dude. Seriously, thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Go ahead and take it away. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here. Sorry, it took me a moment. I was shooting off a text there to Mr. Parker, actually. Moving on to the next guest, folks. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Once again, I appreciate you so much, Kathy. Here we go. We have Ava joining, as well as thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Glacia, who says, I'm like an hour back in the live, but when you started saying, I mean, yeah, I almost meant my drink. Bro, you're at the beginning of the live. You're like 2.5 hours back. Welcome in, Ava. Do you support Trump?
No.
Ava, are you MAGA?
No, but I was wondering.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest right now. Who will it be? Who will it be? Give me a moment. One moment, please. Quite frankly. All right, guys, make sure to hop inside of that queue as long as you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Santana, I see that you're watching the stream right now. I kind of need to use the bathroom, so let me know if you want to come up and co-host. If you're free, that is. If you're not free, no worries. Hi, welcome in, Vegan. Do you support Trump? Hello, Vegan?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
I don't believe you. Don't believe you. Okay, let's see. Joe Patrick, you still a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
Man, really you haven't jumped ship? I feel like everyone's been jumping ship recently.
Interesting.
Yeah, dude, like everyone. Like seriously.
Who jumped ship that you know of?
Oh my god. I forget his name, but he's a rather large influencer on TikTok. He posts videos with his face with text over them saying, oh, like Trump's the best, so I love Trump. But I mean, like in the last week, he started posting videos of, saying that Mar-a-Lago is mentioned more in the Epstein files than Epstein Island, which is true. I forget his name, and if I didn't forget his name and I knew it, I wouldn't share it because I don't want to give him free publicity. But nonetheless, here we see a bunch of people really jumping shit, man.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, we see like
gerrymandering.
One moment. We see like the abuse of power from the Trump administration, trying to just degrade the Constitution, trying to assume the responsibilities and powers of Congress, nationalize elections, illegal, trying to reclassify citizens as undocumented.
You believe in that term that you just used?
Illegal.
You believe
then
in
the
illegal?
whole like Epstein file thing over
so you believe that
millions of
that you
redactions
believe-
of the names of people not allowed by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Illegal. How about this? I'm gonna ask you a very direct question.
Do you
and I want
believe
a
in the
very
legal?
direct answer. One moment. And I want a very
No.
direct
You
answer.
just rambled for 5 minutes. You should let me ask you a singular question.
Well,
Do you believe in that term illegal?
I think that some things are illegal. Duh.
Okay, so
but here's
where am
my
I going
question
with it?
to you. I really appreciate if you could
Christopher
respond.
Kid, where am I going next?
I have no clue, but I'm trying to ask you a question. So
Yes.
please
So
stop
then why do
interrupting
you
me. All right. The question is,
support illegal
what are
immigration?
your thoughts? Okay. Well, the question is loaded. I don't necessarily support undocumented immigration. I'll happily talk to you about it once I'm done asking you the question that I've been
I
trying
didn't
to
say
get out of you for a little
undocumented.
bit.
I said illegal.
So what you call illegal immigration is what I call undocumented immigration. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now, once again, I'm going to try when I ask my question here, man. Thank you. Okay. How do you defend Donald Trump positioning himself above the Constitution, the law of the land, Congress, and SCOTUS to attempt to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants in violation of the 14th Amendment right to birthright citizenship to then line up for deportation? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's not against the Constitution. It's perfectly acceptable to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants if they became citizens through fraud. For example, marriage fraud is a classic example of how people can become legal citizens of the United States, but however, when it's investigated, they can not only lose their citizenship, but they can be barred from re-entering the United States for a period, I believe, of 3 years.
You're
You also
confusing the
have
argument
people
here.
No. You said you didn't know how
are.
it was possible. I'm explaining to you how it's possible. Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to interrupt me?
Yeah, that's
You know
fine.
what? Go
I
ahead.
just
This
thought
is your
about
live interrupt.
Oh, well, I actually appreciate you. Thank you, Joel. That's very kind of you. I got the green light to correct you already. Sweet, we're cooking with fuel here. So, what specifically is illegal? I'm not saying that under all circumstances ever you can't revoke citizenship from somebody. What I'm saying is that you can't take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants, since that is actually one of their constitutional rights.
You can if you believe that they were doing it with the intent to commit fraud.
The child? Oh, wait, what do you like? Who commit fraud? No, the Trump. Okay, let me.
The parents were attempting to commit fraud.
Let me be even more clear. The Trump administration argued that the 14th Amendment, more specifically birthright citizenship, does not apply to the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, and an attempt to then take it away from the children born to all undocumented immigrants on American soil. And they're wrong. The 14th Amendment does give birthright citizenship to the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil.
Okay, two things. One, if the president wants to change an amendment, that is something you can do. You can amend the Constitution. It is a living document. So if he revokes birthright citizenship and makes people who were born here from illegal immigrants illegal themselves, and that is a law that is passed by the Supreme Court, then that would become the law of the land. Do you agree?
Dang, bro, you're really stupid. Okay, so first and foremost, the president.
Okay,
does
so
not
first and
amend-
foremost, you know good and well that that was a lie. If you thought I was stupid, you wouldn't be up here debating me.
Really? I debate stupid people all day long.
Really?
Really?
So you think I'm stupid?
Yeah, I think what you said was very
So if we
stupid. I
took
think that you
side
are
by
stupid.
side, if we compared our SAT scores right now, side by side, you think yours is higher than mine?
Yeah, buddy, I got that 1600, Joel Patrick.
You
But
did not get a
anyways,
1600.
Yeah, I didn't get a 1600. Back
So
to
you're
what I
lying.
said, I appreciate you. If you're calling me a liar because I said I didn't get the 1600, that would therefore imply that
I'm
I did
calling
get
you
the
a liar
1600.
because you said you did.
So thank you. But anyways, back to my statement. What
Now you're
specifically
being
I was calling
disingenuous again.
stupid. No, it's called a joke, dude. Shut up, snowflake. But anyways, what I was specifically calling stupid, don't worry, I could clarify here, is you said that
Clarify
the
when you said the
Constitution
N-word, Dean.
is a... Oh my God, Joel. What are we doing? Thank you. I appreciate it. Holy fuck. We're all over the place. Okay. What you said that was stupid is as follows. All right. You said that the Constitution is a living, breathing document. Okay. That can be amended. And for that reason, the president has the ability to amend it. Stupid and wrong,
No, I
Joel.
did not. I said he has the ability to have the Supreme Court amended. He himself cannot change the Constitution.
The Supreme Court, that's also a stupid and false statement. The Supreme Court cannot amend the Constitution. Also wrong. Wrong! Would you like to know who can amend the Constitution? Congress and the states. That's who has the ability to amend the Constitution. Thank you.
So you would say that the overturning of Roe versus Wade was not amending the Constitution or amending the interpretation of the Constitution?
So amending the Constitution and amending the interpretation of the Constitution are two different things. It was not amending the Constitution.
So then it was
I guess
always
it was
illegal
technically
for abortion to
amending
occur in the
the
United States.
interpretation of the Constitution. Just a weird way that I've never heard it worded.
So how was Roe versus Wade overturned?
Through the Dobbs decision, they changed their interpretation of it.
Did they change the way the law was applied?
By changing the way they interpreted it, not by changing the law.
But they effectively changed the law by changing the way they interpret it.
No, legally speaking, that's just not how we use that word. And that's
Legally
once again,
speaking, they
that's just-
effectively changed the law.
No, they did not change the law. They did not change the Constitution. They reinterpreted the law. They reinterpreted the Constitution. The Constitution...
Was abortion protected under the Constitution prior to their decision?
Yes.
Is it protected now?
No.
So did the law change?
No, the interpretation.
You
of the law
are an
changed.
idiot. You are stupid, and you are embarrassing yourself.
I think you're actually embarrassing yourself because this is literally high school civic shit.
Is that why you keep muting me? Because I'm embarrassing myself?
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out, bro.
You're trying to help me out. Oh, okay. Because when I'm debating somebody that I'm definitely not losing to, I mute them as well.
I mean,
no one ever.
I do that with every guest. Your voices annoy me. But yeah, I can try to clarify here. Like you're telling
Dean,
me, listen,
you know that was literally an ad hominem attack that you just used
I'm gonna
right
try
there.
to.
That was a logical
this
fallacy.
This right here is why I've been muting you.
You are
because
so much
interrupt me.
better than that.
Okay, thank you. So let me try to help educate you. So first and foremost, I understand.
You're not educating me, Dean.
Okay, would you stop interrupting me, Joel?
If you stop interrupting me.
Okay, deal. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take it away then. Perfect, thank you. So first and foremost, I understand how from a perspective, when you're stupid, you would like think I'm embarrassing myself. Because I literally said that abortion was protected under the Constitution, then wasn't protected under the Constitution. But then I went on to say that the Constitution never changed, that the law never changed. So like clearly, when you know nothing about civics, that sounds crazy, right? How can the law not change while protecting abortion one day, then not protecting the abortion the next day? Well, here's the answer. All right. Once again, high school civics. It's because SCOTUS has the ultimate ability to interpret the law. And it is not just the law in of itself, but more so the interpretation of the law that is executed that then grants protections or takes protections away. All right? So when SCOTUS rescinded Roe v. Wade, okay, with the Dobbs decision, no, the law didn't change because nothing within the Constitution changed. It was more so the interpretation of the law, which is effectively what enacts the law, that changed, which is why one day abortion had protections, then the next day abortion didn't have protections. But I understand how you could get those two concepts confused. And that is, of course, why we have a class on this in high school, to help people not get those two concepts confused.
Are you done rambling aimlessly?
Yeah.
Okay. Segregation and Civil Rights, Brown versus Board of Education was decided by...
You're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
was decided
case.
by... Who?
Is the SCOTUS case?
The Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Second Amendment right to bear arms, District of Columbia versus Heller, was decided by...
I think there was another SCOTUS case, or was it a federal court?
Okay. Hodges versus...
Hodges is SCOTUS. Hodges is SCOTUS.
Okay.
What is
Criminal
this for?
procedure, Gideon versus Wainwright, was decided by...
I don't know what that one is. But what is this for?
Supreme Court. Supreme Court.
Okay.
Lawrence versus Texas, decided by... Affirmative action, decided by...
Supreme Court.
Dred Scott versus Sanford, decided by...
Supreme Court.
So tell me again how the Supreme Court does not have any authority when it comes to the Constitution. Please educate me. I will listen.
Oh yeah. Okay, I hope you do listen. Because, like, what a terrible claim to make. So, what you just did is you equivocated my claim that the Supreme Court can't amend the Constitution. And you're taking that to somehow mean that, therefore, the Supreme Court doesn't have any authority over the Constitution. So just because they can't amend it doesn't mean that they don't have authority over it. In fact, this is where, the Constitution actually comes into play when we want to understand, the co-equal branches of the federal government. All right? They do have authority over the Constitution. Their authority over the Constitution is to be the ultimate interpreters of what the Constitution means. That's an authority, a very big one. Probably the most important one, okay? But that still doesn't mean that they could amend it. They can't change the Constitution. They could only change what the Constitution means, how we interpret it. Feel free to go ahead.
Do you understand how you're making a semantical argument?
Probably the most important semantic argument ever. This is very important.
11 of our most important rights were decided by the Supreme Court. And you're sitting up here saying that the Supreme Court does not change the law.
Yes. The Supreme Court is so important. So fucking important. But they don't change the law.
What is the balance of power?
Talking about the balance of power between the Supreme Court, the legislative branch of our government, the executive branch of our government, the balance of power being 3 co-equal branches.
3 co-equal branches, meaning what are the 3 co-equal branches?
I just named them.
No, you didn't. The Supreme Court is not a judicial branch. It's the judicial branch.
That's what I just said.
No, you did not say judicial. You said Supreme Court. It's legislative, judicial, and...
It's legislative, judicial, and executive.
And executive, and what?
Right.
And what is the executive? Who's the executive?
Well, who is the executive?
Who's in the executive?
The president and his cabinet.
Okay, and who's in the judicial?
That would be like the criminal justice system, most notably the Supreme Court, federal courts,
the Supreme Court,
courts, local courts.
And the last one?
The legislative? Actually, you answer.
Yes, so technically only the legislative and the executive. Yeah, you technically you think that only the executive and the legislative
wait. Tell me what the legislative
amend
branch
the
is.
Constitution, correct? You think that only the executive?
No, also not true. The executive branch can't amend the Constitution. Also,
they have to sign it.
No, they actually don't.
They have to assign the amendments into law.
No, they don't.
Let me look that up.
Google it, yes. High school civics. Joel, this is your worst performance yet, buddy.
No, it was not.
Let me know when you're ready to say I was right. It's okay to be wrong. I expect Dean, I was wrong. And I'll say, okay, Joel, that's okay. Thank you for admitting that. Are we there? I'm really hoping that he just takes it like an adult. I'm really hoping that Joel goes, I was wrong. I don't know. While he's like Googling, obviously, so here's my thoughts. He's already made the first Google. Does the president have to sign off on an amendment? And it says no. So now he's just like trying to find any way to make it seem like they do.
No, Dean.
But I don't know.
Dean.
Take a bet in that chat. Like,
Dean.
do y'all think he's gonna say, Dean, I was wrong, or do you think he's gonna like crash and burn?
Dean, did you realize that every single constitutional amendment had a court case preceding the amendment?
Not true.
All of the recent ones did.
There you go. The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, definitely did not have a court case preceding them. You're wrong again.
What was the first? All right, what are the first 10 minutes? Go.
After you concede, and I doubt I could name the Bill of Rights, but
you can't name the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, I doubt I
High
could.
school civics, bro. High school civics. We learned that in high school civics.
Yeah, you do.
Do you want me to name them for you?
You're probably looking at them on your computer screen, but I'd
and you're
prefer
not
you to
looking
stop
at a screen.
pivoting.
Do you want to turn your camera around and show the class what you're looking at right now?
Sure.
You say as you change it. How many screens do you have in front of you right now, Dean?
One, and I just picked up my phone.
Turn your screen around.
One screen.
Okay. Nigga, you're lying. There's a screen there. There's a screen in your hand. That's at least 2. Plus, how far does that screen go around?
Wait, I just picked this up off the ground, off my desk. I took a picture.
You did not pick it up off the ground.
Off
you
my
could
desk.
not reach the ground from where you're sitting.
There's my TikTok live stream, OBS, and then there's my YouTube live stream.
How many screens are in front of you right now?
One. In front of my eyes.
What is that chat?
One screen.
What is the chat in the corner right there?
What are you talking about?
What is that chat in the corner? That's too big to be a TikTok chat.
That's the YouTube chat. Because I dual
Over
stream.
to the left. Other side. What is that?
That's the TikTok chat.
And then what's on the other side of that?
The rest of the TikTok screen.
Keep going. No. Screen over. What's that?
That is like the panel to manage the TikTok stream, like the multi-guest co-host.
And then scroll all the way over to the very far edge to your right.
YouTube chat?
What's in that? What's in the search bar above you?
The YouTube stream?
Nah, you were looking at a screen and actively looking up stuff while you were talking.
What?
Dean, if you're going to sit here, look us in the eyes and say you do not actively look up things while you are talking and or debating, you are a liar.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely haven't done that with you yet.
But you've done it.
Yeah, sometimes I'll do that. It's like a good tool that I influence people to use as well.
Oh, so while you're actively live researching things, you pretend other people are stupid for not knowing something you yourself don't know.
I'm calling you stupid.
How many Supreme Court cases were you not aware of?
Let me clarify this.
I'm
calling
still
you
talking.
stupid. No,
How many Supreme Court cases?
I'm sorry.
How many Supreme Court cases were you not aware of?
I've been very lenient with you.
No, you haven't, bro.
I'm very lenient.
You've muted me every 2 seconds.
Well, I mean, I actually just now started muting you because I want to speak. Listen,
Okay, so now you're lying.
I've called you stupid, not just because you don't know these things, but because
Okay, that wouldn't
of
even
the
be stupid. You're
cockiness-
stupid to
One
think
moment.
that. That's
One
not what
moment.
stupid
Joel,
is. That would be ignorant.
I'm speaking.
What's the difference?
I'm speaking.
What's the difference between
One
stupid
moment.
and ignorant?
I'm speaking.
Ignorance is lacking knowledge
my
of a particular
friend,
subject.
I'm
Stupid is a
speaking.
lack of capacity. Don't sit
I'm
here and
speaking
pretend you
here.
have more capacity than you do.
I'm speaking, Joel. Calm down. So the reason why I've been calling you stupid isn't merely because you don't know these things.
It's because you failed English, apparently.
I'm still speaking, my friend. Thank
You're not
you.
debating, you're
But
just
rather
arguing randomly.
because you don't know these things and this cocky, pompous attitude that you do. Like we'll actually
You
just,
have a
like,
cocky,
revisit-
pompous attitude yourself.
One moment, Joel, please. Thank you. Remember the whole "I won't interrupt you if you don't interrupt me" thing. We're still on.
No,
all right?
you started interrupting me, so
Okay,
it's
then
off the
Then
table.
let's restart or something, because I need to be able to get more than 3 words out here. Seriously, man. All right? Think about how the viewers are seeing you right now, dude. It's not good.
I don't care. They're your. This is your group.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to.
If
maybe,
my
like,
group was
pull on,
here,
like,
they would be making
anything
fun of
just
you
to-
regardless of whether you were making good points.
Okay. All right. Good to know that conservatives don't care about good points. I don't know why you'd say that. Fucking
And
idiot.
liberals don't
but
either.
Anyways, right. All right, Joel. Just give me a second.
Dean, you're only relevant because the most eligible debater of ours got
Yeah.
assassinated. That's
Right.
the only reason.
Right. Okay. My most okay. Thank you, Joe. Now to go back to what I've been trying to say here. All right? This whole time, you have been just saying things that are false. Like, this whole time. And then you've been defending the false things that you've said as if they are absolutely true. And before I continue speaking, I need to address the chat. There's a bunch of people on TikTok and YouTube spamming N-word because earlier he said the N-word. Guys, I didn't get a flag for it.
I didn't say the N-word.
He's black. I don't care. All right.
I didn't say the
But like,
contrary to popular belief,
you
he
did.
is
Dean said the
somewhat
N-word.
black.
But guys,
Joel.
when you spam like literally the phrase "N-word" in the chat like
You
that,
shut up, Santana.
It like took me like a couple seconds to understand
mad.
that you guys are calling out like him saying the N-word earlier and not like literally calling him an N-word. Okay, that's what I like first thought. Like the moment like I started seeing that in the chat.
I didn't
So-
say N-word.
so-
I said you said the N-word.
No, you said it, idiot.
Bro, no one cares. Joel, no one cares that you said the
Santana,
N-word.
you're an idiot.
No one cares that you said the N-word, Joel. Okay.
And I'd call you the N-word with the hard R.
What the
tap
fuck?
dancing soft shoe Uncle Tom.
Okay.
That's
Because he
not
just
shocking.
used a
That's
racial
not
slur right there.
shocking.
You didn't even recognize
That's
it. 'Cause
not
you're too
shocking, you
stupid to
Sambo.
recognize it.
What the fuck?
That's literally not shocking.
That's
who you
literally the same thing, Santana. It's worse.
Okay.
That is
Yeah.
a bigger racial slur.
Okay, Joel, listen. So I was in the middle of trying to say something. I'm trying to be like put together. I'm trying to be polite.
No, you're not, Dean.
But then it's like,
Dean, you don't even let
listen.
people get a word in edgewise. You just randomly called me stupid for 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness, Joel, can I have the
Also,
mic?
what does the dictionary say?
What do you say? Can I speak?
It says it's having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense. It's not being ignorant of a particular law.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Joel. I appreciate you. Now, can I speak? Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm going to ask you just to tone it down a little bit. Look at me, then look at you. I'm up here trying to have a good dialogue. And the very first thing that happens when I load Santana up, because I invited him to join because I need to go use the restroom, I load Parker up because I saw him in the queue, and I'll always bring Parker up when he hops inside of that queue. Like, I'm just trying to be polite. Then all of a sudden you just look over at Santana and you say, I'd call you the hard R. Like, bro!
Right.
Like, come on! Just fucking bring it down, dude! Okay? But anyways, to get back to what I was saying. The reason why I've been calling you stupid isn't just because you don't possess the education of, like, you know, your average 10th grader. But it's more so because you attempt to position yourself as a serious political commentator, okay? And you don't know jack shit about American civics. And on top of that, here's a cherry, is that you position yourself as if you do. Like, you argued with confidence that the president has to give the sign-off on new amendments to the Constitution. And then I was like, bro, just go Google it.
No, I didn't.
You're wrong.
I made that as a bypoint of the point that you made, that the Supreme Court doesn't change the law because you don't understand the difference between amending the Constitution and interpreting the law to essentially have the same effect.
Unironically, not understanding the difference between amending the Constitution and interpreting the law is your big issue here. But I digress.
Oh, I understand there's a difference.
By the way,
I said
you never
they
conceded there.
essentially have the same effect.
Can you admit that you were wrong?
I said they essentially have the same effect. I did not say they are the same thing.
In some instances, yes. In overall scope, absolutely not. But can you please admit that you were wrong? When
In
you said
overall
that the president has to
scope,
give a sign-off?
absolutely yes.
Oh no, it's the overall scope where they actually don't have the same effect. And I'll talk about that here in like 30 seconds. But can
So
you
in the
admit that-
10 most recent
but can
amendments,
you
how many
admit-
of them were
well,
proposed solely by Congress and how many of them were a Supreme Court decision?
Can you admit that you were wrong when you said that the president has to give a sign-off, okay, on new amendments? Can you admit that you were wrong?
You were, for one, you were calling me stupid before I said that. Two, you acknowledge that you did not look up the definition of stupid before you used the word. Because the word you were looking for was ignorant. You could argue that I'm ignorant of civics compared to you, comparatively speaking. But you can't say that I'm stupid knowing full well you cannot debate me on any of the subjects where I choose the topic. You specifically stay on one topic because that's the only topic you can debate.
I'm pretty sure that you said that last time you came up about Trump's character.
And I
in the rape
cooked you,
case.
obliterated
Right.
you on taxes, and
But can you
and
please,
you did not
at
acknowledge.
this point in time, acknowledge that you were wrong when you said that the president had to give a sign-off for new amendments?
Okay, let's play this game. You want to debate black on black crime?
Acknowledge it,
You will
Joel.
get obliterated. You will not debate me. You will not debate me. You are going
Acknowledge
to
it,
run.
Joel.
You are going to run.
Can you acknowledge that you were wrong?
Santana, you are not remotely relevant
Acknowledge
enough
it, Joel.
for me to dignify that with a remark.
And then acknowledge you're stupid. Acknowledge both points.
Acknowledge you're irrelevant.
Joel, can you or can you not acknowledge that you were wrong when you said that the president has to give their sign-off for new amendments?
I already acknowledged it, Dean.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said I was ignorant of a particular topic. That's acknowledging it.
Oh, okay. So you were wrong. I appreciate you for
No,
acknowledging
but
that.
you
That's
acknowledged that
growth.
I acknowledged it and then didn't
That-
notice
dude,
it.
Dude, Joel, that's growth.
So Dean,
I'm proud of you
Dean,
for
I'm
admitting
going
that
to
you
be
were
honest
wrong.
with you here because I actually understand definitions. You're stupid because you didn't hear it.
You know, it's so true, Joel. Yeah, I'm the stupid one. You're right, buddy. You're right.
You are definitely stupid for not acknowledging that.
Whatever.
What
helps
is
you,
the
buddy.
difference between
'Cause
stupid
there's
and
like a lot of
ignorant?
there's like a lot of pressure on you right now.
What is the difference between stupid and ignorant?
I'll tell you from my perspective. When I use the word stupid, I use the word stupid to denote willful ignorance. So from the way that I use the words, the difference between stupidity and ignorance would be one is willful, one isn't.
That's not what the definition remotely states.
Well, I probably use the word stupid different from the textbook definition then.
Then you should probably learn the textbook definition if you're going to call
Why?
somebody
Hey,
stupid.
Joel,
you are the
our
textbook
dictionary,
definition of
our
stupid.
dictionary prescriptive or descriptive? Which one?
A definition, by definition.
Sure. What are
descriptive.
dictionaries? So they're descriptive. Got it. Cool. So when words are created and they're put in the dictionary, it's because of how they're commonly being used, right?
Not correct.
That's absolutely why words
It
are
is not
put
how
in the
they're
dictionary.
common.
We're
It's
gonna
not
need,
how
we're
they're
gonna,
common.
we're gonna need
donut.
another
Not how
acknowledgement of
they're donut.
ignorance. We're gonna need another
not how they're
acknowledgement of
donut.
ignorance, Joel. Go look it up,
Holy
Joel.
shit.
Yeah, go look it up, Joel. We're gonna need another acknowledgement of ignorance. Like that's
Holy
literally
fuck.
that's literally what Merriam-Webster says, by the way. So Merriam-Webster
Yes.
says that the way that they like find the definitions of the terms that they describe in their textbooks is by just looking at the way it is most typically used in society. So could we get another acknowledgement of ignorance?
The correct definition comes from the Oxford languages, but it's cute that you think it's Merriam-Webster.
Well, now you're using the word correct in reference to the fact that you already conceded there's descriptive of the way that society uses it. Can we get 2 acknowledgments of ignorance?
No, I did not say that. That was what Santana said.
Oh, and then you said he was wrong. So go
Dean,
look it up, and then let's get an acknowledgement of it.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny? You know what's funny?
Wait, before the dictionary existed,
Shut up.
watch.
Parker.
Before the
Okay.
dictionary existed, there were no definitions. They just didn't exist, Dean. I hope you know that. No one had any words before the dictionaries existed. They just weren't real. Okay.
You know what's crazy is you called me stupid, but then you brought your 3 best hitters, if you will, so that all 3 of you could debate me
You
simultaneously.
fucking idiot! You can't count either.
There are 3 of you.
You said you brought your 3.
I'm sorry, you can't count, Santana.
It's 2. You
There are
fucking
3 of you.
idiot.
No.
There are 3 of you.
You said that
There
I
are
brought my
3 of
3 best hitters. I brought my
You
3
people
best hitters.
are the 3 best hitters.
Dean,
the
you
Democrats
brought
have to
yourself.
offer.
Actually, Dean, you
The
brought
3 of
yourself.
you.
Did you know that? Did you know that you were here prior and you brought yourself? Actually.
Oh man. Well, I don't think that you remember this because it was before you joined, and this is also where you look stupid because I said this on live. I said, "Hey Santana, I see that you're watching. I'd love it if you could join me and cover me while I pee." When I was literally talking to the guests before the last guest. So shut the fuck up. You look stupid again. And then about Parker, he just texted me to join, and I'll always let Parker join. He wants to hop in on it. Hell yeah, why not?
Okay, so there's 3 of you. Let's debate police brutality. You got 3. You got 3 of you.
I'm gonna
You
go.
guys can
I'm
handle
gonna
it
go
now.
take a piss. So I'll be back.
You guys can handle it. We're gonna debate police brutality. There's 3 of you. You can handle it.
What I would love to talk about, Parker.
We're
going to
talk about what I want to talk
but,
about.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what you want to talk about.
We're
Parker,
gonna talk
I think
about what
we
I
should
wanna
talk
talk about.
about what ICE has been doing, right? I think that's close enough to police brutality, and it's more relevant. So, how about we start with the murders that ICE has been, engaging in? What do you think about that, Joel?
More than one?
I also
Plural
do have,
murders?
yes, but I also do have to go in 8 minutes. I'm going to go live on
I'll
my
give
own
you the floor,
account.
Parker.
Just
You can
letting you
take
know,
it.
Joel.
Parker,
Just letting
why
you know,
do you have to
in terms, because I'm going to go live myself. I already said I was going live at 6.
Okay,
Thank you for
Parker.
timing, by the way.
Before you go off, do you
Live 8
genuinely
minutes.
think? Do you genuinely think that all 3 of you collectively are the most intelligent people that the Democrat Party has to offer?
No.
No. Who's smarter than you, Parker?
Who's smarter than me?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people smarter
Name
than
them.
me. Name people smarter than me.
That debate on the internet.
That debate on the internet?
Uh-huh.
I don't think there's anyone on the internet. I'm the
There's one
smartest
person
on the
that
planet.
debates that I would say is not only smarter than, no offense, Parker, Dean, and myself, but all of us can combine, and she would smoke you. Her name is Adorna. Adorna Lukes.
I've debated Adorna all the time.
Adorna would
She does not smoke
fucking
me.
dog walk
She
you
absolutely
any
does not.
day.
She does not know what she's talking about when it comes
You
to Black
have
history.
nothing, Joel.
Adorna
Sorry.
is not.
So Joel,
Adorna is not a hitter.
I actually think I'm the smartest person on the planet. I don't think anyone's smarter than me. Greatest debater that's ever existed.
Oh yeah, is that why you got cooked by Charlie so many times?
I mean, can you name a single point that Charlie Kirk beat me on?
Every single point he made.
Every single point. Name one.
The one where you said that the Electoral College was DEI.
Which is factually true.
It is not.
It is.
In order for something to be DEI, it has to contain all 3 points. It has to contain diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it does not contain diversity, equity, and inclusion.
It does.
No,
For small states and rural communities.
It does not.
It does.
Okay, where is the equity in the Electoral College if you said that their votes count more in less populated smaller states than they do in more populated bigger states? There's no equity.
Can you tell me what equity means?
Equity is equality.
Equity is not. You're so fucking stupid. Oh my God, give this shit up, Joel. You are an idiot.
Okay, Santana,
You are
Parker is
fucking
talking. Parker is
Holy
talking.
shit, you're stupid. You are stupid.
Bro, that's been the biggest talking point of the left for years now, is that equity is different from equality.
The quality of being fair and just, especially in a way that takes account and seeks to address inequality.
But so a little bit different than equality.
Literally
So
the same
you're
thing. They are
established a
interchangeable.
notion. Hold up. So if you establish a notion of fairness, so the reason why the Electoral College exists is to establish a level of quote unquote fairness for smaller states, because then politicians won't address their needs, given that they only address where the population centers are. That's actually what the argument, historically speaking, it is. So that's actually an argument of fairness, which means that it is an argument in equity. It's an argument in diversity for smaller states in smaller areas, and an inclusion as well of them
Diversity
in
of what?
in the democratic process.
By the way, buddy, you
Diversity
just
of what?
looked something up. You're actually like so fucking dumb for that.
Diversity
Oh my
of
God,
what?
I can't believe that you had to look something
Diversity
up.
of what?
Representation within government, like between smaller states and
Diversity of
larger
representation.
smaller areas and larger areas,
Yeah,
rural
like-
areas versus city areas.
Yeah, the diversity would be the representation of rural America and urban America.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, diversity when it comes to DE and I, it is not referring to diversity of location.
Well, it can be referencing diversity of location. That's what you're not taking into consideration.
It's actually not even in this circumstance diversity of location. It's diversity of interests. Like the only reason why diversity of rural areas and urban areas matters is because of the different interests of those that live in rural areas and the interests of those that live in urban areas.
So you would say that racial diversity plays no role in diversity, equity, and inclusion when we're referring to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives,
race
and no
is-
diversity
it plays
between gender.
No necessary role in DEI.
That's incorrect.
Gender plays no necessary rule.
That is
within
also
DEI.
incorrect.
But we just see modes of DEI to
the
be true
predominant
within the context of
benefactors-
race. Exactly. You just said not the
The
necessary
predominant benefactors of
benefactor.
affirmative action were women. It absolutely plays a major role.
What? No, you're describing like the major modalities, but a major modality is not identical to an essential characteristic.
Yes, it is. How does it differ?
That's a crazy take. Saying
How
a
does
major
it differ?
modality
Okay, then explain how it
as a
differs.
necessary characteristic is a crazy take.
Explain how it
no
differs.
idea what that word means.
Explain how it differs.
That's the only way this makes sense.
Explain
There's
how
no
it
way in
differs.
hell he knows what the word
Santana,
means.
shut up.
You fucking
Okay.
idiot.
Most humans are rational.
Don't talk
right?
about your mother
doesn't
that
mean
way,
that every
Santana.
human is rational, right?
Parker, what did you say?
Most humans are rational. That does not mean every human is rational. Do you agree?
Most humans are not rational.
Okay. Well, I can give you a different. Most humans have sentience. Does that mean all humans have sentience?
Are you saying sentience as in an awareness of consciousness?
Awareness of an experience. You could say that, a subjective experience.
How would we know if they all had a subjective experience?
We know that they don't.
Not answering the question.
How would we know if most humans had a subjective experience?
Dude, I'm just trying to establish to you that most humans having something does not mean that all humans are a certain way. I can give you plenty of other characteristics. Most humans have 10 fingers. Does that mean all humans have 10 fingers?
No, but that would mean that if a human doesn't
Okay,
have 10
wait,
human,
so you
that
just,
would be an exception to the rule.
conceded,
And now
you
you're
just
no,
conceded that
no,
the
no,
most
no. because now
modality
you're
does not necessarily entail
now you're
that there's a
arguing.
necessary characteristic.
Now you're arguing from an extreme.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're arguing from an extreme.
Yeah, arguments
What?
from extremes are
That's an
very-
argument. No, allow me to
I
finish.
disproved
It's an
your
argument from
principle.
the extreme, and I'll explain.
Joel,
It's an argument.
it disproves your principle. I'm
Yeah.
sorry you're not smart enough to realize you
The fact that there are
established a
three of you and you're
principle.
still muting
Joel,
me in the middle
Joel,
of my
listen,
explanation is
You
crazy work.
established a principle. I showed you a circumstance
You
where that
established
principle
the
isn't
principle.
true. No, what are you talking? You
You did
said
not
the
disprove it.
principle.
I'll give you a
You
perfect
said the
example.
principle. You
Are you gonna let
literally
me
said,
finish?
no,
Okay,
listen.
clearly you're not gonna let me finish.
I'm sorry.
That's
you
so
established the
disingenuous.
principle. Oh my
So
god.
disingenuous.
Go ahead. Make your point.
If you said humans have 10 fingers, you saying humans have 10 fingers is a statement that is mostly true because the vast majority of humans have 10 fingers. Now, if I said, well, that's a lie because some humans have 9 fingers, some humans have 8, that would be an argument from the extreme because I'm choosing an extreme point to try and disprove something that is generally true.
You're already off. Can I explain how? Because
Knock yourself
the
out.
synonymous statement here wouldn't be that humans have 10 fingers, which then leaves it up to an interpretation of scientifically. But more so, what would be synonymous here is to say that humans necessarily have 10 fingers as an essential characteristic of what makes a human a human. Because earlier you were arguing, okay, that a predominant modality of something is equivalent to a necessary fact of one. Okay? And that's not true. It is not necessarily
I never said that.
true. We'll go
I never
ahead.
said it was a necessary fact.
We could actually.
That's literally
Yes,
what
go
you
ahead.
did. You,
Roll
Joel,
the
you
recording.
literally did say that.
Let's listen.
Roll the recording.
Let's listen to him say that.
You establish a notion of fairness. So the reason why the Electoral College exists is to establish and
Clean up.
city areas.
Yeah, the diversity would. But
consideration.
it's actually not even in this circumstance diversity of location. It's diversity because live in urban.
Between
Plays
gender.
no necessary role
To diversity, equity,
There we go.
inclusion initiatives.
race
and no
is-
diversity
plays
between gender.
No necessary role in DEI.
That's incorrect.
Gender plays no necessary rule.
That is
within
also
DEI.
incorrect.
But we just see modes of DEI to
the
be true
predominant
within the context of
benefactors-
race. Exactly. You just said not the
The
necessary
predominant benefactors
benefactor.
of affirmative action were women. It absolutely plays a major role.
What? No, you're describing like the major modalities, but a major modality is not identical to an essential characteristic.
Yes, it is. How?
There you go.
You said that, and I disagreed with you. I did not say
What
that.
the fuck did you just listen
Dude,
to?
I'm gonna cry, man. What is, dude, please. You did
You're
not
saying-
just deny what we objectively just heard.
Wait, you're saying that you didn't say what we just heard you say?
I did not. You made the statement, and I said I disagreed with you in the statement that you made. Play it back. Does it differ?
To an essentialities, but a major modality is not identical to an essential characteristic.
Yes, it is.
You said yes, a major modality is identical to a
I
necessary
did not
fact.
say yes, a major modality
You said
is
yes,
essential.
it
I said
is.
yes, it is. And what I meant
You
by that,
agreed
are you going to allow me to?
Oh my
We're-
God!
You just
we
want
are
to
all
yell
being
into my face.
gaslit.
Wow, you
We're
guys are
being
really great at
gaslit.
debating. You guys are
Fuck
incredible.
that.
I love
There's
this.
no way.
I love how incredible you
There's
guys are at
no
debating.
way.
Joe, I can't believe you're saying this right now. This is embarrassing, dude. This is. Are you okay?
So the simple explanation is very clear to anybody with half a brain.
I mean,
Okay, go
you
for it.
mean
Process of
brain?
ensuring-
Wait, just to clarify, you didn't mean Blaine.
All right,
You meant
that's
brain,
fine. That's
right?
fine. That's fine. Don't let me talk at all. There's
That-
no
just to,
point in
just
me
to clarify,
being up here
you
with
accidentally
three of
said
you up
half
here.
a Blaine. Just to clarify, you didn't mean Blaine, and you meant brain, right? Like you were mispronouncing the word brain.
Okay, so first of all, Dean, if you're not going to let me get a word in edgewise, this is a waste of time.
No, go ahead.
Cry harder, Joel.
The process of ensuring fair treatment, access, opportunity, and advancement for all while striving to identify and eliminate barriers that have historically led to unequal outcomes. That's number two. Number one, the presence of difference within setting, including race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, age, and physical abilities. Nowhere in that definition, nowhere does it say diversity of viewpoints regarding politics. So for you to argue that poor people was the target for diversity, equity, and inclusion, when it says race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, age, and physical abilities, your thing was nowhere in there. Nothing.
I have a question. When are you going to respond to the fact that you denied you said that a major modality
Diversity.
is
Diversity. You
identical
lied.
to an essential factor or characteristic?
I said, yes, it is in response to you because I did not hear what you were saying.
So you just
And I
agree
tried
to
to
shit.
clarify.
So
I
you just
tried to
agree to
clarify.
shit that you don't
Hey,
understand.
Santana, you
So
know
you
why it's
just- you
difficult
just
for me to hear
parrot
every
shit
time
that
you
you
guys
don't
talk?
understand.
Because
Got it.
Wait,
Got
I
it.
think Parker,
there's three of you talking
he
at once.
reaffirmed that position to you, right? Okay, so now like Joel's saying that you didn't hear what I said, so you didn't know what you were responding to. Feel free to. Come
it is
back up on
difficult
that
to
account.
respond to three
Yep,
separate
okay.
people who are constantly debating
But
together.
Joel, the issue
it is
here,
difficult. I will acknowledge
the,
that.
The issue here is that you repeated that same sentiment to Parker. We'll actually play
No,
that now.
the issue here is
No?
that you tried
oh,
to
I have
argue.
that on. I have that on recording. We'll play that now.
You tried to argue
How
that
the major modalities, but a major modality is not identical to an essential characteristic.
Yes, it is. How does it differ?
That's a crazy take. Saying
How
a
does
major
it differ?
modality
Okay,
is
explain how it
as a
differs,
necessary characteristic is a crazy take.
Explain how it
no
differs.
idea
How does
what
it
that
differ?
word
Explain
means.
how it differs.
That's the only way
How
this
does it
makes
differ?
sense.
Explain
There's
how
no
it
way in
differs.
hell he knows what the word
Santana,
means.
shut up.
You fucking
Okay.
idiot.
Most humans are rational.
Don't talk
right?
about your mother
doesn't
that
mean
way,
that every
Santana.
human is rational.
Bro, wait, I only played you saying, yes, it is. So then you just manufactured the response of, I didn't know what I was responding to. But now we've realized that when we just play the next 10 seconds, you actually reaffirm that that is
Parker, you realize you're
exactly
arguing
what you were
semantics right here.
responding to.
You're arguing semantics again. Why is it so difficult for you to stay on the topics that you choose?
You're talking to Dean, not Parker.
Oh, because I mistook your name when you're all talking
Oh
at once.
my
Oh, I'm so
fucking God.
evil. Big mistake on me.
I wasn't talking because my microphone is literally not even working.
Hey,
what are you talking
you guys
about?
have all been talking simultaneously, and it is difficult to tell which moron I'm presently engaging with at the moment.
What are you talking? You mean yourself? You're engaging with yourself because you're not even talking to us right now.
Parker, did you not say that the Electoral College was DEI?
One, right? You're just specifically saying that you're not taking into account one thing here. You're using
Get
this
it
to
out,
pivot.
Junior. Get
By
it
the
out.
way,
Get it out.
You're using this
Why
to
are you
pivot.
stuttering? Why are you stuttering if you're a smart person?
What? I'm sorry.
Do you see
I'm
how
stuttering.
stupid
My
that is?
bad.
Do you see how stupid that is? Interrupting somebody mid-response and calling them stupid is not debating.
That's what you just did.
To prove to you how stupid you are for doing it.
That's unironically what you just did. Did you not hear
It was not unironic. It was intentional.
Oh my God. Also, by the way,
You don't
people
believe
could
in
have-
him, you should probably not reference him.
People could have a stutter and be smart.
Ben Shapiro stutters all the time.
Also, making fun of someone's stutter is absolutely ableism. So even if Parker did have a stutter,
Oh yeah,
maybe
but
you
calling
shouldn't
me
engage in
calling me a
ableism,
racial
you
slur is
fucking
not
idiot.
ableism. Right.
Earlier, you said that you wanted to
good.
call Santana the hard R.
He literally said that. He literally said that.
He deserves it.
Whatever, Sambo.
I said I wanted to. I didn't do it. He did call me a coon, and he did call me a sellout.
I didn't call you a coon. Now you're just
Yes,
projecting.
yes,
I
you
never
did.
said
Run
coon.
it back. Run it back. You
I
have the
said
recording.
Uncle Tom, Sambo, tap dancing, soft shoe. I don't even say coon, but that absolutely fits right now.
Sambo, you think
yes.
I'm an inarticulate buffoon?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm inarticulate.
For the most part, yes.
Do you know what inarticulate means?
I do.
porch
You were
primate?
just talking about anyone with half a Blaine. So yes, I think that you.
I never
are
said
very
half a
inarticulate.
Blaine.
You literally said half a Blaine.
Okay, play the recording, Mr. Parker, with the recordings.
You mean Dean?
You mean Dean?
Dude!
Well, you're all recording
What
it.
the fuck is happening?
Parker, are you recording?
No, I'm on my phone.
Dude, I've never seen him malfunction like this before. Like
Malfunction
this
is crazy work.
This is like not Joel's day, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely my day.
Oh my God!
Parker.
But you want to hear yourself say
Parker
that you didn't
said-
have a Blaine?
Parker
You
said
want to
that
hear
the
that?
Electoral College.
Wait.
Parker said
You
the
just told
Electoral
me.
College
You just told me to
is
roll back the
diversity,
clip of you
equity, and
saying Blaine.
inclusion.
You want to
And
hear
Parker
yourself say
doesn't know what those
Blaine?
terms
Hey,
mean.
1 second. You said that you want to that you did not say Blaine, and that you want me to roll the
Yeah,
clip
let me
back,
hear
right?
Blaine, David Blaine.
But just to
Let me hear
clarify, you said that you did not say it, right?
Sure.
Rational, right?
I'll acknowledge that I was
Humans are not
wrong if I did.
Go ahead, make your point.
It is a statement that is mostly true because some
Can I explain be that more so as in a to a not
fact.
The city here.
Exactly. You just said not the
The
necessary
predominant benefactors of
benefactor.
affirmative action were women.
Describing
We're
like
almost
the
there.
major modalities, but a major modality is not identical to an essential characteristic.
Yes, it is. How
There you go.
You said that, and I disagreed with you. I did not say
What
that.
the fuck did you just listen
Dude,
to?
I'm gonna cry, man. What is, dude? Please, you did
You're
not
saying-
just deny what we objectively just heard.
Wait, you're saying that you didn't say what we just heard you say?
I did not. You made the statement, and I said I disagreed with you in the statement that you made. Play it back. How does it differ?
To an essential piece.
We're almost
But
there.
a major modality. You said yes, a major modality is identical to a
I
necessary
did not
fact.
say yes. A major modality
You said,
is
yes,
essential.
it
I said
is.
yes, it is. And what I meant
You
by that
agreed
are you going to allow me to?
Oh my
We're-
God!
You just
we
want
are
to
all
yell into
being
the microphone.
gaslit.
Wow, you
We're
guys are
being
really great at
gaslit.
debating. You guys are
Fuck
incredible.
that.
I love
There's
this.
no way.
I love how incredible you
There's
guys are. At
no
debating.
way.
Joel, I can't believe you're saying this right now. This is embarrassing, dude. This is. Are you okay? Dude,
So the simple explanation is very clear to anybody with half a brain.
I mean,
Oh.
let's go ahead and put that at 0.25 speed.
So the simple explanation is very clear to anybody with half a brain. Sounds like you muted me in the middle of my response. and
Oh my.
distorted my speech is what it sounded like. Typical
Dude,
you.
wait, Joel, there's no way you're a serious person.
You
I swear
absolutely
you're just,
did.
trolling for fun.
Yeah, I
Like,
could hear where the
I
audio
swear, Joel,
completely
you have
cut
to be
out.
trolling for
It was
fun.
pretty clear the audio completely cut out there. So Parker, are you still arguing that diversity is not
You
on
see how
the
he
basis?
keeps trying to pivot?
It's because I fucking paused the clip.
This was literally the debate you chose, Parker. You chose this.
The
I wanted
reason
to
why
argue
the
police
audio cut
brutality.
out is because I paused it.
Is because you muted me. per
No.
usual.
No, it's because I
How
paused
many times have
it.
you muted me today? Parker, Dean, I can't even keep you two straight because you're both so stupid. How many times today have you muted me? Can you
Not
acknowledge?
enough.
Not enough.
Have you done it more than 10 times?
I hope.
More than 50?
I wish, but unlikely.
You want to count?
No.
Holy shit. How are we going to count mutes, Joel?
Okay, back to what we were saying about the actual topic. The presence or difference within a setting, including race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, age, and physical abilities. Where in that grouping are any of the diversity qualifiers that you used for Republicans in poor red states?
Okay, again, I don't think that we use definitions just based on whatever the dictionary definition is. I think that we have our own terms and own usages, and I think that diversity, equity, inclusion can be applied in this context to those situations. In the same way that he doesn't, he had his own notion of diversity, equity, inclusion, where he only thought it applied to race. But I actually clearly showed it to him that it applied to other scenarios, such as with women, specifically individuals.
He knows that it applies to women.
Yeah, which I told him.
Wait, where are you getting that
didn't know a single
definition
example.
from?
He actually asked me for a single example in which applies outside of one's skin color, and I said women.
Wait, 1 second. This, like, Joel's been repeating this whole time that he only gets definitions from, like...
He said Oxford, right?
Like, from like, textbooks.
Yeah.
So,
I
what
never said textbooks. That's a lie.
Yeah, what,
Go
what
back, play the
specific
clip,
text?
roll it.
He said he doesn't use
never said
Merriam-Webster.
textbooks.
So,
Go
so
back,
what? So
roll the
what?
clip. That
Where
was a lie.
specifically are you getting
Acknowledge
this
that you
definition
lied, Dean.
from?
Acknowledge that you lied.
No, I didn't.
I said Oxford Languages Dictionary, not textbooks.
Okay, so you get it from Oxford.
Oxford Languages Dictionary.
That's not where I said I got this one,
Did you know
but I
that?
said I previously got it
Did
from
you know
Oxford Languages Dictionary. But you
Dictionary,
lied.
not
You said I said
textbooks?
textbooks.
So where are you
Yes.
getting this?
Admit that you're
definition
lying.
from?
Admit
No,
that you're lying.
Where are you getting this?
Admit that you're
definition
lying.
from?
Did
Wasn't
I
a
say
lie.
textbooks?
Wasn't a lie.
Dean, did I say textbooks?
Yes.
You just did this to me for fucking 20 minutes, bro. Acknowledge it.
No, because you said textbooks.
He's crying more.
I did not say textbooks. You're
Buddy.
lying.
He's crying so hard.
Buddy, you want to go 5 for fucking 5?
Yes. Find textbooks.
I'm not gonna do
Honestly,
that
at
to
this
Joel.
point, you got to start paying Dean, bro.
Yeah,
I will pay
you're,
Dean $100.
You're making it do labor to
I
go
will pay
back
Dean
into
$100 if he finds where I said
Hey,
textbooks.
pay links in the link tree in the bio, Joel. Send that shit.
yeah. You send me $100 right now. I'll go look for it.
No. You got to go look for it first, and if you find it, I'll send you $100.
No,
I'm
I've
not
never,
a liar like you.
I've
so
never had
I
a
don't have
single
anything to
person
prove.
pull through on a bet. No, I wouldn't bet that. Like seriously, you'd have to give me money in exchange for my labor.
You've never, in the entirety of your life, had a single person pull through on a bet.
Not on.
No,
not on these
not
lives.
MAGA.
Yeah.
No. The only
That's not what you
one
said.
of us three. The
I
only
have.
one of
In
us
the
three. I was
entirety
just
of
about
your
to
life.
say, Parker's the only one out of all three of us who's had one MAGA person pay up. None of them ever paid. Ever. You guys fucking suck.
You guys is cute. And Santana, how are you going to tell people that we fucking suck
can you
when
answer
you're
the
on a live
question?
stream every day that has a third of the people that follow you on social media, yet you haven't hit 100, 200,000, 300,000?
Why haven't you posted in over a year?
I have.
Why is it that when you go in, why is it with a million something followers,
My last video got 7
you
million
go
views.
into spaces
Stupid.
and the numbers
Bro,
don't move?
Apologize.
Bro, literally, your most recent video on your account is from, let's see here, 2025, February 25th. So literally,
That is not correct.
10 days short of a year.
Not correct.
Oh, you actually do have one from last month. Never mind.
So you're lying. So apologize for lying.
Well, lying would be intentionally saying something that's false.
You
I
did
didn't
intentionally say that. You were looking at my account when you lied.
Bro, the video that you have from January is pinned. I usually just ignore pinned and assume that they're old.
January 5th, my nigga.
Is your pinned
You're
post.
trying so fucking hard, Joe. You can't pull it off. You're trying so hard.
I am blacker than you, Santana, and you're just mad about it.
You are so far from it, bub. Also, it doesn't count that, the reason why it doesn't really register, Dean, is because when, you buy your followers, then, those videos don't really pop like they used to.
Right. No, yeah, I get it. Joel, what's going on
That's
today,
the
man?
second most viewed video I've ever had. How are my videos not popping like they used to?
Your body.
The fact that you just said that is kind of evidence that you clearly weren't popping very much, right? You said that was your second most viewed video.
At
Clock it, Parker.
7 million views?
Clock it, Parker.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I had 100 million views on social media, on YouTube and Instagram last month.
On multiple videos.
Yeah, and I had a video with 20 million views on Instagram.
I have a video with over 20 million views on Instagram.
That's in the last month?
I don't know. I could probably find one.
Not in the last month.
Sure, I could.
Dude, this is so funny, but I don't even care.
Also, Parker. Also, Parker.
It's just funny that this is going to annoy you because
it's funny. No. Yeah.
This is way more viewership than you, Joel.
Yeah, this is where it gets funny, right? You get people to watch, but you don't get people to follow.
Joel,
it means that people don't really like you.
Follows? How many followers do you have?
More than you.
How many?
On every platform.
Yeah, tell me.
On this platform, like 4.5 million.
Okay, so you have 4.5 million. How long ago have those actually showed up as views?
That's not what you asked. You asked who had more followers.
I have a question, Joel.
How many do you have on Instagram? Let's look.
Last month, how many views did you get on social medias across the board?
Let's look.
Hey, Joel. Do you have more followers than me?
Dean, nobody's talking to you. You are the most followed. You are the most followed Democrat behind like Barack Obama. And he's an elected official, so it doesn't count.
You said that last
time.
So
then, are you a nobody then, Joel, comparative to Dean?
No, because he's the biggest in his party. I'm not even close to the biggest in mine.
You think he's the biggest in the party as a whole?
I think he's the biggest content creator in Democratic content creator.
Not by like I'd say reoccurring numbers. Like I think like for instance Hassan is much bigger than me. But like
No, he's not. No, he's not, bro. He could go in public right now and people would not recognize him. He's fallen off hard since he started doing the thing with his dog.
But by the following numbers, I've been
Hassan does not have more views than you, Dean. I don't even know why I'm arguing for you. I don't even like you.
I think that, I definitely am up there with just following numbers, but I mean, I don't really care about that. I'm just happy.
So who's bigger than you?
People. I mean, just because I don't know something doesn't mean it's not true.
You're proving nothing.
Name one person that was murdered in Rhode Island.
What?
Name one person that's ever been murdered in Rhode Island.
Joe Biden's son?
Joe Biden did not have a son murdered in Rhode Island?
Oh, no, he was murdered in Afghanistan. Why did I think that was
He wasn't murdered. He passed away.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was Delaware. I'm stupid.
So can you name anybody that was murdered in Rhode Island?
Murdered.
By like a Republican or just in general?
Just in general, ever. One person that's ever been murdered in Rhode Island.
This is very sad, but apparently two people were unalived in a mass pew-pewing at a hockey rink.
Yeah,
yes,
10 minutes ago.
A hockey rink. That wasn't 10 minutes ago. That happened earlier today.
Okay,
so
the article was dropped 10 minutes
you had to look it up. But listen, my point there was, if you didn't look it up, you wouldn't know. But I can't use your lack of knowledge about anybody who's ever been murdered in Rhode Island to therefore conclude that nobody has been murdered in Rhode Island, because that's obviously trivial. And the connection here would be just because I can't like really name many people like outside of the person that you've already named, Barack Obama, that has like a higher collective following than I do on like all platforms. That definitely doesn't mean that there aren't people.
Okay, I literally just Googled it. And do you know who it says is the most followed?
Who?
Harry Sisson. And both of you are bigger than him.
Obviously, the AI is wrong. Harry Sisson's.
Yeah, Joel. I don't know why you're asking the AI. Can you look up specifically who's the biggest Republican?
And then it says.
Wait, Joel. I have a question. Who's bigger than you?
Lots of people.
Who?
Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens.
Okay, so you'd point to like the people on YouTube. Well, we could point to people on YouTube specifically who are larger as well.
It's like, what is this?
No. They're just bigger than me on. They're bigger than me on Instagram too. They're bigger than me on Instagram.
Followers.
It is.
They're bigger than me on Instagram.
Yeah, he does. He puts all of his value on how much views he gets, on how how much attention he's getting. That's why he was not listening to Santana, because he quote unquote doesn't have viewership and no one knows who he is. So the point I was trying to make to him was that based upon Dean
Hassan is on this list. You have more.
You can say, who the fuck are you, Joel?
Hassan is on this list. Parker, didn't you say you used to watch me when I was younger?
No.
Oh no, that was Dean. Dean used to watch me when I was younger.
I didn't. It's not that I watch you. It's that your videos would pop up on my For You page every so often. I remember.
But
the
you weren't
lifted-
searching for them?
Yeah, no. I remember the big lifted truck with a white privilege on the front of it.
Joe, you're smiling because you got views off tap dancing. Whoop-de-fucking do. Like, your Uncle Ruckus 2.0. Like, no one gives a shit. Like, you're not special. You're not special.
So, Santana, let's pretend that that's true.
You're not special.
Santana, let's pretend that that's true. Is it possible that I've always had these views?
When'd you buy them?
No. The views that I hold.
Santana, bro, this sets him off like nothing else. Talking
You
about
know
the
it
bottom.
does.
Because it's false, but I don't care.
You literally didn't join my live stream for a month and then rejoined just to like refute the notion that you had botted your views. Don't act like I don't remember that. Don't act like I don't remember that, Joel.
And you agreed that I was correct.
No, I didn't. You bought
Yes,
your
you
views.
did.
Nope, you bought your views.
Yeah, Joel, actually, every single one of the views on your account is botted. You know that 7 million view video? That was botted. That's why you don't see it very, like, reoccurring very often.
Did you watch it, Parker?
It's just botted, bro.
Only the
If
bots
you watched
did.
it, you would know why it had 7 million
Only
views.
the bots did.
No, only I didn't watch it. No one
Only the
here
bots
watched it. If you, wait, type 3 in the comment section right now if you didn't watch this video. Seriously, only bots watched that video.
Yep.
And that's why they left comments?
Yeah, bot comments.
They left 8,000 comments?
Yes, botted 8,000 comments.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where the
And they have
proceeds from the
profile
white
pictures and
privilege
accounts
cards go from.
attached to each one?
Yep, you botted all of that.
Very high
You mean
quality
like the
bots.
Russia bots? Exactly.
Every single one.
Yes.
How much you pay for it, Joe?
Dude,
Like, what did that cost you?
Bank.
Why wouldn't I just post every video and bot every video then?
Because you don't have enough
You don't
money.
have that
You
type
don't
of
make
money.
that many videos.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
you need to get your bread up before you
Yeah, I
do.
do. I post on Instagram almost every day.
Yeah, and do you pull 7 million views every single post? No.
Actually, Instagram bots are cheaper than TikTok bots. That's why you do it.
Boom.
And I'm sure I bought verification as well, right? Because you could totally do that.
Yeah, you actually can. What the fuck?
How do
You
you buy
literally
verification
can
on
pay for verification
How do you
on
buy
TikTok.
verification on TikTok again?
Oh,
You
yeah.
literally.
You just shoot them an email. You say, I want to give you $1,000 if you give me verification. And then they give you verification. Or
You did
just
that?
botted fake news articles about you and then sent
That's,
them
I
over
was
to
just
get the
about to say
approval.
he just bought a news
Oh wait, so I
article.
bought it fake news. Oh, so Vice is
Yeah,
a
that's
fake
what he
news
did.
article.
It's not like some creator hasn't like published or bought a fake New York Times article about himself before, and so that's not out of the realm of possibility.
And you think that's why I'm
your
verified?
entire social media presence has been botted and or been
Literally.
or my live stream. So how does it feel?
So I could say the same thing to you. So Santana, why do you bot your videos?
I don't get the views. There's obviously I'm not paying for them.
You are
doesn't
paying
make
for
sense.
them.
Logically,
you just don't have
doesn't
any
make
money because
sense.
your EBT hasn't come through.
My EBT
Wait, Joel, are you
hasn't
trying to
come
pivot
through.
because you just clearly are botting your viewership?
I've had this argument so many times. The only reason you guys are still having this argument is because you're trying to get under my skin.
Yeah, exactly. You think I'm serious right now?
I think you're
You
serious.
think I'm serious right now? Like the
Yes.
fact that you think I'm serious right now is concerning.
I think you're
And
serious.
Joel is so focused on this because this is his entire personality.
He actually thought I was serious. I can't believe that. You think
Well,
I
Santana,
can?
yeah,
Of course I don't
Santana
think you're
seriously
botted.
said.
You don't even get that many
Yeah,
viewers. What are you talking
Santana
about?
seriously said that I tap dance for the white man, which is funny because there's two white men up here. He's tap dancing.
I said you
for.
tap dance for your views, but Bub, you do.
I've never tap
start
danced
shucking
for
and
views.
jiving to make racists feel better about like racist shit. Like you're literally the token that makes them feel better for being racist. Like you tell them it's okay for them to do the shit that they're doing. Like that's literally
When
you.
did I
Joel.
when did I tell racists it was okay to be
You
racist?
sold white privilege cards.
That's not telling racists it's okay to be
literally
racist.
sold white privilege
It's literally
cards.
making fun of a racist
You fucking
stereotype.
tap dance to make racists feel good about themselves, Joel. What are we doing? Stop it.
I don't have to tap dance for racists to feel good about themselves. They feel good about
Okay,
themselves.
you didn't
anyway.
tap dance. Sure, you twerked.
All right.
Whatever.
I'm gonna go start my live, man. I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, I'll be sending you a raid here in a moment.
All right, I'll see everyone. Good seeing everyone.
Hey Dean, how come
Appreciate
you didn't
you
jump in
joining.
on him calling me a tap dancer?
Because I'm busy doing other things.
Exactly.
Or
Take it up
because
with me,
you don't
Bubba.
believe it or you do believe it?
Take it up with me,
Dude,
That was
what
my
the
comment
fuck?
to you.
Dean, do you believe that a black man is tap dancing for white
This is,
supremacy?
why are you talking to Dean? The black man on the panel called you a tap dancer. Address
You're
the
not
black
black.
man. Don't try to run.
You're
Don't
mixed.
try to run.
You're mixed.
What's mixed? What's
And I
mixed?
wouldn't run against you because I would
fucking
dust
idiot.
your ass. You're slow, idiot.
Listen,
You couldn't keep up with
listen,
me.
I'll actually answer that question.
You're old.
Well, one moment. I would answer your question. Due to the fact that I'm a white man, I would never use language like tap dancing. Okay? However, I will definitely say that you are attempting to uphold white supremacy in America. Right?
Boom. But you would never use language like tap dancing. Why? Shirley Temple tap danced. Was that a problem for you?
I don't think it's my place as a white man to tell any black person that they're tap dancing. But what I absolutely can say here is that you are fighting your very hardest to ensure that white supremacy has a place to say here at home in the United States of America.
I'm fighting my very hardest.
And as a black man that is going to be his black interpreter today, you are a soft shoe tap dancing Sambo Uncle Tom. Literally,
Hey, Santana.
That's who
Hey,
you
Santana.
are, Joel.
Santana, you cannot be stupid enough to think you could soft shoe tap dance.
Yeah, yeah.
You need a stiff heel to tap dance.
You would know, wouldn't you? You would absolutely know. You would absolutely know, Joel.
Gotcha.
What are we even doing now? Oh my God.
Yeah, wow. You know, Joel's been on this stream. Go ahead.
I text you. I said he wasn't going to stop crashing out when I got up here. Like, I literally text that to you.
Wait, did you?
Yeah, look at the text. I told you he wasn't going to stop crashing out once I got up here.
You did. Yeah.
The way that I get under his skin is like crazy.
Dude, listen, I've had him up here like a couple times, right? Over the course of the last 2 years. I got to say, I think that we like witnessed his worst performance ever tonight. Like, dude, it was like getting to the point that it honestly kind of felt like a form of bullying, if that made any sense. Like, it was just blunder after blunder after blunder after blunder after blunder after blunder after blunder. Like, atrocious. You know, like, definitely like a night that, like, he's going to, like, think about while he's going to bed. You know?
Oh, he's going to cry in the car. He's going to definitely cry.
Yeah, he's like going to be going to sleep tonight, and he's just going to have that, like, anxiety in his heart because he like knows that it was just blunder after blunder after blunder for like an hour straight, and then he'll like ultimately like slowly forget about it over the course of the next 5 or so days. You know, it's like one of those things.
No, Dean, he's gonna make a video and tag us and say, watch how many views I get on this video.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much for that, Galaxy. That is B-A-Y, not B-A-E, that I clarify, but thank you, Bay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you having me up. For everyone that sent donations, I'll send personal thank yous, but I appreciate all of you. Dean, thank you for having me up, bro. I'll see you later.
Appreciate you for joining, Santana. You take care. All right, there's a couple people that I want to thank at this point in time, folks, over on Venmo and PayPal. You guys have been incredibly kind, and I'm so fucking grateful for y'all. Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy cow, man. What a conversation. You know, I've been trying to keep it together more, as of recently, trying to be like more reserved and like really like clearly focused on effective communication. No, let me know if it's been working. I don't know. You know, have I been slipping? I don't know. But all right, let me thank a couple people here real quick. First, I'd like to start over on PayPal real quick. Thank you so much for the $20, Zachary, who says, Dean, I love you. You're such a cutie patootie. Imagine it's a fetus. Zachary, I appreciate you so much for the $20, man. Just love to Zachary down below in the comment section. Let's get 200 Zachary W's. Thank you so much, man. Othie, thank you for the $20, who says, who the hell is this dude? I hate to say it, but he is so stupid and the biggest baby I've ever heard. Please keep cooking. Man, yeah, man. He was really dumb tonight, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20, Othie. Then Gina, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, please accept my humble donation for entertainment of roasting the fuck out of Joel. I'd also like to thank Yasmin. Thank you for the $10. Who says, you're so patient, Dean. Can I draw you? For sure. Draw me. Yeah, of course. And tag me in it if you end up posting it. SJ, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, just sending you a little love. You've been through a lot today on live, but I'm so proud of you, Dean. Oh, thank you so much for the love, SJ. It's good to see you. This is like what, like the third day in a row? Like, that's awesome. I'd also like to thank Melissa for the $5. Thank you, guys. We're all caught up over there to catch up over on Venmo real quick. Thank you so much, Naomi, for the $1. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $5. Good luck in the ER with the cat. Sabrina, oh my God, I know what it's like to be there. That's not fun. Joe, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, been watching you for about 2 years and tonight's live was amazing. Definitely need a good laugh from Joel. Keep it up. Joe, you have been watching me for years, man. I know your name by heart. You've been watching for so long. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, Joel is making my brain hurt. Appreciate you for the $10. And then Rami, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Who says, my brain cells are deteriorating by the minute, but this is too good. LMFAO. Man, dude, that was gold, dude. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Rami down below in that chat. I want to see 500 Rami W's down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ben, thank you so much for the 5. Annabelle, thank you for the $10 for Joel's therapy fund. And then Natasha, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. I really hope you're still in here because this came in like right before I started talking to Joel. Natasha with the $100 donation says, Dean, you're the man. I've been watching you for a long time now. Enjoy your daily debates. Thank you for educating me and all the others. I wish I had just a quarter of your knowledge. Thank you for all that you do. You are the best, dude. Thank you. Sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Fucking thank you. That is so incredibly kind of you. And I know that you've been watching for a while because I recognize your name as well. Just know that I really appreciate you. Please show some love to Natasha down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. And then Megan just sent $1 in to say tap dancer here. Soft shoe is a type of tap. Ooh, I had no clue. Well, that's crazy. Pretty cool, honestly. But all right, folks, for everybody watching on TikTok and YouTube, it's that time of the night. I'm going to hop off. Hit that follow button on your way out if you're on TikTok. I do these lives every day. Same thing on YouTube. Drop a sub and a comment on the VOD once the stream is over. And if you want a notification every time I go live, join my updates channel on my Instagram. You'll get a push notification when I start the stream. You know, so far we have like 3, 4, 5, 6,000 of y'all that are like a part of that Noti gang that literally come in here like every single day right as we go live. And I've really started to get to know a handful of y'all by names. You know, like even just in my memory. Noah, Millie, Vivian, like just 3 names of people that join the streams when they start. You know, I feel like, you know, gotta love that Noti gang. But all right, folks, if you're still in the mood for debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on all platforms. Okay, regardless if you're watching on YouTube or TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob, that's Parker's handle. He's going to be doing debates for around the next 4 to 6 hours. Go hang out with him, spam Deem Raid in his chat. That's all from me for the evening. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye. Bye, guys.